A young doctor runs with his medical bag, thinking about places where medics are scarce. His reality shatters as he faces a colossal, scaly beast emerging from smoke and debris. The ferocious dragon glares down with menacing eyes, presenting an overwhelming and impossible dilemma. The scene then transitions to a vibrant city street at night, brightly lit by neon signs. Here, the focus narrows to the inviting entrance of a traditional izakaya called Natsuya. A young man named Amami arrives, wiping his brow with a smile, apologizing for his lateness. His two friends, already seated inside, greet him warmly as he joins their table. Friends since residency, they express concern that he is always working far too hard. The light-hearted teasing continues, with his friends joking that he never takes a proper break. However, the mood shifts when they notice their friend Yamagishi seems unusually quiet and withdrawn. After a brief, tense pause in the conversation, the real topic is finally revealed. Yamagishi looks up from his drink and calmly announces that he is going to be a father. His friends react with pure shock and disbelief, completely caught off guard by the sudden news. The restaurant staff and other patrons overhear, happily congratulating the proud but flustered father-to-be. One friend enthusiastically puts an arm around him, declaring it's time for a huge celebration. But Yamagishi interrupts the cheer, asking if this is also meant to be his farewell party. The happy atmosphere instantly evaporates as his friends stare at him in stunned, confused silence. Looking down with a pained expression, Yamagishi closes his eyes and quietly apologizes to Amami. Amami, looking puzzled, asks his friend why he's apologizing for a simple job transfer. The other friend turns in disbelief, demanding to know when this sudden transfer is taking place. It is revealed the transfer is to a doctorless clinic on a remote island, starting tomorrow. Amami, however, smiles with admiration, stating that if people are in need, someone has to go. His two friends look on with concerned expressions, unable to understand his cheerful acceptance. One of them confronts him, asking what will become of his promising career at their current hospital. Just as they discuss his career, Amami's phone vibrates, interrupting the serious conversation. The phone screen displays an incoming call from his workplace, the Kodo University-affiliated hospital. Answering the call, his demeanor instantly shifts as he gives sharp professional orders for a blood transfusion. He explains to his friends that a patient is vomiting blood and he must leave immediately to help. With a final smile, he reminds Yamagishi that the patient is his responsibility and offers congratulations again. As Amami rushes out to a taxi, Yamagishi reveals the truth. It was Amami who took his difficult transfer. The remaining friend exhales, finally grasping the true nature of Amami's seemingly reckless decision. He notes that Amami came to the bar but didn't touch his drink before leaving in a hurry. Yamagishi confirms that while Amami likes to drink, he is currently abstaining due to his responsibilities. In an operating room, two nurses reflect on a doctor's duty, one quietly calling him a hero. Amami runs through the hospital, driven by a powerful resolve to act for the sake of others. Entering a treatment room in full scrubs, Dr. Amami announces he is beginning the hemostasis procedure. Above his surgical mask, his eyes are locked on his task with intense and unwavering focus. The scene then pulls back to show the sprawling Koto University Hospital campus glowing at night. At the Koto University Hospital, the results of a crucial genetic test have finally arrived, revealing a diagnosis of hypophosphatemic rickets based on an X-ray of the patient's knees. The story then moves forward, following the implications of this important discovery for the patient. Dr. Amami reassures a young girl and her worried mother that the prescribed medication is working effectively. A colleague notices he stayed at the hospital overnight again, and he explains it was for his patient. Two nurses discuss his unwavering dedication, even on his very last day before his transfer. The mother gratefully acknowledges that without Dr. Amami, they never would have learned the reason for the fractures. Her daughter Nana-chan loudly thanks the uncle, before quickly correcting herself to say doctor. She follows this with a huge, joyful smile, revealing a missing front tooth. Dr. Amami responds with an equally wide and heartfelt smile, sharing in her happiness. Watching this exchange, the nurses lament his departure, one noting that kind people rarely stay long. As they part ways, Amami gives his final instructions, reminding them not to forget the medicine. The little girl looks up at him with wide, shining eyes and waves a final goodbye. Amami reflects on his friend's concerns, questioning the idea of advancing his career in a doctorless village. Meanwhile, the daily routine of the hospital continues as one nurse asks another for help with boxes. The second nurse, caught off guard, offers a flustered apology for not noticing sooner. Dr. Amami appears at the office door with his bag, formally bidding farewell to his surprised colleagues. He offers them a gentle smile, expressing a sincere hope that he might return someday. With his goodbyes said, a boat cuts through the waves, carrying him towards his new life. However, the journey is rough, and the boat's captain yells at Amami, who is already kneeling over from seasickness. Still seasick, Amami drinks from a bottle, complaining that the medicine he took had no effect whatsoever. The boat captain grumbles about doctors being weak as they approach the island amidst the turbulent, storm-tossed waves. He finally sets foot on the island in a downpour, where a small group of locals rush to greet him. Inside, an elderly man with a long white beard speaks to him, but his words are nearly incomprehensible. Amami, towel over his head, looks bewildered and confesses he cannot understand their strong local dialect at all. Despite the language barrier, he asks if anyone in the village needs immediate medical attention. The islanders who greeted him simply stare back with blank, unreadable expressions. The old man then smiles kindly, thanking the doctor for his concern, though his dialect remains thick. Losing his composure for a moment, Amami expresses his frustration at being completely unable to understand them. He quickly apologizes for his outburst, promising he will work hard to understand them by the time he starts. Hearing his sincere promise, the stern expressions of the islanders begin to soften. The elder formally shakes Amami's hand, expressing gratitude on behalf of the entire island for his arrival. One of the younger men laughs, telling him not to mind the village chief's particularly strong accent. The chief proudly explains that they are lucky to have him, and the whole island wanted to welcome him. Amami is visibly touched and overwhelmed by the warmth and sincerity of their welcome. A brief note explains that there are 600 villages without doctors in Japan, a problem that is rarely addressed. Amami promises to learn their way of speaking, and the chief advises the new doctor not to overwork himself. The welcoming party decides to leave for the night, bidding farewell until the storm passes tomorrow. He calls out after them, introducing himself properly and urging them to come see him if they feel sick. Outside, the relentless rain continues to fall, underscoring the exhaustion of his long journey. Exhausted in his new room, Amami decides his first task must be to master the local dialect. He reaches for his bottle of water, still warm from the long and arduous journey. An old humming refrigerator stands in the corner, offering the simple promise of a cold drink. However, as he moves to put the water inside, a strange sensation fills the air. Suddenly, a blinding flash of energy erupts from the sky, engulfing the entire building. Amami is caught in the brilliant light, his body jolting as reality itself seems to tear apart. The scene then shifts abruptly to a dense forest, where a carriage has come to a violent halt. Massive boar-like beasts pulling the cart snort and struggle against their restraints, kicking up dust. A heavy chain is pulled taut, revealing that the convoy is transporting more than just cargo. Armored riders struggle to maintain control over their monstrous mounts while escorting the important vehicle. A young demi-human girl stumbles forward, yanking against the thick chain fastened around her neck. The narrative pauses, allowing the tension of this new, harsh reality to settle in. The captive girl glares with desperate, defiant eyes, her small fangs bared in silent protest. She is suddenly yanked forward, her head whipping back from the brutal force of the pull. A guard perched atop the carriage shouts down at the escort, demanding that they stop. The man leading the captives on the ground roars in frustration, asking what the problem is. He grabs the struggling girl by her hair, asking if she is the one causing the trouble. A line of other chained demi-humans is being forced to walk alongside the main carriage. The guard's attention is suddenly drawn back to the carriage, a look of confusion on his face. From the carriage window, a regal passenger smoking a pipe calmly asks about the halt. The passenger coldly orders the girl killed, stating they neither sell nor release defective goods. The guard looks down at the line of chained demi-humans, acknowledging the grim command. He hesitates for a moment, lamenting the waste after they had gone through the trouble to acquire her. However, a menacing, toothy grin from his master quickly erases any doubt about the order's finality. The guard on the ground looks on with wide, terrified eyes, a single drop of sweat on his brow. Resigned, he drags the girl into the bushes, telling his master to wait while he disposes of her. She trembles on the ground as the guard looms over her, muttering what a shame it is. He raises his sharp spear, preparing to deliver the final fatal blow to the helpless captive. Without warning, a massive winged lion-like monster erupts from the trees, startling the guard. The beast lets out a deafening roar, baring its massive fangs in a display of pure ferocity. Recognizing the creature as a chimera, the guard screams in terror, yelling for the convoy to flee. The girl, now bound with ropes, stares up in absolute horror, shaking uncontrollably at the sight. Ignoring the guards, the chimera lunges directly for her, its powerful jaws wide open. Its enormous paw crashes down with incredible force, aimed directly where the girl was. The scene then cuts away to Dr. Amami, who has mysteriously landed in a strange, dense forest. He sits up, dazed and disoriented, pulling a small twig from his messy hair. Picking up his medical bags, he stands and looks around, completely baffled by his new surroundings. He calls out into the unfamiliar wilderness, asking if there is anyone around to help him. A sudden rustling sound from the undergrowth makes him jump, and he swallows nervously. In the grass, a large slug-like creature is slurping the contents of his discarded water bottle. Amami's shadow falls over a bizarre, slime-like creature wearing a bucket, which is drinking his water. Instead of fear, Amami's eyes sparkle with pure fascination and scientific curiosity at the sight. To test if he is dreaming, he pinches the back of his hand with significant force. The sharp pain registers as his thumb throbs, providing him with a definitive, physical answer. He concludes that since he feels pain, his sensory nerves are functioning properly. This means, from a medical standpoint, that his current bizarre situation is undoubtedly real. Amused, he crouches down, wondering aloud about the creature's biology and how it can drink sports drinks. He holds out the bottle of portal water, and the creature stares at it with its simple eyes. Seeing its interest, he cheerfully offers the rest of the drink to his new companion. As he interacts with the creature, he suddenly realizes this lush forest is definitely not Nishiwajima Island. Just as he processes this, a young girl bound in ropes and chains falls out of the sky. He instinctively catches her, the impact sending them both stumbling backward onto the ground. Stunned, he tries to understand what's happening as her furry ear and a heavy chain hit his face. The girl is gasping for breath, her strange animal-like ears and small fangs now clearly visible. Before he can process her appearance, his medical instincts take over as he notices her abnormal breathing. She looks at him with wide, desperate eyes, her chest heaving as she struggles to draw a breath. She seems to be trying to speak, but her words are lost in wheezing, completely unintelligible to him. He tells her he's sorry he can't understand, but he's a doctor and needs to examine her. Suddenly, the slime creature shoots a jet of liquid from its mouth with surprising force. The small creature bubbles and vibrates intensely, as if it's undergoing some kind of transformation. Utterly baffled by the slime's sudden outburst, Amami remains on the ground next to the girl. With wide, panicked eyes, the girl manages to utter a single desperate word, "Run!" She struggles on the ground, weakly repeating her warning as she gasps for air. From a distance, Amami realizes her words were a warning, but he's unsure what danger she meant. The massive chimera emerges from behind the trees, its enormous form towering over them menacingly. Now understanding the source of her fear, he holds the girl tightly, his face tense. The beast snarls, baring its sharp teeth as it fixes its gaze upon its prey. Amami sweats profusely, his expression a mixture of terror and strained determination. He screams and breaks into a desperate sprint, carrying the girl as the monster attacks. In his frantic escape, his foot suddenly slips on the uneven forest floor, causing him to stumble. The chimera's massive paw slams into the ground right where they were, sending debris flying. Thrown to the ground, Amami looks back to see the creature staggering from an unseen attack. Despite the hit, the monstrous chimera remains standing, glaring at them through the settling dust. He quickly drags the girl to safety behind a large tree root, but she is starting to fade. Her eyes flutter closed as her strength gives out, her body going limp in his arms. Realizing he's out of options, he pulls out a medical penlight, his expression hardening with resolve. He runs into the clearing, shouting and waving the light to draw the creature's attention to himself. The beast's eyes narrow as it locks onto the new target, its focus now solely on him. From her hiding spot, the girl watches with fearful eyes, weakly calling out to him. With the monster in pursuit, he continues his mad dash, leading it away from the injured girl. With a roar, the chimera leaps through the air, its sharp claws aimed directly at Amami. He dodges to the side at the last second, shining his bright penlight at the creature's eyes. Suddenly, an enormous jet of water erupts from the slime, blasting the monstrous beast midair. The powerful stream drenches the chimera, momentarily halting its ferocious assault in a splash. The beast looks back, appearing more confused and annoyed by the watery attack than actually harmed. After a brief pause, the massive creature decides to retreat, turning away from the fight. It quickly vanishes back into the dense forest, leaving a steaming trail in its wake. The small slime creature wobbles proudly, its bucket hat tilted from the force of its attack. Amami thanks his little savior. Realizing its power also let him understand the girl's warning. With the threat gone, he immediately rushes back to the unconscious girl, calling out to her. His expression changes to one of intense focus as he recognizes the severe rash on her skin. He instantly identifies her condition as a severe allergic reaction, likely anaphylaxis, based on the clear symptoms. She is suffering from hives, asthma, and has now lost consciousness, a dangerous combination. He takes her wrist to check for a pulse, but finds the radial artery is non-palpable. His eyes widen in shock, understanding that she is in a critical, life-threatening state. Noting her leg is hurt but not bleeding much, he prioritizes treating the severe allergic reaction. He frantically searches through his medical bag, desperate to find an adrenaline auto-injector quickly. He finds it, pulling out the life-saving epinephrine auto-injector with a look of relief. Without wasting a single moment, he pulls off the safety cap to prepare the injection. A medical text explains that this device is used to temporarily relieve anaphylaxis and prevent shock. With determined eyes, he apologizes in advance, warning that the procedure will hurt a little. He firmly presses the auto-injector against her thigh, administering the life-saving dose of adrenaline. Even in her unconscious state, the girl's face contorts as she lets out a cry of pain. Suddenly, a group of large, beast-like humanoids emerges from the trees, their footsteps heavy on the ground. Startled by their appearance, Amami learns that they are inhabitants from a nearby village. An elderly beastman's eyes go wide with shock and horror as he recognizes the unconscious girl. Three formidable cat-like warriors stand before Amami, demanding to know what he is doing to her. Facing the intimidating villagers, Amami's expression becomes one of unwavering medical resolve. The tense standoff marks a critical turning point as two different worlds collide in the forest. He explains that he is treating her and urgently requests a safe, clean place to continue. The beastmen react with stunned disbelief, repeating the word treatment as if it's an alien concept. With a look of intense sincerity, Amami locks eyes with them and pleads for their cooperation. Convinced by his plea, one of the powerful warriors carefully lifts the girl to carry her. They lead him through the dense foliage to the entrance of their rustic, secluded village. Inside a wooden hut, he lays her on a table and prepares his equipment as the villagers watch. He attaches a pulse oximeter to her finger, a device to measure her blood oxygen saturation. Seeing a reading of 98%, he sighs in relief, knowing he can proceed with a steroid IV. The elder watches in disbelief, thinking her condition is a curse from the forest god. Amami hangs an IV bag from a hook on the wall, calling out to the village chief. The elder stares in awe, concluding that this human must be some kind of powerful magician. Despite the successful treatment, Amami looks on with a troubled expression, sensing something is still wrong. The girl's breathing becomes calm and steady, her expression peaceful as she rests deeply. Amami informs the villagers that her breathing has stabilized, providing a moment of temporary relief. The elder continues to stare in utter astonishment, unable to comprehend the magic he has just witnessed. As the life-saving fluid drips from the IV bag, the atmosphere in the hut remains tense. The steady dripping continues, slowly restoring the girl's strength while she remains unconscious on the table. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, wide with shock and disorientation as she abruptly regains consciousness. Lying on the floor from the commotion, Amami smiles with relief, glad her condition has improved. However, she looks at him with pure hostility, baring her fangs and weakly hissing the word, human. With a burst of adrenaline, she kicks out, trying to push herself away from the doctor. She rips the IV from her arm and lunges away, trying to escape while Amami yells for her to stop. An invisible force zaps her midair, causing her to cry out in pain and confusion. The shock wave throws her and other formerly chained demi-humans violently across the wooden floor. After the chaos subsides, Amami calmly kneels before the girl, who is now wary and exhausted. He gestures to her injured leg, gently asking if she is still feeling any pain. With a kind and reassuring smile, he then asks if she would let him examine her properly. He repeats his gentle request, his expression conveying nothing but sincere, professional concern. Caught off guard by his kindness, the girl's hostile expression softens into one of blushing surprise. Just then, the small slime creature erupts in a massive, swirling cloud of sparkling bubbles. The girl is completely engulfed by the strange, shimmering foam, her face a mask of total shock. The strange bubble bath from the slime creature seems to have calmed the girl down, leaving Amami speechless. After a moment of stunned silence, Amami awkwardly tries to resume his medical examination of the patient. Now much calmer and blushing slightly, the girl looks down and seemingly agrees to let him help her. A voice from outside the hut respectfully asks him to please take care of her now. The scene then shifts to a grand, unfamiliar city, where people discuss matters in an archaic language. Here, an elegant, horned individual with long, flowing hair speaks with a calm yet commanding presence. They place a hand over a wealthy man's afflicted one, which is covered in dark, festering sores. A brilliant, intricate magical aura surrounds them as a powerful healing spell is carefully cast. The dark affliction on the man's hand recedes under the influence of the glowing, divine energy. However, the spell seems to falter as it reaches a more severe affliction on his back. Despite the healing attempt, the man sweats and trembles, still clearly suffering from his ailment. Inside a grand hall, the man thanks the high priestess, explaining he was attacked by a monster. The priestess places a hand over her heart, stating that his profound faith is a feast for her. The camera then pans to a large pile of gold coins, the hefty payment for this divine service. Leaning in close, the priestess laments that had he come sooner, his companion might have been saved. She then coldly states that ultimately, the companion's demise was due to his insufficient faith. The priestess looks out over the city with a detached expression, calling the entire situation a pity. Later, the scene returns to the peaceful Beastmen village, set against a brilliant, starry night sky. Beneath the countless stars, a confident voice from inside the hut declares the treatment complete. The girl sits up and touches her newly bandaged leg, exclaiming in amazement that the pain is gone. A mummy smiles, explaining the anesthesia is working and that her wound will heal quickly with time. Overwhelmed with relief after the successful treatment, the girl timidly offers him her heartfelt thanks. Following her immediate recovery, the atmosphere in the rustic hut shifts as a new conversation begins. Now sitting up on the table, the girl looks directly at Amami and asks if he is a magician. He calmly denies this, explaining he is just a general physician with no such magical abilities. With tears in her eyes, she counters that anesthesia must be a healing magic only humans can use. He gently corrects her, explaining that medicine is not magic and is available for everyone's use. She looks at him with wide, surprised eyes, realizing that anyone can learn to use it. Her hopeful expression then fades as her gaze drops to the heavy slave collar around her neck. She sadly identifies herself as a slave beastman, questioning if such knowledge is accessible to her. He offers a kind and reassuring smile, promising to help her learn if she truly wants to. "Let's do it together," he exclaims, his sudden enthusiasm leaving her completely stunned and speechless. He then formally introduces himself as Yuihito Amami, along with his slime companion, Yuit. The Beastman girl, now much more timid, quietly introduces herself to him as Corona. Amami cheerfully greets Corona, but their introduction is interrupted by the village elder's looming presence. The elder acknowledges that his granddaughter has thankfully recovered from her grave condition. He then thanks Amami, explaining that they can now return her to the slavers when they come back. Hearing this devastating news, Corona begins to tremble, tears of terror streaming down her face. Amami looks at the elder in complete shock, unable to comprehend what he has just heard. Surrounded by armed warriors, the elder explains that she was promised to the village for a price. The elder explains they cannot break their deal, as ignorance of the church's law is no excuse. Corona desperately pleads with her grandfather, questioning his silence in the face of such cruelty. However, Amami declares that he cannot simply ignore someone suffering right in front of his eyes. The elder screams back that in their world, magic is far more valuable than a single life. He warns that if Amami continues to interfere, he and his kind will have to be eliminated. Stunned by this harsh logic, Amami exclaims that their reasoning is completely insane and unacceptable. Suddenly, the massive chimera bursts into the hut, sending the villagers into a state of panic. The beast tears through the village, destroying homes as the inhabitants cry out in terror. A warrior flees with the elder, shouting that the forest god has never attacked them like this. The elder stares in horror, wondering if they have brought a terrible curse upon themselves. Amidst the swirling debris and chaos, his attention turns back to the newly arrived human. Amami bravely stands his ground, confronting the enraged, rampaging monster face to face in the wreckage. Corona, hiding behind him, wonders why the ferocious beast has not yet attacked the doctor. A sudden realization dawns on Amami as he observes the creature's behavior more closely. He notices the chimera's true target and shouts a warning to Yuit, who is in its path. Amami watches in confusion as the events unfold in an unexpected, puzzling way. The small slime creature stands its ground defiantly, letting out a determined little squeak. Instead of attacking, the chimera looks down at the tiny slime with a curious, non-aggressive gaze. Then Amami spots a large bloody stake in the monster's side, realizing the source of its pain. A single drop of sweat rolls down his cheek as his medical instincts take over the situation. Interrupting the terrified villagers, Amami shouts that he has a proposal to resolve the situation. Standing before the enormous monster, he declares his intention to make a deal with everyone. He promises to handle the rampaging beast if they agree to let him and Corona leave. One of the warriors scoffs at the idea of trusting a human's proposition in their crisis. However, the elder looks at the destruction and accepts the deal, agreeing to pay the price. With the agreement made, Amami's expression shifts to one of intense focus as he prepares to act. He cautiously approaches the chimera, touching its thick fur to see if an incision is possible. The massive creature lets out a low growl of pain, but allows the doctor to remain close. The village chief watches in disbelief as Amami and Corona stand before the so-called forest god. Amami states his clear intention. He will surgically remove the object piercing the creature's side. The villagers are horrified. thinking it's an unforgivable sin for anyone to touch their deity. Turning to his new companion, Amami calmly asks Corona if she would be willing to assist. Filled with a new sense of purpose, she enthusiastically accepts, eager to help him. He explains to the elder that he cannot refuse his duty to provide care when asked. The chief continues to look on with a baffled expression, not understanding this sense of obligation. Amami states he will treat anyone in need, whether they are a villain or a god. He begins his preparations for the delicate procedure by opening a bottle of sterile saline solution. With a reassuring smile, he simply declares to them, "Because I am a doctor." As the first step, Corona carefully pours the solution to begin cleaning the massive wound. The chimera roars in agony as the saline makes contact with its raw, injured flesh. The chimera thrashes in pain, startling the villagers as Amami and Corona stand firm before it. The massive beast and its snake-like tail roar in surprise as they are suddenly drenched in water. Yet the slime unleashes a powerful torrent, soaking the creature and the surrounding area completely. Amami thanks his small companion for the help, but gently asks it to be a little less forceful. He then injects lidocaine into the beast's flank to numb the area around the deep wound. Following the anesthetic, he administers midazolam, a powerful sedative to calm the agitated creature. With the sedative taking effect, the massive chimera finally collapses, falling into a deep slumber. Now that the patient is stable, Amami pulls out a sharp, clean razor for the next step. He grabs a large tuft of the monster's thick fur, preparing to shave the surgical site. Acknowledging the infection risk, he shaves the area, needing a clear view for the delicate incision. The shaved patch reveals the true extent of the injury, with the wooden stake deeply embedded. A metal band with rivets is visible on the stake, confirming it is a man-made weapon. He explains to Corona that the spearhead has broken off like a fishhook, making direct removal impossible. Lamenting the lack of an operating room, he uses his sleeve as a makeshift mask and resolves to proceed. Following his instructions, Corona carefully applies povidone iodine to disinfect the area around the wound. A medical note explains that this solution is a common topical antiseptic used for surgical preparation. Amami then carefully places a sterile surgical drape over the wound to create a clean operating field. He calls out to Corona for the next instrument, and she responds with an attentive yes. He shows her a scalpel and blade, instructing her to attach it without touching the sharp edge. With focused determination, Corona acknowledges the critical task, her eye wide with concentration. He holds up a pair of forceps, a specialized tool used for attaching and removing scalpel blades. Warning her to be careful with the sharp blade, he hands the instrument and scalpel to Corona. Following his instructions, she carefully uses the forceps to grasp and align the new scalpel blade. With a final, precise movement, the blade clicks securely into place on the handle. Proudly, she hands the fully assembled scalpel to Amami, announcing that her task is complete. Taking the tool, he tells Corona that he will now perform the treatment on the creature alone. Surprised by this, she looks at him with a shocked expression, asking what her role is now. He turns to the wary villagers, stating that he has an important favor to ask of them. He requests that they wash their injuries and apply pressure, promising to examine them all afterward. Corona looks down, thinking his request is unreasonable after the chaos and destruction they just endured. However, her expression suddenly hardens with a newfound sense of resolve and purpose. She springs into action, shouting to the villagers that she will prepare the necessary water and cloths. As she runs to gather supplies, Amami offers a quiet but sincere word of thanks. Now fully prepared, Amami turns to his patient and announces the start of the extraction surgery. Later inside a hut, Corona asks the village elder to tell her more about the forest god. The elder explains that their ability to live in the forest is entirely due to its divine protection. He elaborates that its claws and fangs are what ward off curses and bring blessings to them. Overhearing their conversation during the operation, Amami questions the elder's mention of a curse. The elder confirms that anyone who touches the forest god will be afflicted by its powerful curse. The chapter concludes with a warning that one must never approach the forest god during its slumber. Amami mentally compares the embedded spearhead to a barbed fishhook, which cannot be simply pulled out. A diagram illustrates the usual method for removing a fishhook, a technique impossible for this large spear. Therefore, he concludes the only way is to make an incision to expose and free the barb. With the scalpel held steady in his gloved hand, he prepares to perform the delicate surgical procedure. He makes the initial incision into the chimera's tough hide, right next to the embedded spear. His eyes are narrowed in concentration as he identifies the exact location of the spear's hidden barb. With a steady hand, he carefully continues to cut through the thick skin of the massive beast. The sharp blade successfully slices through the hide, creating a path to the embedded object. Relieved that the skin's toughness was manageable, he confirms the initial incision is a success. His expression is one of pure focus as he prepares to cut deeper toward the embedded spearhead. He delicately works the scalpel deeper into the wound, cutting the tissue around the wooden shaft. The scalpel makes a distinct metallic sound as its tip finally makes contact with the hidden barb. A small amount of blood wells up as the tip of the blade successfully reaches the spearhead. His eye is wide with concentration, having reached the most critical point of the entire operation. The successful incision has now fully exposed the dangerous, barbed tip of the embedded weapon. With the path cleared, he internally pleads that the spear doesn't snag on anything during removal. He begins to carefully push the entire spear out from the other side of the massive wound. The night sky, with its two distinct moons, hangs over the tense and unprecedented surgical procedure. Watching from a distance, the villagers murmur amongst themselves, unable to see the details clearly. One villager makes a grim statement: "If their god cannot be saved, then it must be killed." The elder grimly states that even if the human saves their god, he will surely be cursed. However, Corona returns with medical supplies, calling out to her stunned grandfather with renewed purpose. She declares her intention to treat everyone's wounds, including his, with a determined expression. Touched and shamed by her resolve, the elder looks on with a complex emotional expression. With the spearhead fully exposed, Amami steels himself for the final, difficult step of extraction. He mentally prepares for the next phase of the procedure, knowing the incision will need suturing later. Now fully garbed in makeshift surgical attire, he reaches for the necessary tools from his medical kit. A set of sterile hemostats lies ready on the surgical tray, prepared for clamping blood vessels. With gloved hands, Amami gets a firm, steady grip on the rough wooden shaft of the spear. His knuckles turn white as he tightens his grip, preparing to pull with all of his strength. He puts his entire body into the effort, and the deeply embedded spear finally begins to move. Both Amami and Corona's eyes are wide with shock and exertion as the spear is pulled free. The massive creature convulses as the weapon is fully removed, throwing the doctor backward. After the violent spasm, the chimera's expression becomes peaceful as it returns to its deep sleep. Amami stumbles back, shaken but unharmed, trying to catch his breath after the immense effort. Looking at the extracted spear, he realizes it must have been embedded while the beast was sleeping. He wraps the spear shaft with a cloth for a better grip, preparing for the final extraction. With extreme care, he begins to cautiously maneuver the barbed tip out of the deep wound. A spray of dark blood erupts as the barbed spearhead is finally pulled completely free. However, a warrior grabs the elder, telling Corona to stop her pretense, calling her a mere slave. The elder admits with a pained expression that his own granddaughter has indeed been enslaved. Looking down with a somber expression, Corona begins to respond to her grandfather's painful admission. She then looks up with fierce determination, declaring that because she knows pain, she must help. The armed warriors stand silently, their stern expressions showing they are considering her passionate plea. One villager notes the oddity of the situation, mentioning his own bleeding arm needs attention. The other villagers turn their attention to their chief, awaiting his final, difficult decision. After a moment of heavy silence, the elder seems to reach a conclusion about their next move. He finally agrees to her request, and the villagers now stand united behind Corona's compassionate resolve. Meanwhile, the bloody barbed spearhead is carefully and slowly pulled free from the deep wound. The metal tip slides through the flesh, its sharp edges scraping against the sides of the incision. With a final heavy pull, Amami exhales in relief, announcing the successful removal of the spear. However, his relief is short-lived, as the wound suddenly erupts in a torrent of dark blood. A massive arterial spray covers Amami completely as blood gushes uncontrollably from the deep puncture. The extracted spearhead clatters to the ground, forgotten amidst the sudden, life-threatening hemorrhage. Covered in blood, Amami realizes with horror that the spear must have severed a major artery. He desperately reaches for his surgical tray, shouting for gauze to apply immediate and firm pressure. The villagers watch in shock, exclaiming at the sheer volume of blood pouring from their god. Corona and her grandfather look on with wide, terrified eyes, clutching a piece of cloth helplessly. Amami grabs a thick wad of sterile gauze, preparing to staunch the catastrophic bleeding with his hands. He presses the gauze directly into the gushing wound, his entire body splattered with fresh blood. A hand plunges deep inside the bloody wound, grasping something pale and fleshy within the creature. With a squelching sound, a large, round, blood-soaked object is pulled out from the deep cavity. The surgeon's wide, horrified eyes reflect the visceral reality of the operation as blood splatters his face. He now must focus his attention on the source of the bleeding, pressing down to staunch it. Holding the removed mass, the surgeon stares intently, assessing the object he just extracted from the patient. He lets out a heavy breath, his face still covered in blood, clearly exhausted from the intense procedure. A concerned young girl with cat ears rushes forward, anxiously asking if he is all right after his efforts. An old man vehemently stops her, yelling for her not to interfere with the sacred process involving the forest god. The surgeon reassures her, saying he is fine, and thanking Corone for her concern, ready to continue. Despite his words, a bead of sweat rolls down his temple, his eye wide with focus. The surroundings begin to darken inexplicably, casting a deep shadow over the entire operating area. Looking up, he sees the sky is not filled with clouds, but something much darker and more ominous. Meanwhile, the wound continues to bleed profusely, dripping blood steadily as the situation grows more dire. Thick, dark droplets of blood fall to the ground, forming viscous puddles that spread across the floor. The surgeon looks up with a grim expression as mysterious specks begin to rain down from above. Corone speaks up, asking for a light and insisting that she must help with the procedure. She warns that medical treatment cannot be performed while they are in such close proximity to the forest god. A memory surfaces of a smiling boy's words, encouraging her that anyone can learn to use their abilities. With newfound determination reflected in her eye, she resolves that they will do it together now. Corone then turns to the old man with a serious expression and apologizes for what she is about to do. Announcing her intention to help, Corone walks toward the massive beast with a glowing light. Her brave declaration hangs in the tense air of the dark, silent forest. She runs to the surgeon with a torch, who thanks her and asks for her assistance. Startled but determined, Corone quickly agrees to help him with the critical procedure. He directs her to the surgical tray, asking for the curved forceps used to stop bleeding. She correctly identifies the curved hemostatic forceps and presents them to the surgeon for inspection. Impressed that she understood, the surgeon confirms that she picked the correct surgical tool. After taking the forceps, he prepares to use them while instructing her on the next step. He now tells her to pick up the stick-like object, a penlight, from the tray. Recognizing the magical tool, she activates it and agrees to shine its light into the wound. Illuminated by the penlight, he uses the forceps to clamp the source of the arterial bleeding. The bleeding finally stops as the clamp holds firm, deep within the creature's massive wound. Watching his deft work, Corone is filled with awe and exclaims how amazing his skills are. With the bleeding controlled, the surgeon states they can now resume the rest of the treatment. Noticing he is covered in blood, Corone anxiously asks if he's all right while standing nearby. The patient, the forest god, speaks, stating that despite the lack of hygiene, they must proceed. The surgeon recalls his professional duty, reaffirming that a doctor never abandons their patient. Inspired by his unwavering resolve, Corone steels herself and says, "Let's continue." He then begins suturing, skillfully weaving the needle and thread to close the large wound. The needle pierces the flesh in a close-up view, pulling the edges of the incision together. The surgeon pulls the suture thread, drawing the edges of the deep wound closer together. He cinches the thread tightly, securing the first crucial stitch around the bleeding vessel. With the bleeding stopped, he explains that if the stitch loosens, the bleeding will start again. His hands then move with practiced speed, expertly manipulating instruments to tie a secure surgical knot. He carefully forms a loop around the forceps, preparing to ligate the vessel permanently. With a swift, decisive pull, the surgeon tightens the knot, securing the tissue inside. He remains intensely focused, ensuring the ligature is perfectly placed to prevent any further hemorrhaging. After snipping the excess thread, he confirms the vessel ligation is complete and the danger has passed. Satisfied with his work, he declares that the hemostatic forceps are now no longer needed. He lets out a relieved breath, telling a smiling Corone that the patient is stable for now. However, before closing the outer wound, he must clean the skin and place a drain. Turning to the onlookers, he asks Corone to stay with him just a little longer. Corone responds with a firm and ready yes, prepared to see the procedure through to its end. Among the villagers, a robed figure watches the entire operation with silent, stoic intensity. With the final stitches in place and a drain set, he contemplates the difficult post-operative care required. As birds begin to chirp in the trees, the first light of dawn breaks through the dark forest. Corone offers him a drink, remarking on how exhausted he must be after the long night's work. He gratefully accepts, smiling as he thanks her and acknowledges the forest god's endurance. The massive forest god slowly opens its eye, signifying the successful completion of the surgery. As the sun fully rises, a final declaration confirms that the long, arduous procedure is now over. Exhausted from the successful operation, the surgeon collapses as the now stable forest god looks on. Afterward, he begins to wash his hands and equipment vigorously in the flowing river water. Corone finds him by the river, where he explains he must wash the blood off after the surgery. He mentions the danger of viral infections from the blood, realizing it is now time to depart. The term virus is unfamiliar to Corone, who looks back at him with a questioning gaze. Her confusion makes him realize that such medical concepts might not exist in this strange world. He suddenly wades through the water, moving directly toward the still confused cat girl. Apologizing, he gently but firmly holds her face, examining her eyes with great professional concern. He insists her eyes must also be washed, though she protests, saying it will be painful. A small creature explains that infection can occur through the eyes, urging her to endure it. After she rinses her eyes, he praises her bravery, knowing the risks of blood-borne pathogens. Later, he shivers while bathing in a tub, remarking a proper bath is better than a cold river. Crone explains that only human nobles possess such luxuries as private baths in their large manors. He thoughtfully considers her words, repeating nobles, as he processes this new societal information. Suddenly determined, Crone grabs him, insisting he must also be cleaned of any potential virus. She forcefully pushes him backward into the water, sending him splashing into the clear stream. His mind is made up. He resolves to take Crone with him on his journey from the village. Inside a rustic hut, he finds the village elder sitting quietly and smoking a long pipe. Kneeling respectfully before the elder, the surgeon explains that he wishes to speak with him. The elder understands but warns that the humans who hunted Crone could return to find her again. The elder listens with a grave expression, contemplating the surgeon's request and the village's future. He then reveals Crone's tragic past. Her mother died in childbirth, and her father was killed while hunting. The surgeon soberly reflects that childbirth and even gathering food are life-threatening events in this world. He recalls how in his own world, medical advancements drastically reduced the once high rates of maternal mortality. Bowing his head, the elder concedes that this is simply the harsh reality of life in their village. Without a healing mage, their situation is grim, a difficult circumstance still found in other isolated places. He explains their village is small and vulnerable, eventually destined to be overtaken by encroaching humans. Therefore, he sadly concludes that it might be her fate to leave with the surgeon for a better life. Meanwhile, Crone waits just outside the hut, gazing thoughtfully out at the familiar village surroundings. She then enters and approaches her grandfather, placing a reassuring hand on his arm with deep concern. The elder clenches his fist, lamenting that despite doing everything he could for the village, he feels only regret. Hearing the old man's despair, the surgeon's expression hardens with renewed determination and empathy. He remembers his own past, recalling a core belief that no one deserves to be abandoned or given up on. With unwavering conviction in his eye, he firmly states that there is always a way forward. He tells the elder that he doesn't have to shoulder all the village's burdens alone. Crone then gently calls out to her grandfather, drawing his full and undivided attention. Kneeling before him, she makes a solemn promise that she will one day return to this village. Her heartfelt and unexpected declaration leaves the elder wide-eyed and utterly speechless with surprise. She explains she must repay the village and the forest god for saving her life. To achieve this, she declares her intention to assist the magic user, a plan he happily accepts. With a determined smile, Corona promises to return after learning to heal everyone's injuries and illnesses. The village elder's eyes widen in absolute shock, completely stunned by his granddaughter's declaration. Amami then turns to the chief, asking where he might find the necessary tools to begin treatment. The elder hesitantly suggests that such things might be found in the land of humans. However, Amami senses that the human countries in this world will be completely alien to him. The chief's greater concern is finding a safe place for Corona, away from her pursuers. Amami then asks if there is a place where many different species are able to coexist peacefully. The scene shifts to a breathtaking view of a colossal tree city, known as the Elven Kingdom. Intricate architecture is carved directly into the massive trunk and branches of the world tree. A huge crowd gathers on a wide causeway, indicating a significant event is about to take place. From a high balcony, a group of elegant elf women observe the massive gathering below them. Meanwhile, a trio of stern elven soldiers stand at attention, providing security for the occasion. A shadowed figure announces the arrival of two mages sent from another nation to assist them. The delegation of mages appears, consisting of a man, a girl, and a horned individual. The horned mage looks on with a confident gaze, declaring that they will begin the treatment. The elven queen Melina and Princess Yun explain that only humans can wield healing magic. Princess Yun bows her head respectfully, formally requesting the mages to proceed with their task. The horned individual smiles warmly, acknowledging that the elves' faith in them is well placed. Queen Melina, however, thinks bitterly about how healing magic has become a mere political tool. The mages understand, for there are far too many injuries and illnesses that only magic can treat. As the mages arrive, the elves lament their own lack of healing power. Back in the forest, Amami and Corona are given a heartfelt send-off by the entire village. One of the warriors expresses his gratitude, thankful that the difficult situation is finally over. The other villagers enthusiastically promise to continue following his advice on cleaning wounds and washing hands. Hearing this, a mummy is moved and offers them a wide, genuine smile. Before they depart, the village elder addresses the Lord Mage one last time. He directs them down a path leading to a territory where many different species coexist peacefully. Amami gratefully accepts the advice, thanking the elder for the crucial directions. The elder then turns to his granddaughter, offering some final words of guidance for her journey. He instructs her to refer to Amami as master outside the village for their safety. Corona blushes deeply, but agrees with a huge, cheerful smile, showing her sharp fangs. The title makes Amami incredibly flustered, as he finds the idea of being called master embarrassing. With a final wave to the cheering crowd, the duo officially begins their new journey. The elder watches his granddaughter leave, his face a mask of complex and deep emotions. All the villagers, young and old, wave goodbye with warm and supportive smiles. The men of the village raise their fists in the air in a final, boisterous farewell. However, after they leave, a lingering sense of concern remains among some of the villagers. A feeling of unease hangs in the air, hinting at a potential complication. Later, Amami tells Corona he wanted to check the forest god's wound, but the creature was gone. He worries that without continued observation, the wound could fester and become dangerously infected. As they walk, the massive forest god suddenly emerges from behind a tree, surprising them. The beast's eyes lock onto Amami, and it seems to call out directly to him. Realizing the creature was waiting for a checkup, Amami rushes to its side to examine it. He is astonished to find the wound has already closed, with fur beginning to grow back. His medical curiosity is piqued, finding its rapid healing to be an incredibly fascinating case study. The creature gently taps him with its snake-like tail, as if offering a quiet apology. Amami explains that they must leave now, wishing the creature well and telling it to be careful. However, as they turn to depart, the massive beast gets up and begins to follow them. Stunned by this development, Amami asks if it actually intends to join them on their journey. The creature looks back with a determined expression, seemingly confirming its intent to accompany them. The massive beast then affectionately nuzzles against a very surprised Amami, sealing its decision. Amami pets its fur, questioning if it is truly okay for the forest god to leave. He decides it's fine, resolving they can travel together to prevent it from being attacked again. Meanwhile, perched on the beast's head, Yut the slime vibrates with apparent jealousy and indignation. Amami notices and gently pets the little slime, apologizing for neglecting it for a moment. Suddenly, Corona tackles him from behind in a tearful hug, also vying for his attention. He comforts her as well, gently stroking her hair as she cries into his shoulder. Now a party of 4, they happily continue their journey into the unknown, but not lonely world. The scene then returns to the elf kingdom, where a subordinate asks to speak with the mage. Equals. His companion, Cullen interjects with a stern expression, calling it more of a warning than a talk. Eccles explains that the wise, long-lived inhabitants of the Tree City must be carefully monitored. He orders that the treatment must be halted immediately if they hoard any of the healing magic. He proudly proclaims that humans owe their entire civilization to the healing magic bestowed upon them alone. This exclusive power led directly to the prosperity and architectural grandeur of their great nation. Through it, they also gained the unwavering respect and adoration of the common people. Below, various non-human races walk the city streets under the watchful eyes of armored human guards. The sprawling city stands as a glittering testament to their absolute dominance through magical means. Kula Nelson then poses a critical question. What if their magic were to leak to other countries? A flash shows the blissful and unaware human populace, cheering and celebrating their privileged lives. With a cold, calculating gaze, Eccles begins to outline the severe consequences of such a leak. For the safety of their nation, their response would need to be swift and absolute. Any such nation would be instantly wiped from the map, a chilling thought. The narrative then shifts to an ancient tapestry, revealing the origins of magic in this world. A mural depicts a divine being granting the miracle of healing to humanity, who fled from demons. When plagues devastated the world, humans became the most numerous race wielding this unique healing power. This led them to believe they were God's regents, the rightful rulers of the entire earth. The story woven into the tapestry continues, revealing a different side to the divine gifts. God also shared miracles with those who did not desire them, not just the humans. To the other races facing extinction due to their weakness, God decided to grant a different power. This was the gift of knowledge, the ability to comprehend and bend the very laws of the world. Thus begins a story of how General Physician Yuhito Amami brings the light of medicine to a new world. Back in the Elven Kingdom, Eccles turns to his companion, asking Kula Nelson if he understands the situation. Kulanelson sweats with frustration, exclaiming that their magic and potions are useless, making the task impossible. His companion, Saya, stares in disbelief, questioning if they are truly abandoning their mission to the elves. She warns that if they leave now, it could be seen as an act of war, and they would be blamed. He grits his teeth, fully aware of the dire consequences awaiting them in this worst-case scenario. Regardless, he decides they must leave immediately, as he has no intention of getting killed over this. Meanwhile, in a grand hall within the World Tree, the Elven Queen sits solemnly upon her throne. She appears deeply troubled, her hand covering her mouth as she contemplates the difficult circumstances. Suddenly, Princess Yun runs frantically toward her mother, shouting that there is terrible news to report. With a panicked expression, she breathlessly announces that the human healing mages have run away. The queen remains on her throne, her stoic composure barely masking the gravity of the unfolding crisis. A wave of exhaustion washes over her regal features as she presses a hand to her forehead. Princess Yun insists that they must immediately inform them about the mage's sudden departure. With newfound resolve in her eyes, Queen Melina agrees, stating that she will deliver the message herself. Her message is for two stern horned men who stand guard before an ornate and imposing door. The queen approaches, offering a sincere apology before delivering her unfortunate but necessary report to them. One of the men reacts with anger, stating they were on the verge of being deceived. From behind the heavy doors, a powerful voice echoes with a single command. Inside, a council of powerful horned figures awaits, one of whom calmly greets the Elven Queen. The Elven Queen and Princess stand before the council, their expressions grim and filled with apprehension. One of the horned figures bares his sharp teeth, aggressively demanding to know how they failed him. Meanwhile, back in the peaceful forest, Amami is performing a final check on the chimera's wound. With a pair of surgical scissors, he carefully snips one of the large suture threads. He then gently pulls the thread free from the creature's rapidly healing skin and fur. Amami declares the treatment complete, apologizing that he had to shave a bit more of its fur. The massive beast responds by giving him a huge, slobbery lick right across his entire face. Corona, meanwhile, strikes a confident pose on a log, declaring she's still feeling completely fine. Amami explains that her recovery is normal, but the chimera's is what's truly extraordinary. She then curiously brings up the term he used before, asking about the case report again. The chimera's snaketail explains it's for telling people how a disease was cured. Shocked such knowledge is shared. Suddenly, the snaketail whips around and smacks Corona hard, sending her flying. She looks up in a daze, the powerful blow having struck her heavy slave collar directly. The thick metal links shatter, and the broken chain falls heavily to the ground. Amami realizes with a smile that the creature broke her collar, an unexpected act of kindness. The snake-like tail then seems to apologize for accidentally hitting her leg during the earlier fight. Overcome with joy and relief, Corona's face lights up, sparkling with pure, unadulterated happiness. She joyfully hugs the snake-tail, thanking the forest god as the creature smiles contentedly. However, yet the slime begins to bounce frantically on Amami's shoulder, clearly feeling left out. The little creature slaps his cheek repeatedly, and he wonders what's causing the commotion this time. Suddenly, a young elf girl is seen fleeing through the woods from a pack of monstrous bird-like creatures. The ferocious beasts, a cross between wolves and birds, charge after her with relentless aggression. She is knocked down but manages to erect a glowing magical barrier to defend against the attack. However, one of the creatures breaks through her shield, viciously biting down on her head. The rest of the monstrous pack continues to swarm forward, closing in on their injured prey. Now completely surrounded, the elf girl finds herself trapped and hopelessly outnumbered by the monsters. With tears in her eyes, she laments her terrible luck, determined to get the healing mages back. The entire pack of creatures then lunges forward in a final, overwhelming, and brutal assault. Without warning, the massive chimera crashes down, with Amami and Corona riding safely on its back. The attacking creatures are sent flying, scattered by the sheer earth-shaking force of the chimera's landing. From atop the beast, Amami calls down to the elf girl, expressing his concern for her injuries. The elf girl's eye widens with a flicker of recognition as she looks up at her saviors. She stares in disbelief, recognizing the forest god, but questioning the human and beastmen accompanying it. Her strength finally gives out, and she collapses forward, succumbing to her grievous wounds. In a blur of motion, someone leaps from the chimera to catch her as she falls. Amami slides to a stop on the ground, having successfully caught the unconscious elf in his arms. He holds her gently, breathing a quiet sigh of relief that he reached her in time. Corona asks what to do, and Amami immediately responds that he must treat her injuries at once. As he begins his examination, his hand hovers over her head, his expression suddenly changing. Nearby, you at the slime has plopped into a patch of flowers, observing the scene with simple curiosity. Amami decides to begin treatment, starting with the elf girl's most severe head wound first. He pulls out a bottle of sterile saline solution to thoroughly clean the deep bite wound. He carefully flushes the gash on her head with the solution to remove any dirt or debris. After cleaning the wound, he applies a sterile gauze pad to begin controlling the bleeding. Amami and Corona watch with concerned expressions, assessing the gravity of her current condition. The narrative pauses briefly, allowing the tension of the medical emergency to settle in. Observing the blood-soaked gauze, he determines that a special epinephrine-laced anesthetic is required. He then calls out to Corona, who immediately responds, ready to assist him with the procedure. He explains the medicine is xylocaine with epinephrine, which will numb the pain and reduce bleeding. With a steady hand, he carefully draws the necessary anesthetic into a clean syringe. He then prepares to inject the local anesthetic directly into the scalp around the wound. The needle pierces her skin as he begins to administer the numbing medication to the area. Corona watches the delicate procedure with wide eyes, a mix of apprehension and awe on her face. He once again applies firm pressure to the wound after administering the local anesthetic. He waits for a moment, letting the vasoconstrictor take full effect on the damaged blood vessels. He lifts the pad, confirming with satisfaction that the bleeding has finally been successfully controlled. Corona stares in pure astonishment, amazed at how quickly his advanced methods have worked. For the next step, he pulls out a surgical skin stapler to close the large scalp laceration. He carefully positions the device, noting its use is prohibited near bone or major nerves. With a firm press, the first surgical staple is driven into place, beginning to close the wound. The final staple clicks into place, neatly closing the deep laceration on her scalp. Corona is amazed at how easily the wound was closed, but Amami notes it was a shallow injury. With the immediate treatment complete, 3 metal staples now hold the wound together neatly. He then reflects on his dwindling medical supplies, wondering how he will manage going forward. A moment of silence passes as the weight of their precarious situation begins to set in. Lying in the field of flowers, the injured elf girl finally begins to regain consciousness. She sits up in a daze, touching her head as she tries to recall what happened to her. As she gets to her feet, she is met by the curious gaze of the massive chimera. Amami and Corona greet her with cheerful smiles, relieved to see that she is finally awake. However, a sharp jolt of pain shoots through her head as she touches the tender, stapled wound. Corona warns her not to touch it, while Amami explains it's just first aid, not fully healed. She is amazed the bleeding has stopped, though Amami admits it may leave a small scar. He offers her a kind but apologetic smile for the less-than-perfect outcome of the procedure. The elf looks at the human in confusion, wondering how he stopped such heavy bleeding. With a look of awe and disbelief, she asks if he is also a powerful healing magician. Her intense gaze remains fixed on him, awaiting an answer that could explain his incredible skill. Completely taken aback by the question, Amami stammers, unsure of how to properly respond to her. Corona proudly interjects, declaring him the greatest healing magician among all humans. He simply smiles, stating that he will always do his best to help anyone who is in need. His sincere and humble declaration leaves the elf girl utterly speechless, her eyes wide with surprise. The elf explains that relying on the forest god is far better than praying to any church. She then drops to her knees, desperately begging the healing magician to please save her people. Her companion looks on in disbelief, shocked by the sudden plea and Amami's unexpected acceptance. With a kind smile, Amami agrees to help and simply asks where he needs to go. Overwhelmed by his kindness, the elf girl's eyes fill with large tears of pure, unbridled relief. Wiping her tears away, her expression hardens with a newfound sense of determination and hope. She formally requests that he come to her country to treat a terrible, blood-vomiting disease. The name of the illness, blood-vomiting disease, instantly captures Amami's professional attention and concern. Corona recalls a similar sickness in her village, describing stomach pain, bloody vomit, and black excrement. Amami deduces the symptoms point to upper gastrointestinal bleeding, which he believes he can treat. Without hesitation, he stands and declares they must depart at once to examine the patients. Turning to his large companion, he asks if it would be willing to fly them there again. The massive chimera roars with enthusiastic agreement, more than happy to provide them with transportation. With their new elven companion, the group gets securely seated on the beast's back for takeoff. In a powerful burst of energy, the chimera launches itself into the sky with immense speed. They soar high above the vast forest, gaining a breathtaking view of the world below them. In the distance, the magnificent city built within the colossal world tree comes into view. The entire group stares in absolute awe and wonder at the incredible sight before their eyes. The chapter comes to a close, promising more adventures in the next exciting monthly issue. Back in the council room, a subordinate questions if the young elf will truly succeed in bringing him back. A vision appears of the elven queen in chains, her captor predicting she will come willingly. Another figure with a sinister grin then threatens to completely destroy her and her entire country. The queen's eyes fill with tears as she desperately whispers her daughter's name. The scene shifts to a memory of a smiling colleague, mentioning how scary a certain doctor can be. This is followed by a memory of a mammy himself beaming with a wide, confident smile. A concerned man looks up at the sky, grimly noting that it is about to rain again. His younger companion then warns the doctor to be careful as well, his expression serious. The ground of a familiar town is split by a massive chasm, as someone wonders where Amami has gone. Back in the present, the chimera descends from the sky, flying towards the elven kingdom. Its massive paw touches down gently on the grand stone causeway leading to the castle. The elf girl proudly presents her home, a magnificent castle where the afflicted are waiting for help. Her solemn companion, however, looks down with a pained and somewhat guilty expression on her face. She then turns to Amami, beginning to explain a difficult and sensitive situation to him. She apologizes profusely, admitting that what they've done is unfair to the healing magician. Corona, completely lost, asks her master what this unexpected apology is all about. Amami, however, seems completely mesmerized, his eyes sparkling with pure fascination at the new sights. Corona's attention is suddenly drawn to the end of the long path, her expression shifting to surprise. Amami and his companions look up, their faces filled with shock at an approaching group. An imposing delegation approaches from the castle, including the queen, now in chains, and her sinister captors. The companion's eyes are wide with recognition and fear as she realizes who these people are. The group is stopped in their tracks by the imposing figures blocking their path forward. The sharp-toothed leader, Alex, sneers as the captive queen desperately calls out her daughter's name. Princess Yun kneels before him, pleading for her mother's release now that she has returned with a magician. Alex snarls with pure contempt, dismissing her words as nothing but foolish lies and deception. He continues his tirade, questioning how he could possibly trust their confusing and unreliable promises. Yun cries out in disbelief, asking how he could dare take their souls after they fulfilled their end. She explains that the forest god merely gave them a ride, but the beast looks utterly baffled. With a menacing grin, Alec points an accusing finger, declaring that they have broken their contract. Yun's eye widens in terror as she begins to comprehend the true danger of their situation. Queen Melina's gaze is filled with despair, understanding the dire implications of this broken promise. Alec's face contorts with rage, screaming that for their betrayal, death is the only possible outcome. The princess is rendered speechless, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror at his threat. However, the queen speaks up, acknowledging their protection, but insisting that they broke the contract first. Yun passionately defends their actions, declaring they provided everything in their power as fair payment. She questions the cruelty of taking her mother hostage despite their faithful and honest efforts. With righteous fury, she proclaims they have no right to speak of justice while refusing to listen. Her captors stand unmoved by her impassioned plea, their expressions cold and utterly indifferent. Alec's face twists into a manic, unsettling grin as he mockingly repeats the word livelihood. A single drop of sweat rolls down Yun's cheek as she braces for his twisted response. His eye glows ominously as he questions what a life is worth if they can't even heal themselves. Stunned into silence, Princess Yun can only stammer, unable to form a coherent response to his accusation. Alec mockingly agrees, stating that it is indeed discrimination and they are happy to trample them. Listening intently, Amami realizes with a grim expression that this is all because of the humans. Alec continues his tirade, ranting about how humans enjoy their lives without a care for their suffering. He screams that since his people only know pain and death, he will never forgive the elves. With a furious roar, he unleashes a powerful aura, promising to bring them pain and death. His body erupts in a massive wave of destructive energy as he lunges forward to attack. Amami can only watch in absolute terror, his eyes wide with shock at the sudden, violent outburst. Princess Yun is frozen in fear, her expression a mask of pure horror and disbelief. A massive, blinding explosion of power erupts at the center of the Grand Causeway. The force of the blast knocks back the queen and her captors, who shield themselves from the shockwave. Amami and his companions are also thrown by the impact, struggling to stay on their feet. The princess's eye widens in shock as she witnesses the source of the incredible power. From within the settling dust, a menacing voice vows to burn them all to the bone. An enormous, terrifying black dragon emerges from the smoke, towering over the entire scene. Amami falls backward in sheer terror, stammering the word dragon in utter disbelief. Corona's eyes reflect the massive beast as she too cries out the word dragon. The dragon's mouth glows as it telepathically challenges the human to try and heal it. It then unleashes a devastating beam of pure, destructive energy directly from its gaping maw. The powerful energy blast carves a path of destruction straight towards Amami and his companions. As the dragon attacks, Yuit the slime leaps forward to intercept the deadly energy blast. The small creature bravely absorbs the full force of the devastating attack into its gelatinous body. It then unleashes the absorbed energy in a massive, swirling torrent of water back at the dragon. The powerful black dragon looks on with an expression of pure, utter shock and disbelief. Engulfed by the watery counterattack, it cries out in confusion at the unexpected turn of events. The resulting tidal wave of bubbles and water completely drenches everyone on the causeway. The scene pauses for a moment, letting the shocking aftermath of the slime's attack settle in. Soaked but safe, Amami gratefully thanks his little slime companion for its timely intervention. Taking advantage of the opening, the enraged chimera leaps forward to battle the massive dragon. The two colossal beasts clash in a flurry of claws and teeth, their battle shaking the ground. Alex snarls with pure fury, enraged that a mere human dares to interfere with his plans. Amidst the chaos and swirling dust, a single calm voice calls out to the combatants. Amami stands his ground, raising his hand to get the attention of the warring beasts. The chimera and the dragon both pause their fight, turning to look at the lone human. He calmly interrupts the battle, asking which one of them is the patient with the vomiting sickness. He adds that he believes it would be best to begin the medical examination immediately. The great black dragon stares down at him, completely taken aback by his unexpected question. Princess Yun looks on, still in awe of the powerful magician who has come to their aid. With a bright smile, Amami declares he will help any patient, no matter who or what they are. His unwavering dedication and kindness leave the young elf princess blushing and completely speechless. The dragon dismisses the human as a liar, revealing that its true name is Alec. A regal figure then appears, introduced as the mad dragon Ristalum, the king of the dragonkin. Princess Yun curses their bad luck as this new powerful entity arrives on the scene. Ristalum looks directly at Amami, questioning if he intends to kill her daughter after treating her. In a cloud of smoke, the massive black dragon transforms back into its humanoid form, Alec. The Dragon King chides Alec for appearing in his bag form, questioning his dramatic entrance. She calmly asks Alec if he truly comprehends the nature of the beings he is confronting. The massive chimera stands defensively, growling as it shields Amami and his companions from harm. However, Alec dismisses the beast, stating he has no time to waste on a mere chimera. Ristalum smiles with satisfaction, stating that it was a good thing she decided to come personally. The two powerful dragonkin walk forward through the settling dust, their presence commanding the area. Ristalum's eyes glow with an intense, intimidating power as she focuses her attention on the group. Amami, Corona, and the princess brace themselves, their faces mass of pure shock and apprehension. An immense pressure radiates from her as she approaches, causing the mighty chimera to flinch. She leans in close to the group, her expression a strange and unsettling mix of curiosity and menace. With a long black polished nail, she reaches out and gently pokes Yuit the slime. Looking directly at the small creature, she greets it warmly, saying it has been a long time. Amami stares in utter shock as she refers to his little slime companion as an ancient one. Yuit trembles and jiggles nervously, seemingly overwhelmed by her powerful and familiar presence. Ristalum covers her mouth with her hand, letting out a soft, amused chuckle at its reaction. Her sharp, intimidating eyes lock onto the group, her expression unreadable and commanding. She then calmly declares that this entire incident is her fault and offers a formal apology. Furious, she turns and screams at her subordinates, demanding they release Queen Melina at once. Her men are taken aback, one protesting that she has absolutely no reason to apologize. However, she is suddenly interrupted by a violent, racking cough that she tries to stifle. A massive spray of dark blood erupts from her mouth, splattering across her face and hand. Amami stares in wide-eyed horror, instantly recognizing the severe and life-threatening symptoms. Alec's face twists in shock and terror as he witnesses his king's sudden violent collapse. Ristalum falls to her knees, continuing to vomit a large and alarming amount of blood. Rushing to her side, Amami realizes with dread that she is the patient with the blood-vomiting disease. He immediately orders Princess Yun to move her to a quiet place for emergency treatment. He then turns to his assistant, yelling for Corona to quickly bring him his medical bag. Enraged, Alex screams at the human, warning him not to dare lay a hand on their king. Amami ignores the threat, his expression one of pure focus as he tends to his new patient. Alex's eyes are wide with a desperate mixture of fury and profound helpless concern. With a bead of sweat on his brow, Amami's eyes narrow as he shouts for them to hurry. Two of the Dragonkin guards stand watch before a set of ornate, imposing wooden doors. Inside, Amami examines Ristalim, who now lies in a large canopied bed as the others watch. He begins his physical examination by gently pulling down her lower eyelid to check her conjunctiva. The inner eyelid is stark white, a clear and dangerous sign of severe anemia from blood loss. The others look on as Amami completes his initial examination of the Dragon King. He explains that he suspects anemia and may need to perform a blood transfusion to save her. Corona is confused, so Amami clarifies that it means putting someone else's blood into her body. Princess Yun and her companion react with pure shock and horror at this unheard-of suggestion. Queen Melina explains that they have heard of transferring blood from another person in the past. However, she reveals that the practice resulted in many agonizing deaths and is now strictly forbidden. Amami considers this, suspecting issues like infection or cross-species incompatibility were the true cause. Yun's companion sadly mentions that even the magical leaves of the world tree are no longer effective. She holds out a leaf, explaining that if it worked, this tragedy would not be happening. The queen elaborates that the leaves possess magical properties that can reduce both fever and pain. That magical property is the very reason they established their entire kingdom within the great tree. Intrigued by this, Amami takes the large leaf and examines it with intense scientific curiosity. To everyone's surprise, he then takes a small bite, tasting it to analyze its properties. After a moment, he asks how exactly they use the leaf to treat pain and fever. Princess Yun explains that they typically brew the leaves into a tea for the patient to drink. He then asks a crucial follow-up question. Do they ever use the tree's bark in the brew? He realizes the bark may contain an active ingredient, like aspirin, which humans would surely know. With a sudden realization, Amami quickly turns and begins rummaging through his medical bag. He pulls out a blister pack of pills, showing it to a bewildered and suspicious Alec. Amami explains that it's called aspirin, a very effective medicine for relieving pain and fever. Princess Yun is shocked by the idea, but Amami confirms the leaf and aspirin could be similar. However, he warns that a major drawback of aspirin is it can irritate the stomach and increase bleeding. A historical text explains the development of aspirin from willow bark to reduce such severe gastrointestinal side effects. Corona asks with concern if this means their supposed remedy might actually be making things worse. Alec listens intently, his expression grim as he quietly confirms that this is a possibility. Lying weakly in bed, Ristalim realizes with dawning horror that the leaf might be causing her illness. Amami agrees with her suspicion and strongly advises that she stop taking the leaf treatment immediately. Alec questions if he's certain, and Amami admits he can't be sure without proper verification. Frustrated and desperate, Alec bares his fangs and screams at the human, demanding to know his plan. Amami considers her symptoms, concluding the bleeding must be in her upper gastrointestinal tract. He states the ideal solution is endoscopic therapy, a term the Dragonkin have never heard before. Corona, equally confused by the unfamiliar medical term, asks him to explain what an endoscope is. He describes it as a tool that allows him to see inside the body to find and stop bleeding. Princess Yun is amazed, stating she has never heard of such a powerful and incredible magical tool. From her bed, Ristalim weakly calls out to the human, her expression one of dawning realization. She muses that it now makes perfect sense why an ancient one would be traveling with him. A mysterious voice then poses a question to the group, asking if he is a Maribito. Ristalim continues to look at Amami, her eyes filled with a new and profound understanding. Amami simply offers a gentle, knowing smile, seemingly aware of what she is implying. He then plays dumb, asking what she means, leaving everyone else in the room completely bewildered. The woman with two-toned hair looks over with a worried expression, calling out a name. Her expression shifts to frantic concern as she desperately shouts out to her mother. Looking up with a defeated expression, she declares that her journey has come to an end. A voice explains that while she wasn't prepared, she had accepted giving up as her unavoidable destiny. She cries out for her mother again, her eye wide with terror and disbelief. In another place, an elven woman apologizes, expressing her regrets to the people of her country. Someone's hand tightens around her arm, a silent plea for reassurance and support. Tears begin to stream down her face as she quietly breaks down from overwhelming sorrow. Back in the present, a horned woman has collapsed, lying face down on a bed in distress. Corona calls out to Amami, addressing him as her master with a worried tone. She looks up at him with desperate, pleading eyes, asking if there's anything he can possibly do. Amami looks on with a pained and conflicted expression, deep in thought about the difficult situation. He considers his options, knowing his medication is insufficient and he lacks the proper tools for surgery. He then turns to the forest god, which looks back with a gentle expression as he weighs his options. Suddenly, Corona's eyes widen with a new, startling idea that seems to dawn on her. Amami turns to her, his own expression lighting up as he exclaims his sudden understanding. Meanwhile, the horned patient remains collapsed on the bed, still consumed by her suffering and despair. A close-up reveals her hand, with long, dark nails, resting limply on the soft sheets. Corona stands before the doctor, her gaze now filled with a mixture of hope and apprehension. Amami smiles with renewed confidence, declaring there might be a way to save her after all. A voice from the elven kingdom proclaims there is a way to save the mother. The horned woman asks if he's truly human, but he wants to examine her hand first. Amami remembers the wound she had while in her dragon form, pointing it out to her. She looks away with annoyance, defiantly asking him what his point is about the wound. With a look of sudden realization, he believes he can now treat her mother's condition. Completely confused by his excitement, she demands that he explain his plan to her immediately. He smiles, ready to reveal his unconventional and seemingly impossible idea for the treatment. The forest god explains that her daughter's wound is linked to her condition, showing a path for treatment. Without an endoscope, Amami realizes a large dragon body would let him see inside her. The mother lies in bed, her eyes wide as she begins to understand his outrageous plan. He calmly announces his intention to personally enter her dragon form to stop the internal bleeding. Both the mother and her daughter stare back at him in complete and utter disbelief. To proceed, he announces that he will need several items and requests everyone's full cooperation. However, the horned daughter immediately objects with a tense and unwavering refusal. Lying weakly in her bed, her mother quietly speaks her daughter's name, Alex. A young man with a staff appears, declaring that he simply cannot trust a human. He clenches his fist, refusing to let a human rummage around inside the body of his companion. Amami understands his distrust and agrees that the young man should watch him closely during the procedure. If he determines he's been deceived, Amami says he can do whatever he likes to him. The young man considers this strange but sincere proposal, his expression unreadable. The horned woman questions the human's sanity, asking if he has no sense of fear. He admits he is terrified of the thought that someone might die without receiving proper treatment. Stunned by his profound answer, she stares at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. Lying in her bed, the mother closes her eyes, having reached a solemn decision. The group then begins their arduous ascent up a massive, winding staircase carved into a cliffside. Joined by others and the forest god, they continue the long climb toward their destination. Corona cheerfully points out to an exhausted Amami that the observation deck is just ahead. They finally arrive at a vast circular platform, empty and stretching out before them. Amami raises his hand, calling out to two distant figures already waiting on the platform. The figures are revealed to be the mother and daughter, standing together in the open space. He asks if such a large area is necessary, and the elven queen confirms that it is. Two guards then approach, presenting him with a large coil of thick, sturdy rope. They formally offer the rope to him, instructing him to use it for the task ahead. He thanks them and tests the rope's strength, confirming that it will be suitable. The horned daughter watches the preparations with a sharp, intensely focused gaze. Turning to her, Amami asks if she came to this important meeting completely empty-handed. He reminds her that when he requested a large cutting tool, she volunteered to provide one. Leaning in closer, his expression serious, he simply tells her to watch him very carefully. Suddenly, her hand transforms, shattering her glove as it morphs into a sharp crystalline blade. Amami gasps in shock at the sight of her arm becoming a deadly, glistening weapon. With a fierce look, she shatters a nearby tree using her transformed crystal arm. She spits to the side, looking back with a slightly pained and annoyed expression. A single dark tooth clatters onto the rocky ground, leaving a black, viscous smear. From that very spot, a dark energy erupts from the ground around her feet. The energy solidifies into a long, ornate, sheathed sword, leaving Amami stunned. She firmly grasps the hilt of the newly formed sword, her gaze filled with determination. She explains it's a sword forged from her own blood and magic, offering it to him. Her hand is now stained with her own blood as she glares at him with intensity. His eyes widen as he solemnly accepts the incredible and dangerous tool she has provided. From a distance, her mother looks on, calmly stating that she understands the situation. Amami expresses concern for her injured hand, but a man calls the act barbaric while tending to it. He asks about magic, and an elder explains it's mana converted into power, varying by user. The elven queen observes that he's always chewing a resin, likely infusing it with his own magic. Hearing the word mana for the first time, Amami looks thoughtful, processing the new concept. He holds the magical sword, contemplating the mysterious power he now wields, ready for the unknown. Tightening his grip on the hilt, he steels his resolve, knowing he has no other choice. He draws the weapon from its sheath, revealing a broad and surprisingly impressive blade. The newly unsheathed blade begins to hum and glow with a mysterious crackling energy. Suddenly, the sword erupts in a massive burst of uncontrolled power, startling him and Corona. This raw, volatile power swirls violently around the blade, twisting into a bizarre new form. An elven woman observes that the sword has sealed the fire dragon's power, making a normal blade better. However, Amami holds up the sparkling object with a huge grin, exclaiming how cool it is. The story takes a brief pause, allowing the tension of the upcoming events to build. With a firm twist, he adjusts a mechanism on the hilt, which clicks securely into place. He then holds the now ordinary sheathed sword, remarking that it might actually be better this way. With everything in place, a voice from the sky declares that the preparations are now complete. A figure stands ready, their sleeve rustling as they prepare to face the monumental task ahead. On the vast platform, the mother and daughter stand far apart, ready to begin the ritual. The horned daughter's expression hardens with unwavering resolve as she readies herself for what's next. Her mother mirrors this determination, her hair blowing as she channels her immense power. Surrounded by sparkling light, the mother begins to transform, her eyes glowing with raw energy. She leaps into the air, her body twisting and changing amidst waves of powerful magic. A massive explosion of light and smoke erupts across the platform, obscuring the transformation. The chaotic energy continues to expand as a colossal dark silhouette begins to take shape within. As the smoke clears, the massive scaled body of a great dragon is revealed to Amami. The magnificent dragon's head emerges from the magical dust, its form both powerful and elegant. With a thunderous roar, the newly transformed dragon spreads its enormous wings, shaking the very ground. The great beast's eye opens wide, its gaze sharp and intelligent amidst a shower of sparkles. The entire group stares up in complete awe at the incredible and overwhelming sight before them. Amami looks on with an excited grin, sweating with anticipation for the challenge that awaits him. Corona looks on with wide, worried eyes, calling out to her master in astonishment. From behind, Amami marvels at the dragon's immense size, calling it a truly magnificent life form. The horned daughter looks over her shoulder with a sharp expression, also calling out to her mother. A light blush spreads across his face, his eyes shining with pure excitement and determination. She watches him with a mixture of curiosity and slight annoyance, while he maintains a confident smile. Corona carries the heavy coil of rope, and though he expresses concern, she insists she can handle it. He addresses the great beast by name, politely asking it to lie down on its left side. With a low growl of acknowledgement, the massive dragon begins to comply with his request. Without warning, the dragon coughs violently, spewing a large amount of dark liquid onto the ground. The liquid splatters across the ground, sending up plumes of smoke as the onlookers cry out in alarm. Dark droplets of the substance sizzle and steam upon contact with the stone platform. Reacting to the intense heat, Amami exclaims in surprise, his face flushed and covered in sweat. He watches as the stone floor melts, realizing the liquid is an incredibly powerful stomach acid. Looking up, he understands that entering through its mouth would be fatal due to a simple gag reflex. A medical diagram illustrates the gag reflex, a key cause of discomfort during endoscopic examinations. The daughter chides him for his ignorance, but firmly states she will not allow him to back down. Her eyes widen, revealing a complex mix of intense anger and profound concern for her mother. He apologizes, insisting it is too early to give up, and there are things they need to know. Clicking her tongue in annoyance, she holds up 2 fingers, agreeing to teach him 2 vital things. She warns him, touching the glowing stone in its throat means death, as does being bathed in its digestive fluids. With his eyes narrowed in focus, Amami acknowledges her grave warnings and thanks her for the information. Corona has already climbed onto the dragon's back, asking her master where she should secure the rope. He thanks her for the help, entrusting the task to her as she climbs the massive beast's spine. Looking down from the dragon's head, she asks in disbelief if he plans to enter through its nose. Amami looks up at her with a confident expression, simply confirming that this is his plan. A medical text explains transnasal endoscopy, a method that avoids the gag reflex for easier examination. Corona struggles up the massive scales, using the thick rope to pull herself toward the dragon's head. Suddenly, the heavy coil of rope she was carrying tumbles down, crashing onto the stone platform below. Having reached her destination, she waves triumphantly from atop the dragon's head as Amami waves back. The massive dragon lets out a heavy breath, sending a powerful gust of air from its nostril. The force of the exhale sends a cloud of dust and steam billowing across the entire platform. Amami and the horned daughter stand their ground, bracing themselves against the powerful gust of hot air. With a bead of sweat on his brow, Amami steels his resolve, ready to proceed. Looking down with a serious expression, Corona prepares herself for the next crucial part of the plan. The daughter watches with intense focus, knowing the most dangerous part is about to begin. As she walks away from the dragon's head, she formally announces the start of the procedure. Amami takes a deep breath and steps into the dark, cavernous opening of the dragon's nostril. Instantly, he is drenched in condensation, remarking on the intense heat inside the nasal passage. A sudden downpour of mucus splashes over him, leaving him soaked and wide-eyed with surprise. Startled by the unexpected shower, he grips his sword tightly, looking around the dark, wet interior. Deep inside, he finds his little slime companion, Isekai'd, has surprisingly followed him into the darkness. He turns around in complete surprise, utterly shocked to see his small friend in such a dangerous place. He urgently warns Isekai'd that it's too dangerous inside and tells the small creature to go back immediately. Instead of leaving, the little slime suddenly pops onto his head with a soft glowing light. Resigned to the situation, he decides they have no choice but to continue onward together. The story pauses for a moment, a brief interlude before the perilous journey continues. Continuing forward, he spots a bright light shining from deeper within the cavernous passage ahead. His expression hardens with focus as he cautiously moves toward the source of the mysterious glow. He emerges into a massive chamber, discovering the glowing stone he was warned about in the dragon's throat. He remembers the grave warning that just getting near the cluster of stones is incredibly dangerous. Cautiously, he navigates the passage, trying not to touch the pharyngeal wall as he proceeds. His eye reflects his focused intent as he resolves to quickly slide down toward the esophagus. Suddenly, he loses his footing on the slick, mucus-covered surface and begins to slide uncontrollably. He plummets down the fleshy passage, bracing himself as he hurtles deeper into the dragon's body. A sudden, intense blast of heat erupts from below, scalding him as he continues to fall. The sheer force of the blast sends him flying backward, halting his descent with incredible power. The intense heat threatens to evaporate them as they are violently thrown back through the passage. Desperate, he grabs onto the glowing hot stones to stop himself from being ejected completely. Using the momentum of his swing, he flings himself away from the dangerous blast of heat. Tumbling through the air, he cries out as he is separated from Isekai'd in the chaos. Panting heavily, he catches his breath, exhausted from the intense heat and his ordeal. Finally, on solid ground, he clutches his sword, thinking he should have turned back. Standing alone in the vast cavern, he realizes it's pitch black without the glowing stones. Worried the battery might die, he activates his medical penlight to pierce the darkness. The small beam of light reveals his wide-eyed expression as strange bubbles float around him. His light reveals many ulcers lining the cavern walls, a strange and concerning discovery. The perilous journey into the unknown continues, fraught with unexpected medical mysteries. As he continues his exploration, his light suddenly catches something unexpected on the wall. He finds the raw, inflamed junction to the stomach, realizing the damage is severe. He quickly diagnosed the condition as reflux esophagitis, a severe case by human standards. A medical text explains how stomach acid reflux causes painful ulcers in the esophagus. He sits and ponders, questioning if this condition alone could cause such severe blood vomiting. A medical chart details the severe classifications of the disease, from minor to critical. Suddenly, a strange sound from deeper within the cavern makes him look up with concern. He peers back down the long passage, wondering what is making that noise from the entrance. Looking back, he's shocked to see the safety rope suddenly pulled taut from above. His eyes widen in horror as he realizes the dragon's esophagus is beginning its peristalsis. A powerful muscular contraction slams him violently against the slick esophageal wall. Thrown helplessly toward the stomach, he realizes he will be digested by the powerful acids. As he plummets into the dark abyss, a final warning echoes. Touching the fluid means death. The chapter concludes, promising to reveal the true cause of the illness in the next installment. A new chapter begins as the thin rope Amami holds is pulled taut inside the dragon's body. Outside, Corona feels the sudden, violent tug on the lifeline and realizes something is wrong. The dragon's daughter also feels the jolt, shouting down with concern for the human inside. She stares intently at the rope, her expression shifting to alarm as she senses a change within. Deep inside the dragon, Amami loses his grip and plummets helplessly into the dark abyss. He continues to fall, reaching out in desperation as he hurtles towards the churning stomach below. As he falls, he spots his small slime companion, Isekai'd, tumbling through the air nearby. With wide, desperate eyes, Amami reaches out, trying to grab his friend in midair. The small slime's simple eyes widen in alarm as it falls through the darkness. Isekai'd suddenly shoots out a sticky tendril, catching Amami just before he hits the acid. His fall is violently arrested as the slime's lifeline pulls him taut just above the deadly fluid. The little slime holds on with all its might, its expression one of pure determination. Dangling from the tendril, Amami looks up in utter disbelief and gratitude at his small savior. However, a few stray droplets of the potent stomach acid splash onto his hand. The new chapter begins, focusing on the collaboration required to overcome the species divide. A brief moment passes, allowing the tension of the precarious situation to build once more. He is yanked away from the bubbling stomach acid, narrowly avoiding a fatal plunge. Panicked, he desperately shouts that he needs to find a foothold before it is too late. It swings him through the air with its tendrils, maneuvering him through the dangerous cavern. His foot finds purchase just in time, landing safely on a fleshy, cavernous surface. The ground gives way slightly as he lands, splashing in the strange fluid of the cavern floor. His eyes are wide with a mixture of terror and profound relief after his narrow escape. The impact sends a shockwave through his body as he crashes onto the soft, uneven ground. Lying on the floor, he gasps for air, his body trembling from the adrenaline and exertion. He looks in shock at his smoldering sleeve, where a drop of acid has eaten through the fabric. Staggering to his feet, he cries out in alarm, realizing the true danger of his surroundings. He looks at his completely dissolved boot, thankful he came in his usual clothes or he would be dead. He immediately checks on his little companion, frantically asking if it is injured in any way. Overcome with emotion, he exclaims that his small friend's actions are the only reason he is safe. He holds the slime gently, apologizing for his mistake and praising its incredible power. With a wide, sincere smile, he offers his heartfelt and profound thanks for being saved. The little slime sparkles brightly, seemingly pleased with the praise it has received from him. He gives his companion a gentle, appreciative squeeze, still overwhelmed by the close call. A new thought occurs to him as he considers what to call his brave and powerful friend. He recalls the Dragon King referring to the slime as an ancient one during their encounter. Connecting ancient to elder, he decides to call his companion El from now on. He and the newly named El celebrate their teamwork with a cheerful, sparkling thumbs up. After their moment of celebration, they share a quiet look of shared purpose and resolve. With his eyes now filled with unwavering determination, he prepares to continue the procedure. With his resolve hardened, he decides to press forward into the dark, unknown depths. Outside, the dragon's daughter waits with a tense expression, clutching the vital lifeline tightly. She suddenly feels the rope begin to move through her hands, signaling he is advancing. Growing impatient, she clicks her tongue, anxiously wondering how much longer he will take. The narrative takes a brief pause, allowing the tension of the internal exploration to build. Tethered by El, a mummy carefully makes his way across the vast, folded landscape of the stomach. He stops to assess the stomach's condition, his one pant leg dissolved from the acid. A medical diagram shows his current location within the antrum region of the massive organ. His expression suddenly shifts to one of alarm as he notices something deeply unsettling ahead. He discovers a dark trail of what appears to be blood trickling down the fleshy stomach wall. With a grim look, he realizes he has finally found the true, life-threatening source of the bleeding. Believing the pool of blood is safe to approach, he decides to carefully navigate around it. Without warning, the dark liquid erupts violently as a massive object bursts from the surface. Amami screams in pure terror, completely caught off guard by the sudden and monstrous emergence. He stumbles back in a panic, his remaining boots splashing into the corrosive liquid. The large, dark, and misshapen mass now looms before him, risen from the pool of blood. He analyzes the fluid, realizing it's a mixture of gastric juices and relatively fresh blood. A bead of sweat forms as he begins to understand the horrifying implication of what lies ahead. The dark, steaming surface of the mass appears unnatural and deeply unsettling upon closer inspection. The object is finally revealed to be a massive, round tumor, the true source of the illness. He identifies the tumor's irregular structure, classifying it as a Yamada type 4 polypoid lesion. A medical chart explains this classification system for gastric tumors based on their physical shape. His eyes narrow with grim certainty as he diagnoses it, a malignant neoplasm, also known as cancer. Meanwhile, the story shifts to show the Dragon King sleeping peacefully, unaware of the crisis within. Her daughter, however, waits with an expression of pure anxious rage, baring her sharp teeth. The scene then cuts to a strange winged creature flying erratically over a vast and unfamiliar landscape. In a dense forest, a voice cries out in frustration, having found something unexpected. The runaway mages, Kulanelson and Saya, complain about the difficult path they've been forced to take. Saya reminds him they can travel undetected by hiding within the shadows, a useful magical ability. Kulanelson continues to grumble, blaming others for the fact that he has to hide it all. His companion looks at him with a puzzled expression, quietly asking why this is the case. He stares into the dense forest ahead, a heavy silence hanging between them as he considers her question. She questions why their magic and even the world tree's leaves failed so completely against the disease. Her words seem to weigh heavily on him as he continues to look away, lost in thought. He turns slightly, reluctantly agreeing to explain the fundamental reason for their failure with the disease. He coldly declares that nothing works because the patient herself, the monster, is a failed existence. His companion stares with a haunted expression, understanding the simple, grim finality of his statement. A flashback shows a hand casting a powerful purification spell, shimmering with divine energy. He recalls their leader, Eccles, claiming he could cure most cases of the blood-vomiting disease. A single tear forms in her eye, her expression one of dawning horror and profound sorrow. She warns him not to judge by Eccles, who is a complete and dangerous anomaly. Her eyes reflect a grim understanding that failure in their line of work is inevitable. Suddenly alert, she looks around, wondering if there is anything they can possibly do to help. She urgently warns Nelson that a large pack of ferocious black wolves is approaching them. The scene then returns to the massive, pulsating tumor deep inside the dragon's cavernous stomach. Amami shines his light on the tumor, thinking it's a questionable diagnosis for a non-human. He concludes a tumor this size is the cause, but luckily the stalk appears healthy enough to remove. He considers the standard procedure of using a snare, but he lacks the proper tools. Looking at the rope, he determines that it is strong enough to serve as a makeshift ligation tool. He recalls how the rope easily withstood the intense heat of the glowing stones in her throat. However, he doubts he has the strength to ligate it alone, fearing catastrophic failure. He then examines the magical sword, knowing it cannot cut and cauterize at the same time. Recalling the chimera surgery, he wonders if he can use the sword's flame to remove the tumor. A medical text explains the function of an electrosurgical knife, a tool he desperately needs. His eye widens with terror as he imagines the consequences of failing to stop the bleeding. The narrative pauses, allowing the weight of his impossible decision to settle in the dark. He stands in silhouette before the colossal tumor, a lone figure facing an overwhelming challenge. A vision appears, reminding him that if her stomach fills with blood, they will both surely die. He grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his face as he steels himself for what he must do. Knowing her condition will only worsen, he resolves to act now, regardless of the risks. A medical text explains the severe risks of advanced stomach cancer, including fatal blood loss and metastasis. Facing this grim reality, Amami steels his resolve, knowing he absolutely must do something now. His eyes widen with intense focus as he formulates a desperate, high-stakes plan of action. With a surge of adrenaline, he and Elle spring into action, moving with renewed purpose. Elle swings him in a wide arc around the colossal tumor, allowing him to wrap the rope around its base. He grips the rope tightly, preparing to ligate the tumor's stalk with all of his might. He decides to use a strong square knot, applying as much pressure as possible without snapping the rope. A diagram illustrates various surgical knots, highlighting the security of the square knot for ligation. The rope bites deep into the fleshy stalk as the first loop of the knot is pulled tight. With Elle lighting the way from his shoulder, Amami braces himself for the immense physical effort. He throws his entire body into the effort, straining as he pulls the rope with all his strength. His face contorts with exertion, teeth gritted as he fights to tighten the makeshift ligature. As the rope constricts the stalk, the massive tumor begins to ooze dark blood under the pressure. Seeing the bleeding, he realizes, with a jolt of panic, that he cannot completely obstruct the blood flow. He plants his feet firmly on the stalk, unsheathing the magical sword for the next critical step. The rope continues to cut deeper into the stalk, the immense pressure slowly strangling the tumor. As the tumor's color darkens from red to purple, he knows his time is quickly running out. His hand trembles from the sheer force he is exerting, the strain becoming almost unbearable. Suddenly, a strange character on Elle's bucket hat begins to glow with an unknown energy. Elle then extends a long, sharp appendage, brandishing the penlight like a focused surgical tool. The penlight, now wielded by Elle, begins to rapidly wrap a strange, fibrous material around itself. In a flash, the material solidifies, forming a long, sturdy splint around the glowing penlight. The newly formed tool then slaps firmly against Amami's arm, much to his surprise. He looks on in amazement, realizing Elle has created a splint from the wood it had previously absorbed. Thanking his incredible companion, he resolves to finish the procedure in one swift motion. Elle's new appendage extends, providing Amami with a long, stable instrument for the delicate task. He now uses the extended light to carefully inspect the tightly constricted base of the tumor. He confirms the bleeding has stopped and the blood flow seems to be sufficiently obstructed. With the ligation secure, he grips the hilt of the magical sword, preparing for the next step. He activates the sword, which erupts into a long, brilliant blade of pure, searing flame. He plunges the flaming blade directly into the base of the tumor, beginning the excision. The blade sizzles as it cuts, cauterizing the massive wound and sending sparks flying everywhere. The intense heat from the blade continues to sear the tissue as he slices through the stalk. He realizes this improvised tool is no substitute for an electrosurgical knife, but he has to try. With extreme caution, he continues to cut, noting the tissue is surprisingly soft and easy to slice. The flaming sword moves slowly but steadily, continuing to cauterize as it severs the tumor. With a final explosive burst, the massive tumor is completely severed from its cauterized stalk. Outside, the dragon's daughter feels the violent internal tremor and screams in a furious panic. Corona calmly reassures her, promising that her master will undoubtedly save her mother's life. The daughter scoffs, questioning her baseless confidence and warning that she is next if he fails. Corona confidently states she has a basis for her belief. He is the amazing person who saved her. The daughter scoffs, asking if she also had the disease, dismissing her faith when she says no. The conversation pauses for a brief, tense moment, hanging in the dust-filled air. However, the elven queen interjects, reminding her that he also saved Princess Yun without any obligation. She explains she is praying for the Dragon King's recovery as a friend, beyond their nation's politics. Stunned by this heartfelt plea, the dragon's daughter is rendered completely speechless. The queen says she understands her position, but they must wait, as her mother is also fighting now. She gently takes her hand, offering a moment of quiet solidarity amidst the shared anxiety. The massive dragon lets out a low, pained groan, its great eye barely visible. Suddenly, it thrashes violently, spewing a massive torrent of black blood as the onlookers cry out in horror. Inside, a jet of flame erupts from the tumor's stalk as the new chapter begins. With wide, relieved eyes, Amami confirms that the massive tumor has finally been cut free. The severed tumor begins to slowly fall away from the glowing, cauterized wound on the stomach wall. The stump of the stalk glows red hot, the intense heat of the magical blade having sealed it. However, as he watches, the cauterized wound suddenly bubbles and bursts under immense pressure. His eyes widen in horror as he instantly recognizes the pulsating gush of arterial bleeding. The force of the hemorrhage sends him flying backward, completely engulfed in a spray of blood. He tumbles helplessly through the air, thrown across the vast cavern by the violent eruption. As he falls, he realizes with dawning terror that below him lies the deadly stomach acid. Meanwhile, the catastrophic bleeding continues unchecked, threatening to fill the entire stomach with blood. Bracing for impact, his face is a mask of pure determination as he plummets downward. A massive splash echoes from deep within the dragon, signaling a catastrophic event. The new chapter begins, promising a desperate race against time with artificial respiration. Outside, the dragon lets out a pained groan, its massive tail slamming into the ground violently. The onlookers are thrown back by the force, Corona shielding the princess as they cry out in alarm. A massive torrent of black blood erupts from the dragon's mouth, scattering the entire group. Amidst the chaos, the lifeline rope is spotted, a thin thread of hope in the bloody deluge. The dragon's jaw hangs open as it continues to hemorrhage a mixture of blood and acid. Her eye wide with terror, the daughter lets out a desperate, anguished cry for her mother. The story pauses for a moment, letting the shocking turn of events hang in the air. Inside the dragon, the stomach churns violently, a chaotic sea of blood and corrosive fluid. Corona panics, but Alec notes the stones are melting, meaning blood is overpowering the stomach acid. Kneeling down, she touches the bloody liquid and realizes with a shock that it is cold. Without warning, Amami is violently ejected from the dragon's mouth in a geyser of blood. In a flash of brilliant light, the dragon's daughter, Alec, transforms into her own draconic form. She telepathically declares her mother's body temperature is dropping, and she will soon die. With grim resolve in her eye, she decides she cannot afford to wait for the human any longer. Horrified, Corona can only stare, asking what she could possibly be planning to do. In her dragon form, Alec bites down hard on her mother's snout, beginning a desperate ritual. A magical aura begins to envelop her as she channels her power directly into her dying mother. Corona watches in surprise as a strange, bubbly foam appears where the two dragons' mouths meet. The other dragonkin look on in horror, one of them pointing and shouting in disbelief. Her kinsmen rush forward, shouting for her to stop, insisting this is not what her mother would want. Corona looks on, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events and the strange magical display. The sparkling energy continues to flow from Alec's mouth, a desperate and mysterious act of transference. The elven queen explains that dragons can absorb mana, and Alec is trying to give her own to her mother. However, she gravely warns that this is incredibly dangerous, as losing too much mana can be fatal. Corona's eyes widen with dawning horror as she understands the grave risk Alec is taking. Despite the danger, Alec continues to pour her life force into her mother with a pained roar. Her kinsmen desperately plead with her to stop, understanding her pain but fearing for her life. Alec pushes on, her expression a mask of pure, unwavering determination, despite their pleas. Exhausted, she collapses to the ground, lamenting that she is not strong enough to do it alone. She claws at the ground in frustration, cursing her own weakness as her mother lies dying. With a furious roar, she declares that she absolutely refuses to give up on her mother. Her fellow dragonkin can only watch with grim expressions, powerless to intervene in her decision. Corona and the elves look on, their faces etched with deep concern for both mother and daughter. Alex speaks to her unconscious mother, vowing that if she dies, she will simply die alongside her. Her gaze then shifts, placing her final, desperate trust in the human she had once scorned. Corona closes her eyes and pleads with El, begging the small creature to please do something. In response to her plea, a cascade of strange, shimmering bubbles begins to rise from the ground. Floating in a sea of bubbles, Amami is protected by a glowing aura, his hand slightly dissolved. Suddenly, a powerful jet of sparkling liquid erupts, neutralizing the corrosive acid around him. The force of the blast throws him onto the fleshy stomach wall, safe from the acid below. He looks at his hand in shock, realizing a protective film has saved him from being dissolved. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he thanks his companion for protecting him inside the deadly stomach acid. However, he notices the protective layer is dissolving and realizes this safety is only temporary. With a look of intense determination, he understands he must hurry before his protection fails completely. Tossed by the churning stomach, he realizes his lifeline rope has been washed away in the chaos. He decides to ignore the lost rope for now, prioritizing an immediate check of the tumor stalk. El stretches out, flying him over the acid towards the wound while he wonders about the bleeding. His profile is a mask of pure focus as he approaches the gushing, cauterized wound. He lands on the bloody stump, the severed vessel pulsing and spewing blood uncontrollably. With wide, analytical eyes, he assesses the dire situation, sweat dripping down his face. He notices the blood flow has slightly weakened, deducing her blood pressure is dangerously low. His eyes narrow with grim certainty as he realizes the patient is going into hemorrhagic shock. A medical text explains hypovolemic shock, a life-threatening condition caused by massive blood loss. Deciding to focus solely on hemostasis, he sees the weakened blood flow as his only opportunity. He runs across the bloody surface, searching for his sword to cauterize the exposed vessel. He finally spots the magical sword lying nearby, partially submerged in the churning, bloody fluid. As he reaches for the hilt, his hand is burned by the acid, forcing him to recoil in pain. Ignoring his burned hands, he grabs the sword and declares he is restarting the treatment immediately. From his back, El's bucket hat glows intensely as the small creature unleashes its protective power. Two streams of viscous, shimmering fluid shoot out from El, coating Amami's arms completely. The fluid solidifies into a protective layer, shielding his hands and arms from the corrosive acid. Now protected, he leaps toward the wound, vowing to cauterize the bleeding without piercing through. His eye locks onto the gushing artery, the precise source of the catastrophic hemorrhage. He lands on the bloody stump and plunges the flaming sword directly into the bleeding vessel. A massive explosion of light and steam erupts as El's power combines with the cauterization. The combination of the dragon's low blood pressure and El's power creates an overwhelming reaction. A massive, structured burst of pure energy erupts from the wound, a sign of the procedure's power. Blasted backward by the immense pressure, Amami screams as he is nearly pushed into the acid. Outside, the mother dragon's eye snaps wide open, reacting violently to the internal shock. She lets out a deafening roar of agony, her massive body convulsing on the stone platform. The onlookers cry out in terror, watching helplessly as the great dragon writhes in torment. Alec is thrown back by the violent thrashing, her desperate attempt to transfer mana interrupted. The mother dragon's head slams into the ground, her suffering shaking the entire mountaintop. Unable to maintain her connection, Alec is tossed aside, her draconic form struggling in the chaos. Her mother's eyes glow with a strange light as she weakly calls out her daughter's name. The scene shifts to a vision of Alec, who looks up and declares her time has run out. Her eyes are wide with shock and despair, her face shadowed as she faces her final moments. From her weakened state, the mother dragon seems to call out to the human inside her. A strange, sparkling foam then begins to bubble gently from between her massive, sharp teeth. Her kinsmen cry out in despair, realizing that Alec's mana is returning to her own body. Corona closes her eyes, her hands clasped in a desperate, silent prayer for her master's safety. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of pure light erupts from the ground where the dragon had bled. This is followed by a powerful geyser of sparkling liquid shooting high into the air. Back inside, Amami stands before the perfectly cauterized wound, the bleeding finally staunched. The massive artery is now completely sealed, the immediate danger of the hemorrhage having passed. His eyes are wide with disbelief and profound relief as he realizes the bleeding has stopped. Breathing a heavy sigh, he declares that for now, the critical phase of the treatment is complete. His companion, El, suddenly slaps him on the back with a wet squish, startling him. Exhausted, El thanks him for his hard work and offers him a drink to recover his strength. From its bucket hat, the small slime produces a bottle of sports drink, much to Amami's surprise. The narrative takes a brief pause, allowing the characters a moment of respite after the intense battle. Taking a moment to collect himself, Amami is relieved to find his penlight still works. However, the air is thick with fumes and he lets out a violent, hacking cough. Covered in blood and grime, he realizes he needs to get out of the smoky stomach quickly. He looks around in dismay, realizing his lifeline rope is gone, leaving him stranded inside. Without warning, the fleshy stomach walls begin to heave and contract violently around him again. He cries out in alarm as the powerful peristaltic wave returns, threatening to crush him. He is violently propelled upward by a powerful wave, his face a mask of pure shock. The powerful current continues to push him, a voice from outside noting his impending return. A flashback shows him relaxing with a friend who questions if he is truly sleeping. His friend calls his name, trying to wake him from a deep slumber on the park bench. With a concerned look, his friend asks why he always feels the need to push himself so hard. Startled, Amami simply asks his friend if he's the one who always tries his best. Back in the present, the mother dragon lets out a low gurgle, her body convulsing weakly. She then violently expels the massive dark tumor from her mouth in a spray of blood. The colossal tumor crashes onto the platform, leaving the horrified onlookers staring in disgust. A massive cloud of steam erupts from the mother's mouth, blasting Alec backward through the air. The air fills with a strange, sparkling mist, obscuring the chaotic scene for a moment. Alec lands hard on the ground, dazed and exhausted amidst the swirling, magical steam cloud. Her kinsmen rush to her side, calling out her name and asking about her mother's condition. The great mother dragon now lies completely still, her massive head resting peacefully on the ground. One of her kinsmen helps the weakened Alec to her feet, supporting her as she looks on. Her eyes are wide with a mixture of disbelief and profound shock, her fangs still bared. All the dragonkin can only stand in stunned silence, staring at the motionless form of their queen. The elves in Corona also look on, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and deep concern. Corona's eyes are wide with worry, her mouth agape as she processes the shocking events. Breaking from her stunned silence, Corona suddenly sprints forward with newfound purpose. Corona waits anxiously, stating that her master still has not returned from inside the beast. The elven queen looks on with a somber and worried expression, fearing the worst. Alec's face is a mask of grim concern as he too awaits the outcome. Suddenly, something begins to emerge from between the dragon's massive, closed teeth. Corona's eyes widen in absolute shock as she sees who is coming out. A figure struggles, pushing their way through the narrow gap between the dragon's teeth. Covered in grime but smiling, Amami triumphantly announces that he has returned safely. Overcome with emotion, Corona bursts into tears of pure, unadulterated relief. The elven princess runs towards him, joyfully calling out to the incredible magician. However, an enraged Alec grabs him, demanding to know what happened to his mother. Amami points to a large mass on the ground, explaining it was the cause of the bleeding. Alec's eye widens in stunned disbelief as he realizes what he's looking at. With a gentle smile, Amami reassures everyone that it's okay, and they can relax now. Alec is left completely speechless, his mind struggling to process the successful, impossible procedure. The massive dragon slowly opens its eye, calling out to her stunned son, Alec. In a brief reflection, Amami recalls the simple joy of caring for others' health. Overwhelmed, Alec breaks down in tears, admitting he just wants everyone to be healthy. Amami offers a wide, triumphant grin, asking if it doesn't feel good to be well. A final declaration announces the completion of the upper gastrointestinal hemostasis and gastric tumor resection. The scene then shifts to a joyous celebration as a new chapter in their story begins. Before a cheering crowd of diverse races, the heroes stand on a grand balcony. The elven princess and her mother share a smile, grateful for their kingdom's salvation. She suggests that from now on, they should address him as the Honorable Lord Amami. Thus begins the next chapter, where medicine brings a new light to this other world. Suddenly, Amami and his companions are startled by an unexpected and powerful presence. A great dragon appears, its eyes gleaming with determination as it prepares to act. With a mighty roar, it unleashes a devastating torrent of fire from its gaping maw. Standing amidst the intense heat, Amami exclaims that the area is incredibly hot. The blast scorches the ground, leaving a wide crater of fire and smoldering earth. The dragon asks how the germs he was worried about could have possibly survived that. Amami looks down to see that his used scalpel blade has been completely incinerated. He considers that while flame sterilization is a good method, this is far too much. A brief text explains the technical definition of sterilization: killing or removing all microorganisms. Corona admits that despite all the explanations, she still doesn't understand germs or viruses. The dragon questions if invisible things truly exist, but states it doesn't mind helping. Amami says he can't be certain, but he is curious and will try to prove it. With a gentle smile, he sincerely thanks Alec for agreeing to help with his experiment. The dragon looks up with a resolute expression, ready to proceed with the demonstration. Amidst a swirling cloud of magical energy and sparkles, a transformation begins. Alec reverts to his humanoid form, looking on with a slightly annoyed expression. Alec dismisses Amami's gratitude, stating it's clumsy, and he only did what he was told. A close-up reveals that his hand, which created the magical sword, is now carefully bandaged. With genuine concern, Amami tells Alec to let him know immediately if his hand starts to hurt. Taken aback by this unexpected kindness, Alec looks away with a slight blush of embarrassment. The elven princess runs towards them, happily calling out Lord Amami's name to get his attention. She presents him with several petri dishes, explaining that she has prepared the repaired items. Amami is flustered that the princess did this herself, but she tells him not to worry. She insists that, more importantly, a grand celebration is about to begin in the city. The princess announces the festival is for Ristalim's recovery and the new alliance between races. Amami looks surprised, questioning whether he is also invited to join the festivities. Alec and Corona both scold him, insisting that he has worked far too hard and needs a break. With the decision made, the group happily departs for the grand citywide celebration. A magnificent view shows the sprawling city and its castle, with crowds gathering for the festival. Amami is completely overwhelmed as he walks through the bustling streets, exclaiming how amazing it is. All around them, a diverse crowd of beastmen and other races enjoy the lively atmosphere. A woman with octopus-like tentacles smiles while enjoying a bowl of food among the crowd. 3 cheerful winged women raise their mugs in a toast, their laughter filling the air. A burly dwarf shares a hearty laugh with a stern-looking birdman at a crowded table. With a look of pure joy and wonder, Amami exclaims that it's just like a real festival. A voice reflects on the joy of sharing sounds, loving the sight of everyone gathered together. The elven princess shares a radiant smile, admitting that she is also very happy. From afar, Ristalim agrees with the sentiment as Amami and his companions listen. The Dragon King approaches them, now dressed in magnificent and ornate ceremonial robes. Amami and Alec call out to her in surprise as she joins the ongoing celebration. Rushing to her side, Amami asks if she is all right, expressing his concern for her. She leans in close, telling him that she is especially thankful for all his help. The story pauses, letting the festive mood of the new alliance settle in. Interrupting the moment, Amami nervously asks if he can perform a quick eye examination. He gently pulls down her lower eyelid, relieved to see a healthy reddish color. He confirms that the color has improved, meaning her anemia is getting much better. Alec then asks Amami how much longer it will take for his mother to fully recover. Amami begins to explain that it's a difficult question, but he is quickly interrupted. Ristalim honestly admits that she doesn't know, which leaves Alec completely stunned. Frustrated by the uncertainty, Alec glares at her, his teeth gritted in confusion. He turns to Amami, demanding to know what this means and if the treatment succeeded. Holding up 2 fingers, Amami explains that there are 2 reasons for his cautious answer. Firstly, a dragon's healing process is likely very different from a human's treatment course. As an example, he points to another familiar creature enjoying the festival among the crowd. He reminds them that the forest god's wound healed many times faster than a human's would. Therefore, he theorizes that Ristalim's anemia may also be recovering at an accelerated rate. Corona agrees, noting the forest god recovered quickly, while Alec asks for the second reason. He states the other reason is the large tumor that Ristalim coughed up during the procedure. Amami explains that without the proper tools, he cannot determine if the tumor is malignant or benign. He sincerely apologizes to Ristalim, admitting he spoke too soon when he promised to cure her. The entire group looks on with solemn expressions, processing the gravity of this new uncertainty. Ristalim, however, simply lets out a soft, amused chuckle at his earnest apology. She tells him he has nothing to be sorry for, as what happens next is her own choice. Now that she feels better, she declares it's not in her nature to simply sit and wait. Amami then suggests that to monitor her condition, Ristalim should have regular checkups. Confused by the unfamiliar term, Corona asks her master to explain what a regular checkup is. He explains it means periodically examining the treated area to ensure no new problems arise. Alex stares in wide-eyed disbelief, a single drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. Ristalem's gaze sharpens, her expression unreadable, as she considers his bold proposal. She asks if he seriously intends to repeat the hellish ordeal of entering her dragon form. Amami smiles sheepishly, admitting it's the only way, and apologizing for the difficult request. After a moment of stunned silence, Ristalem's eyes go wide with utter shock. She then erupts into a booming, heartfelt laugh that echoes through the festival grounds. Corona notes his strange form of gratitude, calling his bold request a very strange whim. With a warm smile, Ristalem says she has truly taken a liking to him. She agrees to the checkups, telling him to simply call her Rin from now on. A dwarf laughs, remarking how rare it is for a human to be liked by a dragon. The dwarf, Normim, introduces himself with a wide, confident grin, holding his mug high. He then turns and offers a formal, if slightly casual, greeting to the elven princess. Rin and Normim share a tense stare, hinting at a long and complicated history between them. Without warning, Normim grabs Amami and pours a celebratory drink directly into his mouth. Startled by his brashness, Rin calls out Normim's name with a look of surprise. As Amami chokes, the dwarf laughs, casually stating he only offered him some alcohol. He boasts that it's the strongest liquor in the country and urges Amami to drink more. Amami looks nervous, clutching the mug and feeling pressured to accept the dwarf's offer. He takes a sip, noting its simple taste isn't as strong as he had expected. Normim's expression grows serious as he watches the human's reaction to the potent drink. Slightly flushed, Amami admits with a smile that it's been a while since he last drank. Suddenly, a young horned boy runs through the crowd, shouting for someone named Normim. The boy finds them, apologizing for making them search for him as Corona looks on. He is suddenly terrified by the imposing figures of the forest god and dragon king. The queen mother tries to reassure the boy, telling him not to mind their presence. Normim, however, lightly scolds the boy, telling him to be more considerate of his parent. The boy grumbles with an annoyed expression, clearly frustrated by his father's words. Amami watches the exchange with a pensive look, processing the new family dynamic. The scene shifts abruptly to a dark, stormy landscape, where a chained monster struggles violently. A man in a dark forest curses his terrible luck, mentioning wolves, dragons, and elves. He nervously calls out to his companion, asking her to check if anyone has come. Crawling on the ground, she weakly calls out his name. She grabs his leg, desperately pleading for him to use regeneration magic on her. He looks down with annoyance, asking if she's hurt before reluctantly agreeing to heal her. With tears in her eyes, she weakly offers her thanks as he prepares to help. His hand glows with intricate magical energy as he begins to chant a powerful incantation. He tells her to wait, but his healing spell is suddenly interrupted by a strange noise. The young woman's eyes are wide with pure terror, her face covered in cold sweat. He warns that if he falls first, she will be helpless with only her purification magic. He reflects that his power is precious and must be conserved for what may come. Stammering in fear, the woman realizes the true hopelessness of their desperate situation. He dismisses her wound, noting that it isn't bleeding and is not a big deal. Gritting his teeth, he grabs his own arm, insisting his own injury is also minor. She looks on in stunned silence, beads of sweat dripping down her terrified face. Suddenly, a loud rustling sound erupts from the dense, surrounding forest, alerting them to danger. Cursing his luck, he drags her through the undergrowth as they are spotted by unseen pursuers. A powerful force erupts from the bushes, sending a blast of dirt and debris flying. A monstrous bird-like creature lunges at him with incredible speed, its sharp beak open. He cries out in pure terror as he dives to the ground to narrowly avoid the attack. A lone figure with a sword desperately flees through the dark, overgrown forest. His companion reaches out in terror, desperately calling his name as the forest closes in. Back at the festival, Princess Yun is called by a group of her royal attendants. She turns to Amami, explaining that she must excuse herself and will be back shortly. As Amami and Corona look on confused, the dwarf explains that she is going to dance. Normim's expression becomes serious as he urges them to watch the event very carefully. The princess stands poised among her attendants, all dressed in formal black attire for the occasion. With a firm and deliberate motion, she stomps her foot hard against the cobblestones. The princess and her attendants begin a graceful dance, their harmonious singing filling the air. A magical ring of light forms on the ground, glowing brightly with each step of their dance. Amami watches in amazement as Normim directs everyone's attention to the glowing magical ring. The glowing ring on the cobblestone path begins to pulse with an even brighter energy. From the pulsating light, countless glowing orbs rise from the ground, resembling floating spores. Amami realizes they are glowing mushrooms, reacting to the elven magic and illuminating the area. Normim explains that without elves, the tree would be dark, and this light guided them here. A close-up shows the intricate, studded design of the dwarf's unique triangular eye patch. He clutches his arm with a somber expression, lost in a difficult memory from his past. Amami observes the dwarf, noticing the sudden and profound shift in his otherwise boisterous mood. The elven living space and the pain-stopping leaves are this country's two rare treasures, he explains. He concludes that no matter how much power one has, humans cannot be relied upon for help. Amami's eye widens as he processes the dwarf's somber and unexpected words. Norman muses that if they had healing magic, their future might have been different. He states that while the country's fate is unknown, he looks forward to Amami's future actions. Listening intently, Amami's expression is one of serious contemplation and newfound understanding. He realizes with a start that the value of medicine is completely different in this world. The group stands in a moment of quiet reflection amidst the ongoing festival atmosphere. Looking up at her master, Corona seems to ask what he is thinking about so seriously. With a gentle smile, Amami says he is beginning to understand his true purpose here. Suddenly, an elven guard runs frantically towards the group, his footsteps pounding the ground. He shouts a desperate warning to everyone, exclaiming that a pack of black wolves is approaching. The princess confronts the guard, demanding to know what's happening and asking for more details. He identifies the source of the trouble as the healing mages who had previously fled. With a grim and sweaty expression, the guard confirms that the mages are indeed human. Princess Yoon's eyes widen in shock as she repeats the news about the runaway mages. The guard explains the humans are leading the wolf pack directly towards the city. Rin places a hand on Amami's shoulder, calling him a benefactor and warning him to remember this. Norman mentions an old story, referring to the former dwarf king and the rampaging dragon of old. Alec grimly notes that one wrong step could have meant the end for the world tree. The dwarf turns to Amami with a sharp grin, addressing him as the young one. With a furious glare, Alec grits his teeth, wondering just where those mages have been. Furious, the newly formed alliance vows to kill the mages, declaring they will all fight together. Amami stares in disbelief, completely horrified by their sudden and violent declaration of intent. At that moment, a pack of monstrous, bird-like wolves leaps over the city walls, beginning their invasion. The elven guards are immediately struck down by powerful, unseen magical attacks from the creatures. Another blast tears through the stone battlements as the relentless assault continues without pause. From above, the sheer number of creatures swarming the courtyard becomes terrifyingly clear. An elven commander orders his comrade to hold the line, desperate to buy time for reinforcements. He watches the chaos unfold, bitterly cursing the runaway mages for causing this disaster. Panicked, the mage Kulunelson appears, frantically screaming for the elves to let him inside. The assembled leaders look on with stern, cold expressions, unmoved by his desperate plea. However, Amami insists that time is short and he doesn't want to see anyone lose their life. The princess is taken aback by his plea, her face flushing with surprise at his compassion. Rin looks on with a knowing, slightly amused expression, intrigued by the human's unwavering ideals. The elven queen then turns her attention to the slime, respectfully addressing it as Yuit-sama. Her attendants then present a ceremonial sword, calling for Princess Yoon to step forward. Queen Melina offers her daughter a heartfelt thank you, urging her to be careful. With a confident smile, Princess Yoon accepts the sword, declaring she is ready for battle. However, the dwarf Norman places a hand on Alec's shoulder, stopping him from joining her. Alec explains that Amami is different from them, never considering himself deserving of special tribute. Elsewhere, Kulunelson casts a spell, arguing that if left alone, others will be hurt or killed. Alec questions if he would truly say that to just anyone, challenging his unwavering conviction. Amami looks down, soberly acknowledging that he understands the gravity of his own words and situation. However, his resolve hardens as he states he cannot abandon anyone who is injured before his eyes. While Alec grits his teeth in frustration, Amami smiles, declaring the opponent's identity doesn't matter. Suddenly, the city's main gate is breached with a deafening crash, startling the entire group. Inside, Kulunelson is shocked to find two glowing portals, wondering if a healing magician has appeared. Alec's face contorts with pure rage as he prepares to confront the invading forces head-on. Amami and Corona watch with concern as a powerful, shimmering aura begins to radiate from him. Rin then turns to Amami, telling him that he must simply do what he believes is right. Her words fill his eyes with a renewed sense of purpose and unwavering determination. She then calls out to Alec, getting his full and undivided attention amidst the chaos. With a serious look, she urges him to think carefully and follow his own convictions. Alec's eyes widen, a complex mix of shock and understanding reflected in his intense gaze. At that moment, the massive chimera lands with a ground-shaking thud, ready to join the fight. With Amami and his companions on its back, the beast faces Alec, who calls out his name. Rin then calmly asks Alec if he is going to help them, leaving him completely stunned. Atop the beast, Amami and Corona look on as Elle enthusiastically agrees to the mission. Rin and Alec watch with solemn expressions as the chimera prepares for its departure. The massive creature digs its paws into the ground, gathering its immense power to take flight. With a powerful leap, the chimera soars over the city walls, heading towards the forest. As rain begins to fall, the massive chimera looks on, its passengers ready for action. Alec watches the unfolding chaos, his expression grim and resolute in the downpour. Rin observes the situation with a calm, commanding presence, her gaze fixed on the battlefield. She then orders her kinsmen to prioritize protecting Princess Yun above all else. Rin then turns her attention to her son, calling out his name with a sharp, clear command. With a roar of fury, Alec unleashes his power, his fist glowing with brilliant energy. In a storm of magical sparkles, he transforms into his powerful black dragon form. Meanwhile, the elven guards are being driven back by the relentless tide of monstrous wolves. One soldier cries out in agony as he is viciously struck down by a lunging beast. The elves are quickly overwhelmed, shouting that there are simply too many enemies to fight. A massive wave of the creatures continues to pour into the city through the broken wall. A subordinate turns to his captain, desperately warning that they are about to be overrun. However, the captain screams for them to never give up and to hold until reinforcements arrive. Suddenly, a powerful blast tears through the horde, clearing a path for the defenders. Princess Yun and her royal guards arrive just in time, announcing their timely reinforcement. The princess reaches out with a determined cry, ready to join the desperate battle herself. Her soldiers call out her name in surprise and relief, their morale instantly boosted. With their princess leading the charge, the elven guards rush forward to meet the enemy. Mysterious cross-shaped projectiles rain down from the sky, striking the wolf pack with deadly force. Alec then crashes down in his dragon form, unleashing a wave of destruction upon the invaders. The forest god also lands with a mighty crash, joining the fray and stunning the elves. The elven soldiers stare in awe, recognizing both Alec and the forest god as their saviors. Another elf looks on with pure relief, exclaiming that they have finally been saved. With furious roars, the two powerful beasts unleash a devastating attack on the wolf pack. The captain confirms he is all right as his subordinates rush to check on his condition. Terrified by the overwhelming power, the monstrous wolf pack turns and flees in a panic. However, one of the elves clutches his arm, revealing that Captain Heiza has been injured. Hearing this, Alec turns his massive draconic head, his attention now on the injured soldier. The soldiers bring their wounded captain to Amami, pleading for the magician to examine him. Amami examines the captain's arm, revealing several deep, bloody claw marks on his forearm. He explains that the claws of wild animals are filthy and can cause a dangerous infection. The injured captain looks on with a worried expression, sweating as he processes the doctor's warning. Amami suggests they move to the castle, as it would be a better place for treatment. He then sheepishly admits that he doesn't know of any other suitable places to go. The captain agrees to wait at the castle and orders one of his men to escort Amami. Amami then asks Princess Yun about other casualties, and she confirms everyone else is safe. As the group heads to the castle, Alec grumbles that things have been resolved yet again. Meanwhile, in the forest, a sudden, brilliant flash of light erupts with great force. Hidden behind a tree, Kula Nelson watches in relief, exclaiming that the wolves are running away. However, his relief is cut short as a massive scaled leg slams down right beside him. The massive black dragon's eye snaps open, its gaze sharp and full of cold intent. It lands with a crash, holding the terrified mage Kula Nelson captive in its powerful grasp. Alec grimly reminds Amami that if someone else gets hurt, the next one will die. Foaming at the mouth, Kula Nelson's face contorts in pure terror as he is slowly crushed. Amami's eye widens in absolute horror, completely shocked by the dragon's brutal actions. Alec declares that he believes it is for the best to simply kill the mage right now. The captured mage lets out a horrifying scream of agony as the dragon's grip tightens. The immense pressure continues to build as Alec squeezes with unrelenting, deadly force. With a look of desperation, Amami pleads with the dragon, begging it to listen to him. The dragon's cold, unblinking eye remains fixed on its captive, ignoring the doctor's plea. Its eye then narrows with a look of cold, unwavering, and murderous determination. Amami confronts the dragon, demanding that it release the human captive at once. His expression is a mixture of professional concern and unwavering moral conviction. Enraged by his interference, the great dragon roars a sharp warning at the doctor. With a menacing grin, Alec then asks the terrified mage where his other companion is. Kula Nelson stares back in paralyzed fear, sweat pouring down his face, unable to answer. Amami and his companions suddenly react in shock, reaching out towards something unseen. The elven captain looks back, reporting that they have not seen the other mage anywhere. Alec reveals a human-like figure was spotted among the wolf pack, somewhere in the forest. He promises to spare the mage for now, but will kill him after finding the other. Alec's eye narrows, vowing to kill the captive mage if the other cannot be found. The terrified mage realizes he must buy time and find a chance to escape. Carried on the dragon's back, Kalunelson suddenly spots something important in the distance. Meanwhile, the massive chimera soars over the forest, following a winding path below. Amami, Corona, and the forest god rush through the undergrowth, urged on by the doctor. With a look of desperation, Amami worries that Alec will kill someone if they don't hurry. An elven man appears with Saya, declaring he will protect his companions from the newcomers. The chimera then launches itself back into the sky with a powerful burst of speed. They arrive in a dark, ominous forest filled with large, shadowy figures lurking in the mist. The forest god lands, confronting the dragon carrying the mages, who asks if they've been caught. The elf notes this area is a young wolf's den, likely the cause of the earlier attack. Looking down into a dark pit, Kalunelson recoils in horror at the gruesome scene. He prepares his magic, vowing to burn their attackers before they can strike first. A monstrous wolf's eye snaps open, sensing the intruders in its territory. A large pack of monstrous wolves surrounds a massive tree, growling with aggression. One of the wolves lunges forward with a ferocious snarl, its sharp teeth bared. The mage's companion, Saya, is struck down, crying out as the beasts swarm her. Surrounded by strange plants, she looks up with wide, terrified eyes, bracing for the worst. A faint light appears in the darkness as a voice confirms she has been found. Relieved, she sees the light is coming from a small, glowing creature perched on her hand. A star-shaped projectile suddenly strikes the ground with incredible force. The mage Saya lies unconscious in the foliage, critically injured from the unseen attack. Reflected in her unseeing eye is the faint glow of a small penlight. The dragon notes that she appears to be on the verge of death as Amami arrives. He rushes to her side, pulling her up to begin a frantic examination. The great dragon watches on, its expression unreadable and its motives unclear. Amami's face fills with alarm as he recognizes the life-threatening signs. Another dragon arrives, letting out a soft huff as it observes the dire situation. Kneeling beside the unconscious mage, Amami begins his urgent medical assessment. He first checks her wrist, finding the radial artery is completely non-palpable. Then he checks her neck, observing the severe distension of her jugular vein. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes the true dire nature of her condition. Without hesitation, he reaches into his bag for a life-saving adrenaline auto-injector. He firmly presses the auto-injector into her neck, administering the critical dose. Corona watches in absolute shock, her hair flying from the intensity of the moment. A single drop of sweat forms on Saya's neck as the medicine takes effect. Amami looks on with a concerned expression, unsure if the treatment will be enough. Suddenly, a torrent of medical supplies falls from the sky, crashing beside him. He quickly zips up his own bag, now having access to more equipment. With renewed focus, he holds up a stethoscope, preparing for the next step of his diagnosis. He places the stethoscope on her chest, listening intently for her breath sounds. Her companion watches with a sweaty, bewildered expression, wondering what the human is doing. The great dragon continues to observe the scene, its gaze sharp and full of intent. The elf and Corona look on with solemn, worried expressions, unsure of the outcome. Amami's eyes widen in alarm as he diagnoses a tension pneumothorax from her diminished breathing. He shouts for Corona to bring him his bag, and she responds immediately, ready to assist. The elf approaches, demanding to know what the magician is doing to the unconscious patient. He furiously argues that Amami should prioritize his allies, who are waiting back at the castle. With a pained expression, Amami tries to explain the critical nature of the situation. He insists that according to triage principles, her condition requires immediate life-saving intervention. The unconscious mage needs minimal but immediate treatment to prevent her condition from becoming fatal. The elf stares back, completely unfamiliar with the medical concept of emergency triage. A red tag signifies the most critical patients who require immediate treatment to survive. A yellow tag is for those with serious injuries that can be delayed without life-threatening risk. Finally, a green tag is used for minor injuries that do not require urgent specialist care. Suddenly, the dragon holding the captive mage cries out in pain from a sharp, unseen injury. The great beast glares down at the terrified mage, silencing him with a sharp command. With a look of desperation, Kalunelson turns his pleading gaze to the doctor, begging to be saved. However, Amami turns away, stating that any injuries to the humans will have to be treated later. The elf looks on, thinking that this human is ultimately no different from the rest. Alec confronts Amami, stating the unconscious mage is more important than the other humans. Rin explains that ultimately, the doctor's actions are for his own benefit and principles. The elf soldier furiously questions if the lives of his comrades are so cheap. With a bead of sweat on his brow, Amami listens with a serious expression. The dragon clicks its tongue in annoyance, clearly losing its patience with the situation. Amami then turns to the captive mage, calmly stating he will now examine him. The mage holds out his hand, showing a minor scrape on his palm as his only injury. He explains he received the minor injury from the recoil of his own powerful magic. The mage smugly demands that the doctor hurry up and treat his minor, green-tagged injury. However, Amami turns away, apologizing and insisting that the other patient takes priority. Completely stunned by this refusal, the mage stares in wide-eyed disbelief and frustration. The elf soldier is equally shocked, questioning why he would refuse to treat the human. The dragon roars in fury, questioning if the doctor is sane or just stalling for time. The elf declares that there is no honor in treating him, demanding he prioritize his own kind. He furiously screams at Amami, demanding that he prioritize his own race over the others. Ignoring them, Amami carefully locates the space between the second and third ribs on the patient's chest. With a look of intense focus, he confirms he has found the precise location. The elf argues that triage dictates the bleeding captive should be the clear priority for treatment. He questions why Amami would start with her, as the doctor holds up a large syringe. Without another word, he swiftly plunges the long needle deep into the patient's chest. The patient lets out a sharp cry of pain as the doctor performs the emergency procedure. With a tear in his eye, the elf watches on in a state of absolute shock. The captive mage stares with a stunned and horrified expression, completely bewildered by the scene. A powerful hissing sound erupts as a spray of trapped air is released from the syringe. Amami explains that a hole in her lung made her condition far more dangerous than it appeared. A medical diagram details the life-threatening mechanics of a tension pneumothorax and its effects. The elf and the captive mage stand in stunned silence, rendered speechless by the impossible event. With a gentle smile, Amami states this procedure has bought them time to get to the castle. The elf apologizes for his earlier outburst, promising to check on their own wounded soldier. He then asks if the mage will be all right, as her injury goes against their usual rules. The great dragon looms over the terrified captive mage, who flinches under its immense shadow. Seeing his chance, the captive mage makes a desperate dash for freedom across the field. However, the dragon's tail whips out and ensnares him midair, leaving the others watching silently. Captured and terrified, the mage screams for the human magician to save him from the dragon's grasp. Amami calmly explains to his companions that the captive's injuries are the least severe of all. The elf looks down with a stern, surprised expression, processing this strange logic. He then asks Amami what he intends to do with him, and the doctor says he will treat him later. This unexpected compassion leaves the elf wide-eyed and completely taken aback by the doctor's decision. Amami offers a slightly awkward and goofy smile in response to the tense situation. As the dragon dangles the mage, the elf declares he doesn't understand whose side Amami is on. With a look of unwavering focus, Amami states that everyone is his patient. The elf apologizes, admitting that his previous outburst was selfish and thoughtless. Amami simply replies that he does not want to abandon anyone who needs his help. Later, inside the world tree, the group gathers to tend to the wounded. A special medicinal tea is brewed from the leaves of the great world tree. A hand clenches tightly, reflecting the tense atmosphere of the sick room. The elven captain, Hisam, apologizes to the queen for his injuries, but she tells him to rest. Entering the sick room, Amami wishes for the captain's pain to subside quickly as he prepares to treat him. They carry the unconscious mage to another bed as a young attendant expresses her relief. As they gently place her down, the extent of her exhaustion becomes clear. The queen's eyes widen in shock as she finally recognizes the unconscious woman. She is identified as Saya, one of the runaway healing magicians from before. Amami explains that she is simply an injured person now and asks to use the room for treatment. With a look of slight surprise, Princess Yun agrees to his request for the space. He then states he will prioritize Captain Heiss's treatment first, as Saya's condition is stable for now. Everyone gathers around the captain's bed, awaiting the doctor's next instructions for his care. As he begins his examination, Amami's expression suddenly shifts to one of alarm. He notes that while the cloth looks clean, the captain's wound has not been properly washed yet. He carefully begins to clean the deep, bloody claw marks covering the captain's forearm. Nearby, a dark, viscous liquid drips from a cup, hinting at the wound's severity. Amami holds the cup, surprised as he recognizes the scent of the world tree's leaves. He realizes their standard treatment is just painkillers, then asks the captain how his wound feels. The captain grits his teeth, sweating as he insists that he can endure the pain. Amami realizes the world tree's leaves are only somewhat effective at managing his severe pain. Turning to his assistant, Amami calls out to Corona, stating he needs to wash the wound. Corona immediately turns to the medical bag, searching for the necessary supplies for the procedure. With Corona's help, he begins to flush the captain's deep wounds with sterile, saline solution. He then prepares a syringe, ready to administer a local anesthetic to numb the area. As the captain grimaces from the pain, the others look on with deep concern. Amami then informs the shocked captain that he must make an additional incision into the wound. The other elves react with pure horror and disbelief at his seemingly cruel announcement. Even the queen and princess are taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and concern. The elf soldier furiously questions why he would want to cut an already gruesome and painful wound. Amami looks on with a grim expression, knowing the procedure is absolutely necessary despite its appearance. He explains this will help it heal faster, warning that leaving it could lead to infection. A medical text explains debridement, the removal of dead tissue to prevent infection and promote healing. Still in disbelief, the elf soldier cannot comprehend the logic behind widening the existing wound. Princess Yun, however, seems to place her complete trust in the doctor's unconventional methods. The queen remains silent, her long flowing hair obscuring her expression as she observes. The elf finally concedes that they do not yet understand the doctor's strange and powerful magic. Princess Yun states that while they don't understand his methods, they know he is trying to help. Corona enthusiastically agrees, proudly declaring that her master is simply amazing. The elf soldier lets out a heavy sigh, finally relenting to the doctor's strange methods. With a deep bow, he formally asks Amami to please take care of his injured comrade. With a bright and determined smile, Amami confidently agrees to the soldier's request. He puts on a pair of sterile surgical gloves as Corona watches with a concerned expression. He then picks up a pair of delicate surgical scissors, preparing for the debridement procedure. With the scissors poised, he prepares to cut away the dead tissue from the deep claw marks. The sharp scissors snip into the flesh, beginning the gruesome but necessary debridement. The injured captain flinches and sweats, silently enduring the painful cleaning of his wound. The other elves can only watch with wide, horrified eyes, completely stunned by his methods. He carefully removes a piece of dark, necrotic tissue from the wound with the scissors. The queen and her attendants watch the delicate and bloody procedure with intense focus. As the soldier watches, Amami continues the meticulous process of cleaning the captain's arm. With the wound now clean, he proudly announces the completion of the debridement procedure. He then begins to flush another one of the captain's wounds with sterile, saline solution. Next, he presents a jar of Vaseline, preparing to apply it to the cleaned wound. With a reassuring smile, he tells the captain that the wound will be fine now. He confidently promises that he will continue to treat him until he is fully healed. The captain smiles with pure relief, finally thanking the doctor for his incredible work. The elf soldier watches the now peaceful captain, murmuring in disbelief. So this is... He looks on in awe, realizing this must be the incredible magic of Lord Amami. Amami then turns his attention to the awakened mage, announcing he will now treat her curse. As the others react in surprise, he asks Corona for his stethoscope to continue the treatment. With a gentle smile, Amami explains to the elf soldier that it is simply her turn. The soldier questions this logic, asking if her life holds no value compared to his own. Lying in bed, the captain smiles faintly, musing that such things can indeed happen. A small, knowing smile forms on the elf soldier's face as he begins to understand. The elven queen and princess watch the unfolding events with calm and gentle expressions. The queen continues to observe the scene with a serene and knowing smile. Amami explains that if air remains, he will perform pleurodesis to treat the lung. The queen approaches the princess, telling her that she has finally made a decision. With regal determination, she declares they will build a new place within the world tree. The queen and princess formally offer to create a new home for Lord Amami here. This declaration is symbolized by a vision of the world tree glowing brightly against the sky. Meanwhile, in a dark dungeon, a heavy barred door slams shut with a loud crash. A shadowed figure tells the imprisoned Kulanelson that magic is useless against the special cell. Clutching the bars, the captured mage stares out with a look of pure, unadulterated terror. He screams that they will regret this, insisting humans cannot be treated in this manner. A horned woman coldly states his mother was incurable, and she holds no responsibility for it. The furious mage spits, ranting that they cannot avoid war now and will roast the lizards. The woman's kinsmen look on with cold, intimidating expressions, a powerful aura surrounding them. She coldly informs him that the only reason he is alive is because he has no value. Terrified, he shouts back that he would gladly accept war over his current imprisonment. With a sharp, menacing grin, she simply agrees to his defiant wish for conflict. She then unleashes a devastating punch, striking the mage through the bars with incredible force. The force of the blow sends him crashing violently into the far wall of his cell. Standing with her kinsmen, she furiously declares that the human mage is a complete failure. Lying unconscious on the floor, he cannot even begin to comprehend the consequences of his words. Meanwhile, back in the sick room, the mage Saya continues to rest peacefully and recover. The scene then shifts to a grand, sprawling city at night, the seat of human power. In a vast library, a subordinate reports to High Priest Eccles about the World Tree mission. Eccles notes that they were captured after abandoning their assigned treatment, leaving them helpless. With a cold and unfeeling expression, he closes his book, sealing their fate. As the chapter ends, the story moves forward, promising the beginning of a new hospital. A new chapter begins as two women discuss something that will become a major obstacle. The Queen and Princess formally welcome the delegation, thanking them for coming to the meeting. With a welcoming smile, the Queen officially declares that the meeting will now begin. Inside the magnificent world tree, sparkling light cascades down from the high canopy above. The Queen then formally asks the visiting delegation if they will continue their mutual alliance. Rastellum expresses her satisfaction with the outcome, asking if the Queen is truly sure about this arrangement. The Queen reassures her, stating that her full recovery is the most important thing of all. However, Rastellum's gaze sharpens as she reveals that she has just one important condition for them. She proposes that the Dragonkin cede the Elven Kingdom to them, a group which also includes Hewitt. A spectacled elf considers the proposal, interpreting it as a need to eliminate other countries for his sake. She muses on the complexities, wondering if this is a plot to entrap him or a more complicated situation. Rastellum dismisses these anxieties, noting what might have happened if Yoon hadn't brought Amami. This thought solidifies her desire for Amami to remain with them, to her own relief and amusement. An enthusiastic elf with large earrings chimes in, exclaiming that she also wants Amami to stay. The Queen then reminds her daughter that Lord Amami was the one who saved her life too. Therefore, she fully agrees to the pact, also wishing for Amami to remain in the World Tree. The spectacled scribe then prepares to formalize the agreement, but asks them to wait a moment. She questions if they shouldn't first ask what Lord Amami himself thinks of this grand arrangement. Understanding the point, she volunteers to go and summon Lord Amami to the meeting herself. The scene then shifts to a quiet room where several glass flasks sit on the wooden floor. Lying in a bed nearby, the mage Saya continues to rest peacefully, her face calm. Corona attempts to use a stethoscope, but looks completely bewildered by the strange medical device. Suddenly, the powerful and rhythmic beating of a heart echoes clearly through the earpieces. She happily tells her master that the captain's right lung now sounds perfectly in sync. Amami looks on with a slightly surprised expression, impressed by her accurate observation. Amami takes the stethoscope from Corona, wanting to listen to the breath sounds for himself. He listens intently to the captain's breathing, a look of focused concentration on his face. Confirming he can hear the breath sounds, he tells Corona to remember this normal sound well. He warns that if the sound disappears, they will need to consider performing pleurodesis. Corona's eyes are wide with concentration, clutching the stethoscope as she absorbs his lesson. With newfound confidence and a bright smile, she enthusiastically agrees to his instructions. Suddenly, the unconscious mage's eyes flutter open as she finally begins to regain consciousness. A familiar horned man, Alec, enters the room and stands silently at her bedside. His sharp, intense gaze is fixed on the newly awakened patient with an unreadable expression. The mage's eye widens in pure terror as she recognizes the imposing figure before her. Amami looks on, his expression one of calm surprise as he processes the unexpected reunion. With a cheerful tone, he happily tells the bewildered mage that she has been found. Alec's expression remains sharp and focused, silently observing the entire interaction. With a gentle smile, Amami reassures her that she will be fine and just needs to rest. Alec offers a quiet but sincere word of thanks, acknowledging his own personal code. Still weak, the mage Saya also offers her own heartfelt gratitude for being saved. Alec remains by her bedside, a silent and imposing guardian watching over her recovery. His expression is a complex mixture of deep concern and a new, unspoken understanding. Amami asks if he needs something, but Alec brushes it off, saying he just wanted to talk. He then turns and walks away, offering a brief apology before departing down the long corridor. Amami asks Corona what's wrong as she holds the stethoscope to her nose with a confused expression. Standing in a new room, Corona asks if she is truly allowed to use such an incredible magical tool. A historical text explains the invention of the stethoscope, from ancient Greece to its modern form. Amami enthusiastically confirms she can use it, revealing he prepared a stethoscope especially for her. Stunned by the incredible gift, Corona imagines herself as a professional while her real self is speechless. He recalls his promise to her grandfather, explaining that he has a vow he must fulfill. He then gently asks if she would be willing to use it with him, as it's the only one he has. Overcome with joy, she lets out a huge fang-filled smile, enthusiastically thanking Yuitsama for the gift. Amami watches with a warm, contented smile as his little slime companion pats him on the head. His mood shifts as he realizes his lack of supplies before an attendant calls his name. An attendant arrives, introducing herself as a servant of Queen Melina, leaving Amami completely surprised. The spectacled elf formally introduces herself as Mayard, asking him to remember her from now on. Flustered and excited, Amami exclaims how nice her glasses are, much to her embarrassment. Corona examines the sparkling lens with pure fascination, exclaiming that it's an incredible tool. Holding the lens to the light, Amami realizes the new possibilities, while Mayard remains flustered. Apologizing for getting carried away, he hands the glasses back to the still flustered Mayard. Mayard announces his arrival, and he conveniently adds that he also had something to discuss. A slight blush spreads across Mayard's face as she adjusts her now sparkling spectacles. Princess Yun is also taken aback by the turn of events, her own face flushing slightly. The queen asks about his consultation, but he politely suggests that she should speak first. Amami begins his consultation, addressing the future care of the people who were injured. He warns that while some wounds have improved, he fears infection from the wolves, especially rabies. Princess Yun looks on with sparkling curiosity, repeating the unfamiliar term, rabies? He gravely explains that it is a fatal disease contracted from the bites of infected animals. A text explains that while rabies is almost always fatal, a vaccine can prevent its onset. Ristalem dismisses the concern, stating that such a thing is not a good omen to discuss. However, Amami insists he must prepare for the worst since the local variant is completely unknown. Mard then asks him to elaborate on what these strict preparations would actually entail. He requests to observe the mages and investigate the town for any potential rabies-like symptoms. Ristalem smiles warmly, acknowledging his request and stating that she has already made her decision. With a kind smile, the queen agrees, entrusting the entire matter to Lord Amami completely. With the crisis handled, the queen asks what would be a suitable reward for all his services. Completely taken aback by the question, Amami can only stammer the word, reward. The queen clarifies they must compensate him properly, far beyond what a normal magician would receive. Amami's eye widens in pure shock, completely flustered by the incredible offer of payment. He insists having a place to stay and being allowed to practice medicine is more than enough. Ristalem leans in with a playful smile, questioning if her life holds no special value. Incredibly flustered, Amami waves his hands defensively, insisting that wasn't what he meant at all. He then recalls a facility from his world, the Koishikawa Yojosho, where the poor received care. In a brief flashback, a thoughtful doctor sits among medicinal herbs, deep in contemplation. With a kind smile, the queen asks what kind of facility he wishes to build. He declares his wish to provide medical care for everyone who comes to the World Tree for help. A moment of silence hangs over the grand meeting table after his heartfelt declaration. Ristalem bursts into laughter, amused that saving lives has become a matter of business negotiations. Queen Melina closes her eyes with a warm, gentle smile, moved by his sincere wish. Mayard interjects, apologizing for interrupting, but stating she has one important point to add. She asks if he would be willing to teach his medical magic to the elves. She quickly adds that the source of his power would, of course, remain a well-kept secret. With a bright and cheerful smile, Amami immediately agrees that it's a great idea. Mayard is left completely speechless and flustered by his casual and immediate acceptance. He explains that his hands cannot reach everyone, so he wants more people to learn his techniques. Mayard stares in stunned silence, her glasses sparkling as she is moved by his selflessness. Princess Yun's attendant with large earrings enthusiastically raises her hand, volunteering as a candidate. With a look of regal determination, the queen's gaze sharpens as she makes a proclamation. She declares they will create a place in this country to save all who are sick. Amami's mind reels, his expression splitting into two as he processes the sudden decision. The scene then shifts to a grand human city with magnificent and towering architecture. A man's face appears, surrounded by a swirling aura of powerful, divine magical energy. His hand is placed over an afflicted leg, which begins to glow with healing power. The hand then hovers over a pool of sparkling water as the healing energy ripples outwards. A brilliant beam of magical light erupts, signifying the completion of the powerful healing spell. The healed woman's companion cries tears of pure shock and profound relief at the miracle. Inside the grand hall, the woman joyfully declares her leg is healed, thanking the priest. The white-haired man Arch offers a calm and knowing smile after his successful healing. He holds up a bottle of holy water, explaining its power against fevers and cursed wounds. The healed woman's grateful companion places 2 large coins into her hand as payment. Watching from the pews, a hooded figure offers a quiet but sincere word of thanks. His companions marvel at how quickly he healed the wound, praising the power of true faith. One questions why such a lowly woman would need holy water gifted from High Priest Eccles. Arch declares that God created all people in this world to be equal and deserving. However, he adds with a sharp, fang-filled grin that demi-humans are a clear exception. Two men laugh, mocking the holy water as mere fruit juice, wondering about Eccles's motives. A messenger runs up to Arch, interrupting the conversation with an urgent report for him. She relays an urgent summons from High Priest Eccles, calling him to the Pope's office. Arch looks up at the Grand Cathedral, calmly acknowledging the important and unexpected summons. He walks down a long, ornate hall, spotting another figure approaching in the distance. Turning with a surprised expression, Arch asks if the other person has also been summoned. A kind-faced man with a large mace is introduced as Sol, one of the summoned. A second individual, with a sharp and intense gaze, is introduced as the Mage Comet. A fourth person arrives, asking the group if they have any idea why they were summoned. Sol asks Comet if he has any idea why they were summoned, but gets a terse reply. Comet grumbles about being made into an advertisement during his time as a slave nin. He then storms off down the hall as Sol casually remarks that he's in a rebellious phase. Arch wonders why they were all summoned, questioning if this is a full gathering of the 6 stars. Sol explains another member is absent, busy giving orders for a mysterious experiment. He adds that it has to do with money. Just as a set of ornate double doors opens, the group enters a luxurious waiting room where the other members are already waiting for them. A striking woman with dark hair sits casually, holding a sparkling gem with a confident expression. Another man, introduced as Fiazes, sits with a relaxed and confident posture, his staff beside him. The name of their elite group, the Shurin Hekigo, hangs in the air. High Priest Eccles enters with a sparkling smile, welcoming the assembled members of his council. He formally addresses the gathered individuals, calling them the esteemed 6 stars. Eccles reveals that one of their own, a low-ranking priest, has been captured in the World Tree. He urgently requests a swift response to prevent their exclusive healing magic from being leaked. Comet listens with a grim expression, clearly annoyed by the developing situation. Sol's expression is one of deep and somber concern for their captured comrade. Arch's face is a mask of serious contemplation as he processes the grave news. The dark-haired woman, however, seems completely bored and unimpressed by the entire report. Fiazes simply looks down, his expression calm and completely unreadable. The scene then cuts back to the terrified captive mage, sweating profusely in his dark cell. Amami stretches, deep in thought about the monumental task that lies ahead of him. Corona's voice snaps him from his thoughts, and he quickly apologizes for being distracted. Just then, Alec enters the room, curiously asking Amami what he is planning to create. Corona excitedly explains they are building a hospital, a place to treat anyone's sickness or injury. However, Amami looks on with a grim expression, lamenting that they are simply running out of time. He then presents a stack of papers, showing them a drawing of something the hospital will need. Alec examines a detailed anatomical illustration of a dragon's head, asking what it is for. Amami reveals his ambitious plan to create a new book of anatomy for this world. A historical text explains the Kaitai Shinsho, Japan's first translated Western anatomy book. He explains that documenting the dragon's structure will be a valuable reference for future treatments. Overcome with excitement, Corona exclaims at the thought of her one day treating a dragon. Amami offers a slightly nervous but determined smile, encouraged by her enthusiasm for learning. He admits, however, that many other necessary things are still incomplete, which worries him greatly. Meanwhile, the elven women lament that their recent soap-making experiment has been a complete failure. A foul smoke fills the workshop as Amami apologizes for the stinky mess his experiment has created. He sheepishly explains his attempt to create soap using animal fat, plant ash, and salt. A text explains the ancient history of soap and its function as a surfactant for cleaning. Corona, however, is thrilled at the prospect, having never used soap to get clean before. Amami smiles, agreeing that cleanliness is the best way to prevent many illnesses from occurring. He reflects on the limitless things they need, from equipment to knowledge, for their new hospital. Lost in thought, Amami worries about the overwhelming lack of resources and knowledge in this new world. His companions, Corona and Alec, watch from a distance as he continues his pensive deliberation. Alec finally interrupts, telling him to stop thinking so hard and declaring they are all going out. They arrive at a cozy tavern nestled within a large, gnarled tree, lit by glowing orbs. A stern, horned bartender with strange mechanical goggles formally welcomes the group into the establishment. As they enter, Alec happily announces that Amami is finally joining them for a drink tonight. The bartender's spectacles glint as he gives the newcomers a serious and appraising look. A group of boisterous, horned men at the bar order the best liquor for their spirited guests. With a sheepish smile, Amami politely explains that he does not usually drink any alcohol. Alec turns to him with a surprised expression, questioning if he is simply weak to liquor. He nervously tries to explain as the bartender suggests that perhaps the drink is not to his taste. The bartender then suggests an alternative, a game called A-Tail being played on the second floor. Confused by the unfamiliar term, Amami asks Corona if she knows what it is, but she doesn't. A loud voice suddenly calls out from across the room, addressing the dragon shopkeeper. Amami is surprised to see the dwarf Normum sitting at the bar, looking quite intoxicated. Normum slurs that the young one shouldn't get involved in such bad games and demands another drink. The doctor looks on, completely bewildered by the dwarf's cryptic warning about a bad game. Another patron offers the dwarf a drink, which he gratefully accepts with a hearty thanks. Normum warns them again not to get involved with A-Tail, calling it a fool's game. Alec tells the old man to mind his business while Amami accepts a drink that was offered. Amami takes a sip from a large wooden mug, noting that the bubbly drink is not cold. Seated at a table with his companions, he remarks that this drink tastes delicious, like a beer. The dwarf identifies the frothy beverage in the mug as a special Kelwisia liquor. Normum explains this is brewed from grain, impressed that Amami can tell the difference from the fruit liquor. Amami explains that in his world, drinks like beer and ale are always served very cold. Both Alec and Normum are stunned, having never heard of chilling a drink before serving it. Intrigued by the idea, Alec turns to the bartender, Tega, and makes a special request. Surrounded by a crackling magical aura, the bartender holds the mug, focusing his power. A thick layer of sparkling frost instantly forms on the outside of the wooden mug. He presents the magically chilled drink, leaving Amami and Corona completely amazed by the sight. Eager to experience this new sensation, Normum asks Alec if he can try the cold drink. He takes a massive gulp of the frosty beer, his eye wide with pure shock and delight. Without pausing, he chugs the entire contents of the mug, spilling it down his beard. A flash of pure satisfaction erupts as he finishes the incredibly refreshing, cold beverage. He then slams the empty mug and his fist down on the table with a powerful crash. The dwarf roars with pure delight at how delicious it is, as Alec tells him to be quiet. A brief flashback shows him enjoying a drink while watching a beautiful sunset over the land. Another memory reveals him joyfully sledding down a hill of sparkling, glistening sand. Back in the present, Normum sits at the bar, thoughtfully holding his empty wooden mug. He is impressed that the doctor possesses such wisdom about alcohol, but Amami smiles sheepishly. Alec, intrigued by the doctor's knowledge, asks what other combinations they should try next. Amami admits to Corona that he used to drink, but he actually preferred whiskey over beer. Normum reacts with utter shock, demanding to know what this strange whiskey could possibly be. The doctor explains that it is a type of distilled liquor, a completely foreign concept to the dwarf. Corona clarifies the process involves boiling and condensing to create a much stronger alcohol. With his eyes sparkling, the dwarf eagerly demands to hear more details about this method. Alec protectively grabs Amami, telling the old man not to bother him with more work talk. Normum angrily shoves him aside, declaring that creating better liquor is their shining future. A sudden thought strikes Amami. Repeated distillation could produce high-concentration ethanol for disinfection. The bartender intervenes, freezing the bickering patrons with his magic, leaving Amami shivering from the cold. After they are released, Normum slams his fist on the table, conceding the point to Alec. Amami then turns to the dwarf, asking if he might be willing to teach him about distillation. The dwarf agrees but makes a counteroffer. Examine his grandson whenever he has free time. He is then introduced to the shy young boy, who peeks out from behind a large, feathery object. Normum explains that his grandson suffers from stomach pains and has difficulty with bowel movements. Amami thoughtfully considers the symptoms, identifying the boy's likely condition as constipation. The dwarf blows a puff of smoke from his pipe, his expression serious and deeply concerned. He insists it is not urgent, offering to craft anything Amami wants as payment for the examination. Amami is amazed, realizing the dwarves are renowned artisans who can forge whatever he needs. An idea suddenly strikes him, and he insists on making a formal request, not just accepting a gift. The dwarf insists that exceptional skills demand a proper price, and Amami must accept his reward. Alec playfully reminds the old man that he expects proper payment for his own contributions. After Normum's indignant reply, Amami curiously asks if the dragon can always work at this establishment. Alec clarifies they work in places where fights often break out, like the A-Tail shop upstairs. Having heard the name before, Amami asks for clarification on what exactly A-Tail is. The dwarf warns him it's better not to know, before Alec changes the subject to his drink. Amami wonders if it's like tobacco, and Alex suggests he see for himself, though it's not recommended. A long winding staircase spirals upwards, illuminated by glowing orbs hanging in the air. The group ascends the magical staircase, following the dwarf towards the mysterious upper floor. At the top of the stairs, they are greeted by an elegant, horned woman with a mysterious air. The woman greets them with an inviting smile, asking if they have come to smoke. The dwarf vehemently refuses the offer, while the woman tries to calm the situation. She gently shushes him, warning that loud noises and fire will disturb the other patrons. Grumbling, the dwarf notes that his pipe is strictly forbidden, clearly annoyed by the establishment's rules. Deciding to just observe for now, the group agrees to enter the mysterious eight-tailed den. They step into a dimly lit, hazy room where patrons lounge amongst glowing roots and mushrooms. One patron reclines in blissful relaxation, inhaling deeply from a large, ornate water pipe. The room is filled with people of different races, all lost in a similar, hazy stupor. Suddenly, a beastman hunched in the corner breaks into a fit of violent, racking coughs. Realizing the scene before them, Amami confirms with his companions that this is Atil. Alec looks at Amami with a serious expression, calling him a good person. However, he sternly warns the doctor not to get involved in this matter with his ideals. Corona remembers Normim's warning, noting that fewer people come to this place to play anymore. The proprietor explains that Atil doesn't offer lectures or sympathy, only a different kind of solace. She reveals it's a way to forget pain that even the world tree's leaves cannot cure. A blissful patron murmurs that this peaceful sleep is necessary, though someone off-panel disagrees. The proprietor looks on with a serene expression, understanding the deep need for this escape. Amami is left completely stunned, his eyes wide as he processes this grim reality. He repeats her words in disbelief, questioning if it truly helps people forget pain and sleep. His companions look on, equally surprised and confused by this strange revelation. Amami suddenly grabs the pipe with excitement, declaring that it is incredibly useful and absolutely necessary. The proprietor's eyes widen with fascination, her pupils turning into hearts as she stares at him. Alec questions its usefulness, and Norman agrees that it must be properly verified first. Realizing its potential, Amami exclaims it can be used for general anesthesia, a hospital necessity. The scene shifts to the grand human capital, a city of magnificent towering cathedrals. Inside, High Priest Eccles addresses the elite members of his council, the Six Stars. One of them, Comet, angrily asks if the plan is simply to kill their captured comrade. Sol tries to intervene, suggesting they should at least find a way for him to survive. Arch coldly states that depending on the circumstances, the captured mage's life or death is irrelevant. This callous declaration leaves Comet staring back in a state of absolute shock and disbelief. Fiaziz offers to investigate, but Arch dismisses him, saying he stands out too much. She suggests a fair coin toss to decide, with the last one remaining assigned the mission. With an intense expression, she holds up 3 coins, ready to begin the high-stakes game. Comet's eyes narrow as he locks in his prediction for the outcome of the 3 coins. The coins clatter as they are thrown, the first round of the game quickly coming to a close. The rules are set, with heads being the face, as Arch declares her combination of calls. Comet follows, making his prediction. Heads, tails, tails, his expression focused and serious. Sol then makes his call, calmly stating, heads, tails, heads, as his choice. The next member calls out, tails, tails, heads, adding her guess to the tense game. The final member makes their prediction, simply stating, tails, tails, tails for their turn. With all predictions made, Arch opens her hand to reveal the final result of the toss. The coins show tails, 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 and she smugly announces that only Fiaziz remains. Fiaziz stands up with a sigh, reluctantly accepting his new and unavoidable assignment. Arch explains that the unlucky should do the work, so he will be the one to go. The others look on as she reminds him of her conditions for undertaking this mission. Eccles watches with a satisfied smile, thanking Fiaziz for his swift and wise judgment. With his ornate staff in hand, Fiaziz begins his solitary journey away from the others. He walks through the city's grand gate, leaving the human capital on his new mission. A merchant greets him, confirming his name is Ran and inviting him to board the carriage. Seated on the cart pulled by a strange beast, the merchant asks where he is headed. Fiaziz sits inside a carriage, stating his destination is the southwest. His final destination is revealed, the elven kingdom and the cave within the world tree. Back in the world tree, Alec expresses relief that Amami has found a clear purpose. Amami explains that before he can treat anyone, he must first conduct proper clinical trials. The unfamiliar term clinical trials leaves Corona looking completely bewildered and questioning. He elaborates on the need to test treatments to determine the correct dosages and usage. Alex suggests they speak with Saya about the matter. which the proprietor agrees is a wise move. With a bright smile, Amami agrees, recognizing it is the right course of action. Deeply impressed, Alec declares that he will offer even greater support for Amami's new hospital. Completely taken aback by this heartfelt declaration, Amami is left blushing and speechless. Flustered but grateful, he admits he never expected such a sincere show of support. Alec then brings up his request to Normim, stating he needs more than simple cutlery. Amami clarifies he needs any large blade, and Alec immediately volunteers to procure one himself. A look of firm, unwavering resolve settles on Alec's face as he accepts the task. Amami offers a warm and grateful smile, moved by his friend's unwavering support. Recalling a past injury, Amami notes that while small tools are useful, he wants to avoid getting hurt. Hearing this, Alec's expression softens into a gentle, knowing smile, touched by his concern. Alec explains that to draw blood without magic, one needs. He admits that while he is useless when it comes to treatment, he can help in other ways. Overwhelmed but happy, Amami enthusiastically agrees to his friend's generous offer of assistance. With a sudden burst of energy, Alec declares it's time for them to leave immediately. He enthusiastically grabs the startled doctor, promising to introduce him to the legendary Sterilization. Transforming into his dragon form, Alec soars high into the cloudy sky with his passenger. Shivering from the intense cold of the flight, a flustered Amami asks where they are going. The great dragon reassures him that their destination is now visible just ahead of them. They arrive at a massive mining city, and Amami stares in awe at the vast pit and castle. Alec gravely explains that this desolate and abandoned place was once the great dwarf kingdom. They fly over the silent, ruined city, its empty streets now blanketed in a layer of snow. Landing in a ruined courtyard, Amami asks if the entire kingdom was simply destroyed. Alec clarifies they relocated to find new ore, but Amami still wonders if this is their destination. Inside a ruined building, Alec confirms this is where they'll find the materials he needs. Using his magic to start a fire, a grateful Amami warms himself under a thick blanket. By the crackling fire, Alec reveals that Normim was the very last dwarf to remain here. Amami realizes with a blush that this abandoned place is Normim's lost and forgotten homeland. A memory flashes of Normim vowing to build a hospital in order to save all the sick. Back at the World Tree, the Elven Queen admits his plan is far grander than she imagined. With a kind smile, she promises to gladly lend her strength to his noble and ambitious cause. The dwarf stands silently for a moment, accepting the heavy weight of their important request. He recalls sitting alone in his quiet, snow-covered homeland, lamenting its silent, lonely end. Bowing deeply, Normim swears on his forge and anvil that he will fulfill their expectations. The Elven Queen and her attendants stand with solemn and determined expressions, awaiting the next steps. The new chapter begins titled Hospital Construction Part 1, signaling a fresh start. Normim asks the Queen what she intends to build, as they were supposed to consult with Amami. Princess Hyun explains that Alec took the doctor to the Tosium mine in search of Sterilization. The dwarf realizes with a shock that they intend to refine the rare metal using dragon's mana. He looks out over a desolate landscape, lamenting that his homeland is now a dusty ruin. Hearing his sorrow, the Elven Queen and her attendants share a look of deep sympathy. Normim declares that while they wait, the dwarves will begin their own important preparations. The scene then shifts to the interior of a large and well-equipped dwarven forge. With a massive hammer, Normim rallies his fellow dwarves, announcing a huge new job. The other craftsmen cheer in unison, eager to show off their incredible skills and spirit. However, he stops his young son, Huey, telling him to wait before joining the others. Two dwarves announce they are heading out to the quarry and clay pits for supplies. Normim turns back to his son, asking with concern if his stomach is feeling all right. The young boy clutches his stomach, a slightly pained expression on his determined face. With a bright smile, Huey raises his fist and enthusiastically declares he is fine today. His father gently scolds him, warning him not to overdo it and push himself too hard. The boy insists, however, that he wants to be useful to his grandfather's important project. Completely taken aback by his son's sincerity, the dwarf chief looks on with pure surprise. With a confident smile, the boy promises to gather the necessary lumber for the construction. As his son dashes out of the forge, Normim stands alone, deep in thought. He lets out a heavy sigh, his expression reflecting a deep fatherly concern. Looking up at the rafters, the dwarf chief seems to steel his resolve for the task ahead. Meanwhile, in the forest, young Huey swings an axe with surprising strength against a large tree. His face is a mask of pure determination as the blade bites deep into the wood. With a final, powerful push, he strains to topple the massive, partially cut tree trunk. Another dwarf praises his excellent work as Huey proudly hoists a heavy log onto his shoulder. The other dwarves express their concern, asking about his stomach and urging him to rest. However, Huey cheerfully dismisses their worries, insisting it is just a minor issue. His companion angrily retorts that bowel movements should not be painful or a cause for worry. The young boy simply laughs, once again waving off their concerns and insisting that he is fine. Suddenly, a crippling wave of agony washes over him, his eyes wide with pure shock. He clutches his stomach, bewildered by the sudden and excruciating pain, as his companion calls out. Without another word, the young dwarf collapses violently to the ground in the middle of the forest. A panicked dwarf runs back to the forge, shouting to Normim that his son is in trouble. The chief's eye widens in pure horror as he processes the devastating news of his son's collapse. In a frantic rush, Normim orders his men to guide him to the castle immediately. The dwarves gather around Huey's bedside, desperately urging the young boy to hold on. Lying in bed, Huey grits his teeth and clenches his fist, writhing in unbearable agony. Normim turns to Corona, desperately asking for help, but she can only look on, powerless. Princess Yun turns to a worried Corona, calling out her name in the tense room. The princess insists they must call Amami back, but Corona desperately asks if there is any other way. A dwarf grimly states the journey to the mine takes 2 days, leaving Huey with no time. The young dwarf continues to writhe in bed, his face a mask of pure, unbearable agony. Watching his suffering, Princess Yun and Corona can only look on with horrified expressions. Suddenly, a loud, inexplicable sound from outside startles both of them completely. The massive head of the forest god appears through a cloud of smoke, stunning the onlookers. Princess Yun stares in disbelief, wondering if the great beast has come to fetch the doctor. A long, ethereal stream shoots from its mouth as a regal woman sits calmly on its tail. The Dragon King, Ristalim, offers a knowing, slightly amused smile as she observes the scene. She offers to guide the forest god, and a grateful Corona immediately agrees to her help. The dwarves watch with grim determination as Corona and the woman prepare for their urgent journey. As the young dwarf lies unconscious, a thought reflects on the fate of. Ristalim turns her head, her intricate jewelry glinting as she prepares to depart. Elsewhere, a nervous man huddles under a thick blanket, unable to refuse a difficult request. Ristalim appears in her regal attire, presenting a cloak and ordering the dwarves to leave. With a great leap, the forest god soars into the sky, carrying its 2 important passengers. They streak across the sky in a massive burst of pure, unadulterated speed and power. Ristalim explains to Normim that she came to check on Alec and discovered the grim situation. Overcome with gratitude and shame, Normim can only offer his sincere and heartfelt apology. Normim cries in anguish, lamenting his utter inability to help his own suffering son. The boy continues to writhe in bed, knowing the journey for help means his agony will last hours. Clenching his fist in frustration, the dwarf curses his helplessness in the face of this crisis. Alone in the falling snow, his thoughts turn dark, wondering if he is fated to lose again. However, his expression hardens with resolve as he vows not to suffer another devastating loss. Ristalim and the other dwarves can only look on with somber, helpless expressions. Corona also watches, her face etched with deep concern and a sense of utter powerlessness. She looks at the future hospital building, desperately wishing for her master's swift return. Meanwhile, in the ruins, Alec confirms they have the anesthetic and materials for the necessary tools. Amami agrees, stating their next step is to find a suitable location to begin their work. Alec suggests they can rely on Normim's excellent craftsmanship to construct the necessary buildings. A brief memory shows a delighted Normim, overjoyed to be entrusted with such a rare request. They arrive at a long, dark staircase, which Alec identifies as an entrance to an underground passage. The duo descends the seemingly endless staircase, having already passed more than 20 floors. Alec lights their path with a magical flame, reminding a weary Amami they must climb back up. Finally reaching the bottom of the long descent, Alec announces that they have arrived. They enter a vast, dark cavern, and Amami is left speechless by its incredible, immense scale. As Amami comments on the darkness, a sudden, brilliant flash of light erupts before them. A magnificent crystalline dragon emerges from the cavern, letting out a deafening, sparkling roar. The entire underground cavern is instantly flooded with a blinding, overwhelming wave of light. The brilliant light from the dragon fades, leaving the cavern in a blur of motion. As the afterimage subsides, a massive, intricate spiderweb becomes visible in the darkness. With the cavern now pitch black again, Amami suggests using his penlight to see. He wonders if the previous light came from moss, which would confirm the presence of oxygen. Without warning, a sticky web smothers his face, catching him completely by surprise. Alec calls out to Amami, as he is also ensnared, and a massive serpent-like creature appears. A smaller dragon warns the trapped doctor not to move as it stands over him. Spitting out the web, Amami thanks his small companion for somehow freeing his mouth. He pulls the sticky strands away, realizing with a shock that it's a spider's web. The small dragon continues to slice through the thick webbing with its sharp claws. It grumbles that something has taken up residence here since its last visit to the cavern. With another powerful slash, it effortlessly shreds the remaining sticky threads of the web. Covered in a strange liquid, Amami disgustedly calls out to his companion, Alec. The smaller dragon transforms, revealing an annoyed Alec who declares the situation a pain. Gritting his teeth, he tells Amami that he needs a moment to deal with this. Amami can only look on with a concerned expression, still processing the bizarre events. Suddenly, a mysterious silhouetted figure with a glowing staff appears, shocking everyone. The newcomer, a young woman, asks permission to treat a patient she calls that child. The dwarves in Restalum are completely stunned by her unexpected arrival and strange request. Corona and the others stare in stunned silence at the mysterious woman standing before them. Norman reminds Restalum that the humans abandoned her, warning her not to forget their betrayal. The Dragon Queen listens with a cold, unreadable expression, her gaze sharp and unwavering. The mysterious newcomer looks on with a nervous expression, sweating under the intense pressure. Normium dismisses her, stating he cannot trust her and will kill her without hesitation if she fails. However, she pleads with him, insisting that at the very least he must listen to her. Restalum then turns to Corona, asking what she thinks her master would do in this situation. Corona confidently states that her master would surely offer his help and ask for help in return. With a knowing smile, the Dragon Queen calmly agrees with Corona's wise assessment. She tells Normim they are all outsiders now, suggesting he let the newcomer try her methods. The young woman insists it is better for her to try than to let his grandson suffer needlessly. The dwarf chief looks towards his son's bed, his face a mask of pure, desperate anguish. Crying out in agony, Huey begs his grandfather to please let the healing magician examine him. Normim leans over him, realizing with concern that the pain has shifted since yesterday. Corona notes that the pain has now moved to his lower right side, a significant change. Finally relenting, Normim turns to the mysterious healing magician and asks for her name. With a nervous but determined expression, the young woman introduces herself as Saya. Normim gestures to the bed, formally introducing his grandson, Huey, to the new healer. With tears in his eyes, he grits his teeth and desperately pleads for her to save his son. A single tear forms in Saya's eye as she accepts the immense weight of his plea. Holding her staff with newfound resolve, she prepares to begin the difficult treatment. At the young dwarf's bedside, Saya places a hand on his abdomen as the others watch anxiously. She nervously diagnoses a manaclot, noting the muscular build is a key piece of evidence. Completely bewildered by the strange magical term, Corona asks her for a clearer explanation. Saya explains it causes swelling and pain, and Normim confirms his grandson's abdomen is unusually hard. Her eye narrows with focus as she considers the implications of this difficult diagnosis. Turning to the group, she asks if they can prepare leaves from the world tree to ease the pain. Corona proudly presents a pitcher of tea, explaining she had already brewed and stored some. Restalum offers to prepare more, and a grateful Saya thanks her for the support. With tears streaming down his face, Huey is helped to drink the pain-relieving medicinal tea. The dwarves watch with tense expressions as Saya announces she is now ready to begin. Meanwhile, Theseus is spotted climbing the world tree, urged to hurry by an unseen companion. He continues his long and arduous ascent up the side of the impossibly massive tree. A memory surfaces of Saya's grim belief that some conditions are simply beyond any cure. This is contrasted by a memory of Amami's vow to never abandon anyone he can save. A vision of Amami's reassuring smile flashes, telling someone not to worry as he walks away. Saya's eye widens, her expression now filled with a new and unwavering sense of determination. Inspired by Amami's courage, she resolves to be strong and begins chanting a powerful spell. Declaring she will no longer flee, she unleashes a brilliant wave of magical healing energy. A vision of a sharp curved blade appears as she resolves to end the boy's suffering. Back in the dark cavern, Alec charges forward, yelling for Amami to stay behind him. A long, serpent-like creature unleashes a barrage of sharp, powerful projectiles through the air. The projectiles strike their target in a massive, brilliant explosion of pure energy and light. After the blast, the serpent looks up to see the silhouette of a massive spider on the cavern ceiling. The huge spider then retaliates, spitting a volley of dark, corrosive liquid from above. A single droplet of the potent liquid sizzles and melts through the solid stone floor. Startled, Amami tries to stop Alec, insisting he heard something and they might be able to talk. The serpent turns its head towards a dark passage as Amami cautiously approaches from behind. He insists on trying to communicate first, warning his companion not to let its guard down. As he ventures into the darkness with his light, a small, serpent-like creature follows closely. Deep within the passage, a young spider-like girl grits her sharp teeth with a pained expression. She sits on the ground amidst a cloud of smoke, her spider legs splayed out around her. Completely taken aback by this discovery, Amami can only stare in a state of pure shock. He tells the dragon it's just a girl, questioning why it would attack her so viciously. The girl clutches a fragile cluster of eggs as the small slime companion watches the scene. A closer look reveals the delicate, multi-eyed eggs trembling in her protective grasp. He slowly approaches the terrified girl, gently offering a sincere and heartfelt apology to her. The dragon questions his apology, but Amami explains that she was likely just scared by the fire. The young girl quietly explains that she was only trying to protect her unborn children from harm. Hearing her explanation, Amami's expression softens as he offers another sincere apology for the misunderstanding. Completely taken aback by his kindness, the spider girl looks up with a surprised and flustered expression. Suddenly, a small crab-like creature that the spider girl was holding erupts in a burst of light. Alec dismisses the event, casually stating it was just dark as he confronts the floating girl. She lands gracefully, questioning if they let their guard down just to kill her for amusement. Amami is completely flustered by her accusation, while Alec insists she is the one who should apologize. The group remarks on her hostile attitude, especially considering it is their very first meeting. Amami quickly explains they are simply searching for a material known as Sterilization, or spirit silver. She presents a glowing, crystalline object, asking if this beautiful thing is what they seek. Promising not to kill her, she offers them the crystal and suggests there might be more nearby. Just as Amami turns to thank her, she suddenly lunges at his neck with her fangs bared. However, she stops short, pressing the glowing crystal against a painful-looking wound on her own leg. Amami asks to examine her leg, but she accuses him of being a pervert until Alec clarifies it's a burn. With a gentle smile, the doctor says he would like to treat her injury if she allows him. Clutching the crystal, she looks up with a confused expression, asking what treatment even is. Suddenly, a familiar voice cries out from the darkness, calling for Amami-sama. The massive forest god appears with Princess Yun and Corona, much to everyone's utter astonishment. Princess Yun frantically explains the dire situation, telling him about Normim's critically ill grandson. Hearing the urgent news, Amami's expression shifts to one of deep and serious concern. Back at the sickbed, Saya chants a powerful spell, surrounded by strange, glowing ancient texts. A powerful aura of healing energy surrounds her as she continues her magical incantation. Sweating and straining, she grips her staff tightly, focusing all her power on the difficult healing ritual. Exhausted from the magical exertion, Saya collapses against her staff, sweating and panting heavily. Ristalem warns her that she is dangerously low on mana and will die if she continues to push herself. The onlookers can only watch with tense expressions, their concern growing with each passing moment. Despite her best efforts, Saya continues to struggle, her face covered in sweat from the immense strain. The young dwarf remains in agony, his face contorted in pain as the healing magic seems to fail. One of the other dwarves questions if her powerful healing magic is actually working on his condition. Another dwarf points out that despite her efforts, Huey's painful symptoms have not changed at all. Saya apologizes, explaining that for a mana clot, her purification magic is the only possible solution. The young dwarf looks on with a worried and skeptical expression, unconvinced by her magical explanation. A memory of Amami's bright, confident smile flashes through her mind, inspiring her to push onward. With a strained but determined smile, she apologizes for worrying them and insists she is perfectly fine. The dwarves in Corona watch as she begins chanting again, this time in a strange ancient language. Ristalem suddenly grabs her, channeling her own immense magical power directly into the struggling healer. The Dragon Queen warns that she cannot do this alone, and an accident would be a disaster. Saya looks on in pure shock as Ristalem's hand on her neck transfers a wave of immense power. Her eyes widen, reflecting the ancient spell as the massive influx of mana overwhelms her senses. Supported by the Dragon Queen, she unleashes their combined overwhelming power onto the suffering boy. A massive shockwave of pure, sparkling energy erupts from the World Tree, visible from afar. Back in the room, the entire group is startled by the sudden event, wondering what just happened. Corona looks on with pure shock, asking what that sudden, powerful sound could possibly have been. Ristalem praises Saya, commending her for not giving up despite the immense difficulty of the situation. Saya looks up with exhausted relief, realizing that help has finally arrived for the young patient. The entire group arrives in a chaotic tumble, intentionally launched from the forest god's powerful tail. With determined eyes, Amami announces his arrival, apologizing for the long and anxious wait. Arriving at the sick room, Amami immediately asks for a full report on the patient's condition. He then turns in surprise, his eyes widening as he recognizes the exhausted healing magician. Saya explains the patient's severe symptoms. His abdomen is hard, his body is hot, and he is trembling uncontrollably. She concludes that she believes he is possessed by some kind of powerful and malevolent spirit. The term evil spirit leaves Amami completely bewildered as he questions the strange diagnosis. Ristalim clarifies that healing mages call this the curse of the evil spirit, which causes severe abdominal issues. Alec adds that while he's never seen one, purification magic is the standard treatment for such curses. He then makes a connection, asking Amami if this curse is like the invisible germs he mentioned before. Amami considers this, realizing that if a spirit causes inflammation, it could be explained by bacteria or viruses. Said explains that because their bodies are fundamentally similar, she believed purification would be effective. Corona offers encouragement to the exhausted magician, telling her that she tried her very best. However, Saya looks on in defeat, admitting she was ultimately unable to complete the purification ritual. Amami then interrupts, asking them to wait as he has an important question he needs to confirm. Looking at the pain dwarf, he asks if his internal anatomy is the same as a human's. His strange and unexpected question leaves the exhausted healing magician completely stunned and wide-eyed. She explains that such knowledge is generally forbidden, but the high priest once confirmed it was true. Amami stands silently for a moment, his expression serious as he processes this new information. Apologizing in advance, he explains he must now begin his own physical examination of the patient. He warms the diaphragm of his stethoscope in his hand before placing it on the boy's abdomen. As he gently presses down, his hand suddenly stops, having discovered something unexpected. His eyes widen in alarm as he identifies the boy's rigid abdomen as a muscular guarding. The young dwarf screams in agony from the pressure, as Amami notes the specific location of the pain. Corona clarifies that the pain, which started in the middle, has now moved to his lower right side. Realizing the pain has migrated to McBurney's point, Amami makes a shocking diagnosis: appendicitis. The boy's father repeats the unfamiliar term, desperately asking what this strange affliction could be. Amami explains it's a disease where the appendix, a small organ in the lower right abdomen, becomes inflamed. A medical text reveals that until the late 19th century, appendicitis was often fatal due to misunderstanding. Another diagram illustrates the location of McBurney's point and other signs of acute appendicitis. The desperate father grabs the doctor, pleading for help and explaining how long his son has suffered. Amami then turns to Saya, asking if purification magic is the usual treatment for this condition. She confirms that even the high priest believes purification is the correct method for such abdominal pain. When asked if it works, Corona notes it's effective on weak spirits, but Alex scoffs it's useless otherwise. Amami then presents a vial of antibiotics, wondering if purification magic might have a similar effect. Saya stares in disbelief, shocked by the idea that a medicine could replicate her sacred magic. Corona recognizes the IV setup, asking if this is the same medicine used to defeat the germs. Ristellum notes that while the methods differ, their ultimate goal of purification seems to align. The dwarf chief asks if combining the medicine with continued purification will finally cure his son. Amami considers the risks, knowing the specific nature of the pain might mean a more severe underlying issue. Deciding on a risky course of action, Amami asks to call for Alec and the eight-tail proprietor. With a flash of magic, Alec and the forest god soar through the sky to fulfill his request. Ristalim turns to Amami, curiously questioning his intended purpose for the dangerous eight-tail. He explains that unlike with her, he cannot enter the boy's body and must perform external surgery. The dwarf chief reacts with pure horror, completely shocked by the idea of cutting open his grandson. Amami insists the eight-tail is necessary so the boy can sleep through the procedure without feeling any pain. Another dwarf expresses his concern, calling eight-tail a dangerous drug that puts people into a strange sleep. Just then, the proprietor of the eight-tail den appears, asking if she was the one they had summoned. Alec arrives through a magical portal, announcing that he has successfully brought her as requested. Norman looks on with a grim and tense expression, the gravity of the situation weighing on him. The eight-tail proprietor observes the scene with a calm, unreadable expression, her thoughts hidden. The young dwarf recalls Amami's earlier excitement, realizing general anesthesia is essential for the new hospital. However, Norman points out the danger, reminding him the anesthetic's effects are still completely unverified. Amami admits his own fear of eight-tail, worried about the unknown long-term consequences of its use. With its effects uncertain, Norman vehemently refuses to let them use the dangerous substance on Huey. The proprietor then intervenes, stating that from this point on, she will forgive their previous disrespect. With a desperate plea, Norman suddenly volunteers himself as a test subject for the anesthetic. He offers his own life without hesitation, begging them to please save his precious grandson. Amami and his companions can only stare in disbelief at Normum's desperate, self-sacrificial offer. The tense atmosphere hangs heavy over the canopied bed, where the young dwarf lies in agony. The A-tail proprietor watches as Normum sits on a bed and prepares the mysterious anesthetic pipe. Meanwhile, his grandson continues to suffer, his small body writhing in the throes of unbearable pain. Normum's eye is wide with a mixture of terror and unwavering resolve as he prepares for the test. A historical note recalls the 1846 discovery of ether, which paved the way for modern inhalation anesthesia. The proprietor hands the pipe to the dwarf chief, who accepts it with a quiet word of thanks. With a determined roar, Normum begins to inhale deeply from the strange and powerful anesthetic pipe. Amami, Corona, and Alec all react with a mixture of shock and profound concern. The other dwarves also look on, their faces masks of pure, unadulterated horror and disbelief. Even Rastalum and Saya are taken aback, completely stunned by his reckless and desperate act. As he inhales, his thick beard bubbles with the strange, gaseous substance from the pipe. After a moment, he declares that it's truly painless, confirming the anesthetic is indeed effective. He then collapses backward onto the floor, now completely unconscious from the powerful drug. The A-tail proprietor looks on with a calm, serene, and almost sparkling expression of satisfaction. She gently takes the unconscious dwarf's hand, carefully checking for his pulse after the ordeal. With a firm grip on his wrist, she continues to monitor his vital signs closely. Having confirmed his safety, she finally agrees to proceed with the treatment for the young boy. Elsewhere, a mysterious cloaked figure steps through a shimmering, magical passage to a new location. Two cloaked guards stand before a grand ornate door, one checking the other's credentials. Two elven guards question the newly arrived Fiazes about the purpose of his journey. With his face shadowed by his hat, Fiazes calmly states that he is simply here on business. The elven guards remain silent for a moment, one looking on with a pensive expression. Fiazes closes his eyes, simply stating that he has been granted permission to pass. His polished shoe takes a firm step forward, beginning his mysterious journey into the world tree. A full set of intricate surgical instruments is laid out, ready for the impending operation. As Amami prepares, he instructs Alec to wait outside and call if anything is needed. A close-up reveals three gleaming, newly crafted scalpel blades, sparkling with pristine sharpness. Alec enters the room, asking Amami if he has a tray that is completely free of germs. Amami is presented with a perfectly clean metal tray, leaving him completely stunned and speechless. Alec then presents a large glowing chunk of the rare and powerful Saragan crystal. With a brilliant flash of magic, he begins to shape the raw crystal with his draconic power. The powerful energy transforms the raw material, forging it into long, sharp surgical blades. Amami holds the tray in amazement, which now contains three perfect, magically forged scalpels. Alec guarantees their sharpness and sterility, having purified them with his own magical fire. Overjoyed by the incredible gift, Amami enthusiastically offers his heartfelt thanks to Alec. A faint, proud smile forms on Alec's face, clearly pleased by the doctor's grateful reaction. Amami announces he will remain outside the immediate area to handle the sterile blades during the procedure. Saya looks on in absolute horror, realizing he truly intends to cut the patient open to treat him. Preparing a strange cloth, Amami wonders what it could be. Knowing pain relief isn't enough. The scene transitions to a quiet, sun-dappled path leading through the dense forest. Inside, the dwarves and Rastalum wait with anxious expressions for news of the procedure. The proprietor questions Saya, asking if they are simply going to let the boy suffer. A flustered Amami interrupts, instructing everyone to prepare disposable clothing for the operation. Corona, now wearing a makeshift surgical cap, enthusiastically responds that she can hear him. Saya also stands ready in her new surgical attire, her expression serious and somewhat nervous. She apologizes for the inconvenience, but Amami insists they must consider the danger of germs. The proprietor, now veiled, is asked to assist due to the unique shape of her horns. Amami explains they must perform another anesthetic procedure before using the A-tail on the conscious patient. He then instructs a confused Corona to hold the patient's back in the exact same position. With a determined look, the masked Corona immediately confirms that she is ready to assist. She carefully holds the young dwarf in a curled position, preparing him for the procedure. Now fully gloved and masked, Amami informs the patient that he is about to touch him. His hand carefully traces the boy's side, feeling for the prominent ridge of his hip bone. He then identifies the Jacobi line, an imaginary line drawn across the patient's lower back. Lacking a proper marker, he apologizes and warns that this next step will hurt a little. With a firm, deliberate motion, his thumb presses down hard on the boy's lower spine. The patient lets out a sharp cry of pain from the intense focused pressure on his back. A clear indentation is left, marking the precise location for the spinal anesthetic injection. Amami confirms the location is correct, noting the patient's build makes it suitable for the procedure. A medical diagram details the Jacobi line, a key landmark for safely performing spinal anesthesia. In full scrubs, Amami instructs Princess Yun to pour the povidone iodine disinfectant into a small bowl. She carefully pours the dark antiseptic liquid over several sterile cotton balls for the preparation. The solution is then meticulously applied to the young dwarf's back, sterilizing the injection site. He then prepares a syringe of lidocaine, warning the patient it will sting for a moment. The young dwarf flinches and grits his teeth as the initial numbing injection is administered. With the area now numb, Amami turns to his sterile tray for the next crucial instrument. His gloved hand carefully selects the long, specialized needle required for the spinal block. He holds up the tuohi needle, its sharp tip gleaming as he prepares for the delicate procedure. With a calm voice, he warns Huey to tell him if he feels any numbness in his limbs. The patient feels a strange pressure sensation as the needle is carefully positioned on his back. With steady hands, Amami begins to slowly and precisely insert the long needle into his spine. The needle advances deeper through the tissue, requiring immense focus and a delicate touch. A distinct pop is felt as the needle successfully pierces through the tough spinal ligament. A diagram confirms the needle has passed the ligament and is now in the correct position. A historical note explains the development of spinal anesthesia, first performed in 1898 with cocaine. Assessing the depth, Amami feels confident that the needle is now perfectly placed for the injection. He then carefully removes the inner stylet from the hub of the now inserted tuohi needle. A few clear droplets of fluid begin to drip from the end of the needle's cannula. His eyes widen with relief as he identifies the clear liquid as spinal fluid, confirming his success. He breaks open a small glass ampule, preparing the necessary spinal anesthetic for the injection. With the needle in place, Amami calls for a catheter as the others watch with nervous anticipation. A gloved hand carefully removes the thin, sterile catheter from its protective plastic packaging. The hub of the tuohi needle remains firmly inserted in the patient's lower back. The delicate catheter is then carefully threaded through the hollow bore of the spinal needle. Amami confirms with satisfaction that the catheter has been inserted to the proper depth of 15 centimeters. With extreme care, he begins to slowly withdraw the tuohi needle over the inserted catheter. A single drop of clear spinal fluid emerges from the catheter's tip, confirming perfect placement. A special filter and connector are then attached to the external end of the spinal catheter. Finally, the catheter is securely fastened to the patient's back with a strip of surgical tape. His eyes filled with determination, Amami announces that they are ready for the next phase. He turns to the veiled proprietor, formally requesting her to administer the A-tail anesthetic. The young patient grits his teeth, begging for enough of the drug to not wake from the pain. Her eye widens slightly, concerned that administering too much could be incredibly dangerous for him. Amami insists, stating he is entrusting this delicate task to her because of her expertise. After a moment of silent understanding with the boy's father, she calmly agrees to proceed. The pipe is brought to the boy's mouth as he weakly asks for their help through his pain. She reassures him, explaining that she made a promise and despises any form of injustice. With a gentle voice, she urges him to relax and rest as he begins to inhale the anesthetic. His pained expression finally softens as he drifts into a deep and peaceful, unconscious slumber. A medical text explains the three essential components of general anesthesia: analgesia, sedation, and muscle relaxation. Now fully garbed in surgical attire, Amami and his two assistants steel their resolve for the procedure. He entrusts the care of the anesthetized patient to the proprietor until the difficult surgery is complete. With his eyes narrowed in focus, Amami formally announces the start of the open appendectomy. He then instructs Corona to hand him the first instrument, requesting the scalpel Alec had forged. His assistant carefully passes him the magically crafted blade, and he accepts it with a quiet thanks. Poised over the patient, Amami prepares to make a 5-centimeter incision directly over McBurney's point. With a steady hand, the sharp, gleaming tip of the scalpel makes the initial cut into the skin. Corona watches with wide, nervous eyes, her hands clasped tightly as the operation begins. A small bead of blood wells up on the blade's tip as it continues to slice through the tissue. Sweat forms on her brow as her eyes widen in absolute shock, her body trembling slightly. Amami carefully measures the incision, ensuring it is precisely placed for the next step of the surgery. Corona's eyes remain wide with a mixture of intense focus and profound apprehension. Saya also looks on, her own face beaded with sweat as she witnesses the difficult procedure. From the background, the veiled proprietor continues to watch the entire operation with a sharp gaze. After a moment, the doctor turns to his assistant and asks for a piece of sterile gauze. He gently presses the gauze against the wound with one hand, preparing to cut deeper. With the initial skin incision now complete, he pulls the edges of the wound slightly apart. He then calls for the next instrument, holding up a pair of sharp-toothed forceps. The gleaming, sharp tips of the surgical forceps are poised, ready for the next delicate task. He makes a precise incision, carefully cutting through the thick, subcutaneous fat layer. The doctor notes the dwarf's fat is much thicker than expected as his assistants watch. He mentally thanks Alec as the magically sharp scalpel easily cuts through the tough tissue. With a sigh of relief, he sets the scalpel aside. The initial incision phase now complete. The first layer of the abdominal wall has been successfully opened for the procedure. He then holds up two Langenbeck retractors, announcing they will be used for the next step. A medical text explains these retractors are used to hold the incision open for better visibility. The retractors are placed, pulling back the tissue to reveal the superficial abdominal fascia below. He calmly instructs a very nervous Corona to hold the instruments and keep the surgical field open. Next, he picks up a pair of round forceps and a scalpel for the delicate dissection. He hands the new instruments to Saya, who assists him in separating the next tissue layer. With his gloved hands, he carefully separates the muscle fibers, exposing the layers beneath. Corona's eyes are wide with shock and tension, her breath catching as she watches the procedure. The careful dissection now reveals the external oblique aponeurosis, the next layer to be cut. Amami announces that from this point forward, they will need to use a much sharper blade. The gleaming, sharp tip of the new scalpel blade sparkles under the operating light. Saya asks with concern if they must cut even deeper, questioning where the problem is. He explains that the inflamed appendix lies just below the peritoneum, their ultimate target. With extreme precision, he begins to slice through the tough external oblique aponeurosis. The sharp blade continues its careful path, parting the fibrous tissue layer by layer. He holds up a white laner retractor to expand the incision in multiple directions. Following that, he prepares a pair of sharp Mayo scissors for blunt dissection, which he uses to carefully separate the muscle tissue along its natural fibers, creating a path through the internal oblique muscle with precise, controlled movements, identifying the internal oblique muscle as they get closer to their target, the appendix. He then uses peen forceps to firmly clamp and separate the next layer of tissue. Saya watches with intense focus, announcing her readiness to open the next layer. His finger carefully probes the opening, separating the transversus abdominis muscle. He instructs Corona to reposition the retractor, providing a clearer view of the surgical field. A diagram reveals the deeper layers, showing the transversus abdominis muscle and fascia. His eyes narrow as he identifies the semilunar line, preparing to dissect the final muscle. With the instruments in place, he prepares for the most delicate part of the dissection. The forceps carefully pull back the last muscle layer, exposing the thin peritoneum beneath. He announces they have reached the peritoneum, telling Corona to readjust the retractor again. With the new retractor in place, all the muscle layers are held open securely. Overwhelmed by the intensity, Corona sweats profusely, her strength beginning to waver. Seeing her struggle, Saya gently wipes her brow and offers a quiet word of thanks. With a look of encouragement, Saya urges her to keep going just a little longer. Inspired by her colleagues' support, Corona's eyes fill with a newfound determination. Amami then calls to Corona, holding up two pairs of smooth forceps for the final step. The gleaming serrated tips of the smooth forceps are presented, ready for the next task. He instructs Corona to use two forceps to grasp and lift the thin peritoneum. With a determined voice, Corona immediately confirms that she understands the critical instruction. Following his guidance, Corona correctly lifts the tissue as Amami thanks her for her help. With the delicate membrane held taut, he carefully makes a small incision with his scalpel. The sharp, magically forged blade continues to slice cleanly through the thin peritoneal layer. With the peritoneal incision now complete, he declares they can proceed to the next step. Stating they are almost at the cecum, he prepares a pair of Metzenbaum scissors. A sudden shocking view from inside the abdomen reveals the severely inflamed appendix. Amami's eyes widen in pure shock as he recognizes the severity of the inflammation. Corona also stares in disbelief, her expression a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. Saya's eye reflects the same horror, realizing the true gravity of the patient's condition. Outside the makeshift operating room, the young dwarf's father lets out a desperate cry. He grits his teeth in anguish, shouting his son's name in a fit of helpless rage. However, Alec quickly intervenes, telling the distraught father that he must wait for now. He screams that while he trusted them, he cannot comprehend cutting his son open. Questioning the scream he heard, he furiously demands they confirm Huey's safety immediately. Alec turns back with a somber expression, quietly admitting he doesn't know the outcome. He then grabs the father, vowing he will not let anyone suffer the same path he did. Rastalem looks on with a pained expression, silently reflecting on the emotional scene. Alec tells the father that in times like this, all they can do is believe and wait. He places a reassuring arm around the father, calming his panicked outburst. Composing himself, the father apologizes for his emotional and disruptive outburst. Alec explains to the group that the only thing they can do now is wait. With the father's trust placed in him, Amami's focus intensifies on the critical procedure. Suddenly, the inflamed appendix bursts from the pressure, forcing Amami to act quickly. He presses down firmly on the ruptured organ as his assistants cry out in alarm. A terrified but determined Corona asks if there is anything at all she can do to help. With sweat beading on his brow, Amami quickly formulates a plan for the new emergency. He urgently instructs Saya to get the yellow syringe filled with lidocaine from the table. The sudden and urgent command leaves Corona staring in a state of pure shock. Saya quickly identifies the yellow syringe and hands it over to the waiting Corona. Amami then instructs the proprietor to connect the syringe to the filter on Huey's back. She holds up the now connected syringe, announcing that her task is now successfully completed. He then instructs her to inject the entire dose of medicine into the patient's buttocks. A curious Corona asks her master what the purpose of this new injection is. Amami explains it's a subarachnoid block, prepared for a reason other than just pain relief. He explains it will take time to work as he places his hands on the patient's abdomen. Corona's eyes widen in surprise as she suddenly notices a change in the patient. She exclaims that the intestine is no longer protruding, which Amami calmly confirms. He explains the spinal block also relaxes the abdominal muscles, preventing the intestines from protruding. A medical text explains this anesthesia acts quickly, but has side effects like low blood pressure. Corona exclaims in awe, realizing he used the same powerful medicine on the great forest god. Saya reflects on her own inexperience, understanding she is witnessing something truly profound. However, Amami warns that this anesthetic can dangerously lower blood pressure, and its effects are short. Knowing their time is limited, he urges his team to continue the procedure quickly. With the complication now managed, the team focuses on locating the source of the infection. Following a band of muscle called the tania coli, he begins to locate the appendix. An anatomical text explains how this muscle band is a reliable landmark for finding the appendix. He realizes that if their anatomy is the same, the appendix must be just ahead. The critical next phase of the delicate and unprecedented operation is about to begin. He finally locates and carefully exposes the severely swollen and inflamed appendix. A diagram details the appendix's location at the start of the large intestine. Saya stares in horrified fascination, finally seeing the true source of the boy's agony. Amami confirms this is the cause and must be removed, but then he notices something strange. His sudden hesitation leaves both Corona and Saya looking on with confused expressions. He notes the inflammation on the appendix seems less severe than the surrounding tissue. With a look of dawning realization, he confirms his suspicion about the situation. Corona excitedly exclaims that it must be due to Saya's powerful purification magic. Agreeing, Amami thanks Saya, believing her magic suppressed the inflammation and saved the patient. Overcome with emotion, Saya is relieved that she was able to be of use. Amami wonders about the mechanism of magic, but quickly refocuses on the immediate task. He announces he must ligate the appendiceal artery before cutting to prevent severe bleeding. With delicate precision, the forceps clamp down on the vital appendiceal artery. Turning to a new assistant, Amami politely asks. He asks her to take over holding the instruments, and she immediately agrees. The new assistant, Princess Yun, looks on with wide, terrified eyes, clearly overwhelmed. The makeshift surgical team works in tense silence as Princess Yun assists with the procedure. He then prepares a length of suture thread for the critical ligation procedure. Using a needle holder, he carefully passes the suture thread beneath the clamped vessel. The thread is pulled taut, securely ligating the vessel at its base. With practiced hands, he begins to tie a secure surgical knot to complete the ligation. He warns that if the knot is too tight, it will sever the artery completely. With a final delicate pull, he expertly cinches the knot, securing the ligature. The blood vessel is now securely tied off, successfully preventing any further bleeding. He then picks up the Mayo scissors once more, preparing for the final excision. The sharp tips of the scissors snip through the now ligated appendiceal artery. With the artery severed, he carefully positions the scissors to excise the appendix. Saya watches the delicate procedure with wide, sparkling eyes, completely filled with awe. Corona also looks on, her expression a mixture of intense focus and profound wonder. A large serrated clamp is applied, crushing the tissue at the base of the appendix. Corona happily reports there is no bleeding, as Amami thanks a relieved Princess Yun. He announces he will cut the appendix next, but first must ligate its base. Declaring his intent to ligate, he prepares to crush the base with forceps. With a powerful snap, the heavy forceps clamp down, crushing the base of the appendix. Saya watches with intense focus, her eyes wide as sweat beads on her brow. A clean, crushed line is now visible where the forceps have successfully sealed the tissue. He then instructs his assistant to clamp the tissue just slightly above the crushed line. Next, he prepares a needle holder with a 3-0 vicryl absorbable suture for the next step. With extreme care, he begins to pass the suture needle through the crushed appendix stump. The sharp needle pierces cleanly through the tissue on one side of the crushed stump. The needle then passes through the other side as he begins the purse string suture technique. The suture is pulled through, beginning to securely cinch the base of the appendix closed. He explains that he must repeat this precise stitching process a total of 5 times. With all the sutures now in place, he confirms the base is securely ligated. He then asks Princess Yun to once again take over, holding the instrument on the left. Her eyes are wide with a mixture of terror and determination as she agrees. With trembling hands, she struggles to hold the surgical instrument steady during the procedure. Amami offers a calm reassurance, telling her to relax as she steadies her grip. He then prepares his scalpel and instructs Corona to hold down the cecum firmly. With firm pressure, Corona holds the cecum steady for the final, critical step. Saya watches with intense concentration, sweat beading on her brow from the sheer tension. He calmly tells his assistants to hold their positions, reassuring them everything is fine. With another precise movement, he pulls the final purse string suture tight around the base. He then prepares a thicker 1-0 vicryl absorbable suture for the second ligation. This new suture is used to securely ligate both the crushed tissue and the initial stump. With a final, powerful pull, he cinches the second, reinforcing knot securely into place. His assistants look on with a mixture of awe and profound relief at his incredible skill. With the base now completely secure, he confirms that he is ready to proceed. Holding a sharp scalpel, he formally announces he will now excise the appendix. The sudden announcement sends a wave of shock through a sweating, wide-eyed Saya. Corona shares in her shock, her own face beaded with sweat from the intense focus. Even Princess Yun looks on, her expression a mask of pure, tense apprehension. The veiled proprietor, however, continues to watch the procedure with a calm, steady gaze. With the entire team ready, he positions the sharp blade just above the ligated stump. The blade slices cleanly through the tissue, finally severing the inflamed, infected organ. His assistants all exclaim in unison as the appendix is successfully cut free. Amami then instructs his small companion, L, to receive the removed appendix from them. The diseased organ is placed onto a sterile tray, ready for the next step. He then uses a second cotton ball to carefully disinfect the stump with povidone iodine. He then asks Princess Yun to hold the ends of the suture thread for him. With the threads held taut, he uses a pair of sharp scissors to snip them. The scissors cleanly cut through the excess thread, leaving the knot perfectly secure. The ligated stump is now free, the purse string suture ready for the next step. With a gentle smile, he thanks Princess Yun and reassures her everything is okay now. Still tense but relieved, Princess Yun acknowledges his words with a firm reply. Holding a scalpel, he announces the next step is to push the stump back inside. Using the back of the scalpel, he carefully inverts the stump into the cecum. The stump is now safely tucked inside as he pulls the purse string sutures tight. The pre-placed sutures are now visible, forming a neat circle around the inverted stump. His eye narrows with focus as he prepares to tie the pre-placed purse string suture. With a powerful pull, the sutures cinch the opening in the cecum completely closed. His gloved hand pulls the threads with a final, firm tug, ensuring a secure closure. The knot is tied, creating a star-like pattern as the tissue is perfectly sealed. The excess thread from the final secure knot is then snipped away with scissors. With a satisfied expression, he confirms the successful and complete closure of the cecum. He announces to his relieved assistants that the appendix treatment is now officially finished. Corona thanks him, and he reassures her that she can finally relax a little. The young patient sleeps peacefully, as Amami reminds them they still must close the abdomen. As the sun rises over the world tree, he vows they will see this through. A hand gently shakes Normim's shoulder, calling his name to wake him from his slumber. The dwarf chief slowly opens his eye, groggily returning to consciousness after the anesthetic. Outside, the entire group of dwarves and their allies wait with tense and anxious expressions. The A-tail proprietor opens the door with a warm, sparkling smile, announcing her return. The anxious father and the other dwarves rush forward, desperately asking about Huey's condition. Inside, Amami and his companions greet the group with calm, reassuring smiles after the successful procedure. Overcome with emotion, Normim cries tears of pure joy, exclaiming that Huey is safe now. The young dwarf sleeps peacefully in his bed, his pained expression finally gone. A wave of profound relief washes over the waiting group as they celebrate the good news. A joyous celebration erupts as the dwarves toss Amami in the air, expressing their immense gratitude. Watching the celebration, the healing magician Saya looks on with a stunned, contemplative expression. Amami laughs, amazed that they truly defeated the terrible evil spirit as Saya watches inspired. Her eyes are wide with a newfound sense of wonder and hope for her own future. Huey's father playfully shushes the boisterous crowd, warning them not to wake his sleeping son. He then turns to Amami with a look of deep, heartfelt, and profound gratitude. With tears in his eye, Norman declares he will never forget this debt for the rest of his life. He firmly shakes Amami's hand, respectfully calling him sensei and asking for his future guidance. Blushing, Amami happily accepts, calling the dwarf chief Oyakata in return with a wide smile. As birds fly in the morning sky, a voice announces the conclusion of the appendectomy. The scene shifts to a new construction site, offering a prayer for the hospital's successful completion. The dwarves gather around, raising their mugs to toast Dr. Amami's successful treatment of Huey. With a resounding cheer, they clink their heavy wooden mugs together in joyous celebration. Wearing new clothes, Saya practices her purification magic, her eyes wide with newfound concentration. She continues her chant in an ancient tongue, a magical glow emanating from the floor. Corona and a group of women cheerfully greet the exhausted but determined healing magician. With a humble smile, Saya insists that this small contribution is all she could offer. Corona enthusiastically praises her, exclaiming that her master was happy the infection didn't worsen. The young healing magician simply offers a quiet, contented smile in response to the praise. Norman checks on his grandson, who joyfully declares his stomach no longer hurts at all. The dwarf chief's eye narrows with a look of pure, unadulterated, and profound relief. He turns to Saya's group, admitting he could do nothing for Huey and offering his thanks. Bowing his head low, he extends his heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Amami as well. The group of women smile warmly, humbly accepting his sincere and emotional words of thanks. Parting a curtain of vines, Alec peeks into a new area, calling out for Amami. He finds the group in Huey's room, declining a drink out of concern for the boy. Norman proudly declares he will build a magnificent hospital for Dr. Amami to use. Hearing this grand promise, Alec looks on with a soft, genuinely pleased expression. He quickly becomes flustered, however, mentioning that the doctor should probably be returning soon. Huey smiles from his bed, admitting he endured the scary treatment for his grandfather's sake. Corona scolds Norman for carrying off the exhausted doctor, who was clearly swaying on his feet. Alec looks on with sparkling horns, questioning if the doctor was truly swaying on his feet. He approaches the doctor's vine-covered door, calling out with a hint of concern. Inside the messy room, Alec reels back from a foul smell as Amami conducts an experiment. Furious, Alec carries the stumbling doctor out of the room as his equipment topples over. Now in bed, Amami laments his failed soap experiment, while Alec tells him to just sleep. Alec admits that while Amami can do things others can't, he pushes himself far too hard. His words leave Amami looking slightly taken aback, a pensive expression on his face. Amami apologizes for worrying him, admitting that perhaps he has been rushing things too much. The dragonkin looks back with a questioning gaze, asking what he means by rushing. He confesses he had no confidence treating Huey, unsure if dwarves were like humans. All his knowledge, he explains, is based solely on the medicine from his own world. Alec insists that he must act on what he can do now, with constant verification. Clutching his fist, Amami worries his success was just luck and fears for the next patient. Alec looks on with a somber, thoughtful expression, silently processing the doctor's anxieties. He then tells Amami that from his perspective, he seems to be overthinking everything. He promises that if Amami treats someone, he won't let them die, telling him not to worry. Completely stunned by this declaration, Amami realizes it's because Alec was worried about him. As sunlight streams through the forest, Amami offers a quiet and heartfelt thanks to his friend. A sharp, insistent knocking suddenly echoes from the other side of the heavy wooden door. A voice from inside asks what the visitor wants, their question muffled by the door. From the shadows, a mysterious figure speaks cryptically about the very nature of humanity. Opening a door, a man with glasses welcomes the shadowy visitor, Lord Ran, inside. Inside a cluttered laboratory, the man immediately asks his guest for a report on the situation. He explains that after a recent hardship, frivolous remarks about humans have been spreading. Lord Rand sternly replies that they currently have no intention of establishing a presence there. After gathering information, the man asks about the methods of the new healing magic. He expresses his alarm, stating that their pawn, Kalunelson, has been completely abandoned. Lord Rand questions this logic, demanding to know why they would forsake a healing magician. The man recalls a series of strange instructions, starting with, he continues reading from his notes, reciting the simple rules about boiling water and coughing. Completely bewildered by this, Lord Rand demands to know what these strange rules could possibly mean. He is told the Elven Queen declared this a substitute for magic, which he calls foolishness. The man then sneers, stating this country is clearly changing, perhaps no longer needing them. Meanwhile, the Spider Girl proudly shows off a new piece of clothing she has just finished. Amami and his friends are amazed, exclaiming that it's a perfect replica of his own clothes. She explains her leg no longer hurts, and the steroid ointment has worked wonders for her. Sitting down comfortably, she declares her wish to stay and continue making more clothes. With wide pleading eyes, she looks up and sweetly asks if it's okay for her to stay. Taken aback by her request, Amami turns to Princess Yun for her thoughts on the matter. Princess Yun smiles warmly, welcoming the girl and promising to inform the queen immediately. Her eyes widen, sparkling with pure, unadulterated joy and profound relief. She leaps into the air with a joyous shout, celebrating her newfound home and friends. However, she turns to Alec with a hostile glare, demanding to know what he is doing there. Terrified, she hides behind a smiling Amami, whispering that the dragon is scary. Alec reminds Amami that time is short, as his first medical course is about to begin. A large, diverse crowd of people from all races gathers, heading towards the lecture. An excited crowd gathers, eagerly announcing the start of Magician Amami's medical course. At the entrance, a stern guard apologetically asks to inspect a woman's belongings for safety. Another guard complains about the sheer number of attendees, noting many want a Wadjet on hand. A winged woman of the Wadjet tribe is introduced, possessing the power of transparency. The head guard orders his men to find any troublemakers and deal with them immediately. On a grand throne, a masked queen learns that people from her country have also arrived. Her sharp, observant eye gazes out from behind the intricate mask, her thoughts hidden. Corona questions the arrival of a diplomatic mission, which Princess Yun calmly confirms. The princess explains the vampires arrived yesterday, invited due to their interest in the medical course. From a high balcony, Lord Rand and his associate silently observe the unfolding events. Saya looks on in surprise, questioning if foreigners will also be taught the healing magic. As they prepare, one attendant worries about collapsing, but another insists it's fine. Alex smiles, questioning if this is the medical course to spread Amami's knowledge. He believes that if Amami's story is heard, fewer people will suffer in the future. Saya agrees with Alec as her new friends and a flustered Amami look on. Behind a makeshift podium, Amami nervously announces that his preparations are now complete. He welcomes the large, diverse crowd and declares today's lecture will be about germs. When asked, Huey correctly identifies germs as the tiny, invisible things that made him sick. With a wide, excited smile, Amami joyfully confirms that Huey's answer is absolutely correct. He then explains he has asked Normium to craft a special tool to see them. However, a young man asks how they can possibly deal with something they cannot see. Praising the question, Amami holds up a flask of cloudy liquid for the crowd to observe. He explains it's a meat soup he made days ago, which now looks disgusting and smells terrible. This, he explains, is what happens when germs multiply, making them finally visible. Huey makes the connection, realizing that eating old food made him sick because of germs. Amami's eyes widen in excitement as he enthusiastically confirms Huey's correct conclusion. He then presents a strange, swan-necked glass flask that the dwarf chief had crafted for him. The crowd murmurs in amazement, noticing that the soup inside this flask is perfectly clear. Amami explains this swan-neck flask prevents germs from entering, keeping the soup from spoiling. A historical text explains Pasteur's famous experiment, which disproved the theory of spontaneous generation. Huey exclaims in understanding, realizing that without germs, the soup cannot go bad. The audience members wonder how they can all get such a special flask for themselves. However, Amami explains there are many ways to stop germs, like cold, salt, or sealing. Norman holds up a piece of cured meat, finally understanding why salting preserves it. From a high balcony, Lord Rand asks what can be done to stop germs from entering the body. A young boy, recalling eating with dirty hands, nervously asks if hand-washing is the solution. With an enthusiastic smile, Amami confirms this, stating they must prevent germs from getting inside. The diverse audience, from rabbit people to horned children, listen with rapt attention. A feathered woman holds a piece of fruit, her expression thoughtful as she processes the new information. A young beastman with a long, fluffy tail holds his mug, his focus entirely on the lecture. Amami claps his hands together, beginning to explain the simple but vital importance of hand washing. He cheerfully instructs them to wash thoroughly, especially after touching anything unclean. Norman looks at his wet hand in surprise, realizing the answer is simply water. He then wipes his damp hands on his tunic, ready for the next piece of advice. With a massive cheer, the entire crowd celebrates this simple new way to ward off disease. As the audience applauds, a group of cloaked vampires watches from a distance with interest. A mummy takes a deep, grateful bow as the thunderous applause continues to fill the air. The masked queen looks on with an amused smile, finding this new magic quite entertaining. His associate asks Lord Rand if they should allow this, but Rand seems unconcerned. A flashback reveals the associate, Costa, declaring humanity's magic monopoly is essential for their victory. With furious eyes, Lord Rand declares this unprecedented event a calamity he must report to the church. He vows to deliver this urgent news directly to High Priest Eccles in the human capital. Elsewhere, a small child playfully chases a ball through some ancient, crumbling ruins. Without warning, the ground gives way beneath her, sending her tumbling into the collapsing debris. A heavy boot slams down, shattering the rocky ground with immense force. The impact sends a shower of debris flying as the ground continues to crumble. A woman watches in relief as a young child is pulled from a collapsing pile of rubble. The little girl thanks her rescuer, who scolds the onlookers for not being more careful. The rescuer gently asks the little girl where she lives, concerned for her safety. They walk through a bustling but dilapidated slum, calling out for the girl's sister. A scarred man appears, thanking the woman and explaining the child, Rena, often wanders off. He seems surprised by the crowd, mentioning that someone has returned after a long time. With a gap-toothed smile, the little girl looks up with pure, unadulterated excitement. She then runs joyfully toward another man, shouting the name Big Brother Marsh. Marsh turns, questioning why they have come to such a poor and desolate slum. The woman warns him not to cause trouble for his master, who is looking after him. He scoffs at her concern, kicking his leg out and dismissing his visit as mere sightseeing. Inside a rundown building, a man announces to a crowd that Brother Marsh has fallen. A young boy clutches his leg, crying out in pain for his brother Marsh. A mysterious figure reaches out, promising to help the injured boy immediately. With long blonde hair flowing, the figure begins to chant a powerful magical incantation. A brilliant flash of healing light erupts, engulfing the entire street and the onlookers. The crowd, including the little girl, stares up in absolute awe at the magical display. The rescuer is left completely stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief at the miracle. The mysterious blonde man smiles, asking the young boy if his pain has finally gone away. Overjoyed, the boy thanks his brother Marsh as the magician waves goodbye to the grateful crowd. Marsh's master apologizes, stating that his own useless healing magic is not worth any payment. The magician dismisses this, explaining he is simply an unlicensed practitioner who does as he pleases. However, Marsh's master suddenly doubles over, clutching his chest and exclaiming in severe pain. As a woman announces dinner is ready, he dismisses his pain, much to the magician's concern. The scene reveals a lively soup kitchen, with the entire community gathering for a warm meal. A wider view shows the bustling but dilapidated slum, filled with the sounds of community. Marsh's master explains to the visitor that this lively atmosphere is because he has come. A group of young men proudly offers the magician a bowl, insisting he must eat first. He smiles warmly at the long line, stating that he will gladly wait his turn. Marsh's master explains that he is always grateful for the treatment of his chronic illness. The men are horrified by the idea of a contagious curse, thankful for their brother's help. The blonde magician simply looks on with a calm, gentle, and knowing expression. A close-up reveals a spoonful of the hearty, simple soup being served to the community. Taking a bite, the magician exclaims how delicious it is, much to his host's delight. A young woman explains she wanted to make something special for her master to eat. She waves cheerfully from the soup kitchen as the community enjoys the warm shared meal. The magician raises a hand, noting that the patient's progress seems to be quite good. Marsh's master recalls the burning pain of a curse, stating he would be useless without him. The magician dismisses the curse, stating any priest could cure it with simple purification magic. He also credits his success to the powerful holy water he was given to drink. A medical text explains the symptoms of erysipelas, a bacterial infection treated with antibiotics. Waving goodbye, the master says the church wouldn't give holy water to poor, uneducated people. However, his expression turns serious, suggesting things might be different with the rumored 6 stars. The blonde magician looks back with a curious expression, repeating the unfamiliar name. 6 stars? The master explains some of High Priest Eccles' elite guard are rumored to heal the poor. The magician then asks if he ever met this Eccles during his time at the church. Turning away, he simply states that he has never met him, as they just missed each other. Suddenly, a group rushes up, announcing the church has arrived to investigate reports of godless healing. An imposing judicial priest arrives, his face a mask of cold, menacing authority. He orders the slum dwellers to hand over the unlicensed magician who has been practicing there. The master tries to intervene, mentioning the high priest, but is quickly silenced by a guard. The priest screams at the defiant crowd, furiously accusing them of defying God himself. A young girl clutches her guardian's arm, her face filled with worry and apprehension. The young boys Marsh and his friend look on with annoyed, defiant expressions. The entire community stands together, a silent wall of defiance against the priest's intrusion. With a wide, unsettling smile, the priest asks if they truly understand his command. Surrounded by the crowd, the priest and his masked guards prepare for a confrontation. Without warning, a villager grabs the priest from behind, shouting as the standoff explodes. The villagers swarm the priest's guards, who complain about the stench of the slum. A young girl with braided hair looks on, her mouth agape in surprise at the chaos. Her eye widens in pure shock as the escalating confrontation unfolds before her very eyes. A woman rushes to protect the young girl, Atna, from the advancing priest and his guards. The masked guards restrain the woman, warning her not to interfere with the priest's sacred duty. The young girl cries out for her mother, desperately begging the guards to be quiet. With a sinister smile, the priest leans in close, clearly enjoying the woman's suffering. Suddenly, a powerful blast of dark, unknown magical energy erupts with ominous force. The blonde magician holds back the injured master, who warns him not to get caught. Ignoring the desperate warning, the mysterious magician sprints into the escalating street brawl. The master grits his teeth, explaining that practicing unlicensed magic is a capital crime. However, the magician calmly reassures him that he will not be seen by the guards. The priest grabs the terrified girl, triumphantly announcing that he has found a clue. He explains to his companion that the clue is the distinct smell of holy water. The furious priest rants that God's apostles do not heal the lowly, despite the smell. Holding the girl hostage, he declares the smell is proof and demands the magician appear. Peeking from a corner, the woman asks what to do, suggesting they kill the heretic. The magician looks on with cold eyes, considering the priest's threat to kill the child. Meanwhile, above a grand cathedral, someone named Fia considers joining the unfolding events. In a grand hall, one of the 6 stars asks another if they are neglecting their own duties. Another member, Sol, tells his noisy companion, Comet, to quiet down in the grand hall. The group discusses a plan involving the city's notorious slum and brothel district. They consider securing land and personnel in the area for the mass production of holy water. Comet grumbles about the holy water, annoyed by the recent actions of a certain individual. Sol quickly scolds Comet for his disrespectful tone, reminding him of the high priest's authority. Another member, Fia, then asks Comet if he has any other ideas or suspicions about the situation. He reveals a curse is spreading in the brothel district, hoping he would be asked to handle it. Both Sol and Fia look on with surprised expressions, intrigued by this new information. A new arrival teases Comet for knowing so much about the area, leaving him flustered. With a calm expression, Fia stands preparing to take her leave from the discussion. She announces her departure, telling the others they should go if their teacher requested them. Comet dismisses the slum's problems, telling Sol to ignore the petty squabbles of thugs. However, his sharp eye reveals a deep suspicion about the high priest's true motives. A new chapter begins as Amami and his friends encounter a giant, fluffy, chicken-like monster. Back in the slum, the magician's heavy boot stops the priest from grabbing the girl. The blonde magician looks on with a sharp, determined expression, his intervention now clear. The rescuer looks on in shock, surprised the church would cause such a scene over a healer. The priest's masked guards furiously surround the newcomer, demanding to know if he's the one. A powerful voice suddenly erupts from the crowd, shouting for everyone to wait. The young girl, Atna, suddenly collapses, crying out in agony as her mother screams her name. Fia's eyes narrow with a sharp, determined focus as she prepares to act. The blonde magician's gaze remains calm and steady, assessing the tense situation before him. The priest joyfully recognizes one of the 6 stars, Fia, questioning the ongoing treatment. The tense confrontation hangs in the air, a silent pause before the next action. The woman rescuer looks at the priest with a challenging smile, asking if there's a problem. Visibly intimidated, the priest stammers that there is no problem at all with her presence. He quickly orders his men to leave, stating they have no further business in the slum. The priest and his guards retreat up the long, steep staircase of the dilapidated city. The blonde magician watches their departure with a calm and unreadable, pensive expression. Marsh's master bows deeply to the woman, apologizing for being saved by one of the 6 stars. She dismisses his apology, telling him not to worry about it, her focus shifting elsewhere. Fia then places her hand on the injured mother, unleashing a powerful healing spell. The woman's arm is instantly healed, glowing with a brilliant and sparkling magical aura. The little girl, Atna, stares with wide eyes, exclaiming in pure shock and amazement. The magician kneels, reassuring Atna and her mother, who says she has no regrets. The grateful girl bows deeply to the unlicensed one, as the crowd smiles warmly. The blonde magician then asks the woman rescuer if she will walk with him. Hearing his request, the mother and daughter look back with startled, curious expressions. Marcia's master reaches out, trying to stop her and warn the magician about who she is. However, the woman silences him with a simple, yet authoritative gesture of her hand. The blonde magician reassures the crowd, stating she is fine and they are just going for a walk. With a gentle smile, he adds that as a gentleman, he cannot refuse her invitation. A bead of sweat forms on the woman's brow as she looks on with apprehension. The crowd of slum dwellers watches in tense silence as the mysterious pair departs. An old man in the crowd continues to observe the scene with a pensive expression. The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined cityscape as the magician asks a pointed question. On a desolate rooftop, she demands to know his true purpose for bringing her there. She then makes a cryptic request, simply asking him to please send her away somewhere. With a serious expression, he addresses an unseen figure as his teacher, Eccles. He explains his goal was to speak with her privately, far from the church's influence. Her eyes narrow with suspicion as she realizes he has another job he needs her for. He mentions a mysterious pufferfish disease and formally requests her assistance with it. With a sharp glance, she in turn makes her own demand, lend her Fia. She notes he usually relies on messengers, and he apologizes for the direct request. Elsewhere, an angry voice screams from a grand building, cursing the bitch from the 6 stars. Inside, the judicial priest tries to calm his frantic guards after their retreat from the slum. He declares the real problem is the rogue magician, suggesting they proceed with that plan. With a manic grin, he admits he enjoyed being thanked, but it won't last long. A guard knocks announcing Lord Bascom's arrival, and the priest orders him to enter. A close-up reveals the ornate, jewel-encrusted tip of a magnificent royal scepter. A large crowned man smokes a pipe, his face wreathed in a cloud of smoke. He apologizes to the judicial priest Vern for interrupting his important business. The priest reassures Bascom, stating that the goods he has borrowed are quite effective. He then leans in with a sinister smile, asking if that plan is proceeding smoothly. With a manic glint in his eye, Bascom vows to secure that land for themselves. Meanwhile, the blonde magician and the woman rescuer walk through a desolate, empty street. His companion remarks on how dreary it is, recalling a time when it was more lively. She explains that a persistent curse has caused the local businesses to fail completely. Her guardian adds that the area is now in ruins as everyone has fled from the curse. He grimly concludes that if this continues, the entire district will be abandoned. The blonde magician looks on with a somber, thoughtful expression, his gaze distant. His companion asks why he came here, and if the 6-star woman mentioned the curse. With a calm smile, the magician declares he came to exorcise every curse he can find. This bold and unexpected declaration leaves his scarred companion staring in pure shock. The rescuer, Agro, clarifies that the 6-star woman only warned her to be careful. She apologizes for making him accompany her, but he says it's fine as he's worried. Without warning, a fierce young woman with a polearm bursts into a nearby building. Startled, the scarred man shouts out her name, Nora, as she confronts him. 2 young boys peek from behind a wall, surprised by their brother's sudden arrival. Nora furiously demands to know what he is doing, calling his presence in the brothel disgusting. The blonde magician appears at a doorway, surprising the occupants who call him a customer. Nora greets them with a cheerful welcome, but the magician's companion grumbles that she's late. The magician smiles, commenting on the good relationship between the siblings he just witnessed. The scarred companion suddenly grabs Nora, getting uncomfortably close to her face. Completely taken aback by his sudden action, Nora stares in a state of pure shock. A close-up reveals several small, unsightly sores around her mouth and on her chin. A medical text details the stages of syphilis, a bacterial infection that can be fatal if untreated. The magician asks his companion to question Nora about any recent changes in her behavior. Leaning in close, the magician startles Nora by calmly announcing his intention to treat her. A historical text discusses the origins of syphilis, including theories about its spread through Europe. Chanting in an ancient language, the magician unleashes a powerful wave of healing magic. The spell engulfs Nora in a brilliant, crackling aura of pure, divine energy. The incantation ends with a final, sparkling burst as the magic takes full effect. Looking in a mirror, Nora is astonished to see the sores on her face have vanished. The magician explains that her curse, if left unchecked, could have eventually become fatal. He asks for more details, questioning if she had any red, feverish rashes on her hands. She confirms she had rashes, but only on her lower body, waving her hand dismissively. He wonders if Marcia's rash is gone and asks Nora to check, noting Agro's is shrinking. A hanging glass lamp reflects the light, as the magician recalls a certain day. Nora remembers seeing a group of strange, unfamiliar men who were completely out of place. A scarred man recalls that for days on end, the curse began to spread around that time. while Nora regrets ignoring the signs, vowing to chase down those responsible next time, as her companion laments that they are all finished, cursed for visiting the brothel district. He then apologizes to Nora, his face twisted in anguish, wishing he had enough money. Leaving Nora to sit alone, burdened by the weight of their desperate and grim situation, he then asks if she's seen her own face, noting she always appears when someone gets hurt. She embraces him, insisting he doesn't need to thank her for knowing how hard he works. From the doorway, the blonde magician watches their emotional exchange with a calm, steady gaze. He then offers them a gentle and reassuring smile, simply stating that everything will be all right. His expression hardens with resolve as he clenches his fist, promising he will handle the situation. Meanwhile, in a grand office, a voice announces a report to an unseen, authoritative figure. A woman from the Six Stars looks up from her couch as two figures stand before her. A gloved hand slaps a document containing the new intelligence onto the polished wooden desk. Fia looks concerned as he processes the information, admitting it confirms his suspicions. She explains there are records of fugitive slaves being captured adjacent to the slum. A flashback to a sinister man makes her realize there must be a reason they stay there. Fia deduces they are all afraid of being deported and will not reveal their true identities. He resolves to first speak with the slave merchant Bascom, who seems connected to Eccles. Distressed, he wonders what the mastermind's true goal is for creating and spreading this curse. She speculates their purpose is linked to the slum, asking what he thinks it really is. Development advances like a great wave, threatening to swallow the dilapidated slum below the grand city. As she calmly considers the benefits of acquiring that land for their new development plans, his eye narrows with cold intent, considering a plan to secretly and thoroughly reduce the slum's population. With a confident smile, she declares she and Arch will capture the ringleader, as it is their teacher's instruction. Fia calmly states that since Eccles is away, he will go speak with someone named Shisurafu. A look of concern crosses his face as he stands by a desk, contemplating the developing situation. He questions the timing of the mission, wondering why he was specifically told to act the day after tomorrow. His companion agrees with him, musing that it would be better to capture the ringleader much sooner. Arch looks out over the slum, agreeing with her sentiment, but stating they must follow their teacher's instructions. The dilapidated slum stands as a silent testament to the city's stark and growing inequality. The scene then shifts to the imposing architecture of the church's grand headquarters in the capital. A panicked Lord Bascom bursts into Priest Vern's office, who exclaims his surprise at a second visit. Overcome with panic, Bascom reveals that Arch of the Six Stars will arrive to inspect their plan. A vision of a horned woman appears, a warning from High Priest Eccles about Arch's unscrupulous nature. Priest Vern's face twists into a manic grin. Realizing with delight that Eccles is on their side, he reassures a frantic Bascom, explaining the inspection was delayed for 2 days due to the Pope's schedule. Still sweating profusely, Bascom insists they must devise a comprehensive countermeasure by the end of tomorrow. A masked guard questions the plan, wondering if the Six Stars would care about one death in the slum. With a sinister smile, Vern suggests a much simpler solution: make the inspectors themselves disappear entirely. He then proposes they should just burn everything down, ensuring no evidence or witnesses are ever found. A man in a top hat confronts a group of startled, masked individuals, declaring that true purification means cleansing the entire land with fire. His 4 masked followers stand silently, their expressions grim and resolute. An older man with an ornate hat observes the unfolding plan with a serious expression. His followers cheer, agreeing it's a cheap and swift solution to their problem. The priest Vern then explains to Lord Bascom what he has been told, who agrees they must burn the cursed slaves before the affliction spreads any further. He states their policy is to never sell defective goods or release them into the wild. Vern suggests bringing perfume for the burning, and they agree to depart quickly afterward. Meanwhile, a happy young girl runs through the slum, unaware of the impending investigation. A woman looks on with deep concern, sensing the encroaching hand of fire. She smiles warmly while serving soup, wondering where the blaze will start tomorrow. Elsewhere, 2 men walk down a quiet street, one grimly vowing to burn it well. His companion replies with a wide, menacing grin, relishing the destructive plan.